Out in the club, don't think I'm not. Just can't get enough. Okay, we're here. We're here, and we're here, and we're opening up WebEx. So today's a big day. It is a big day today. We made it. Closing arguments. Good morning. Good morning, man. The trial should start in about 15 minutes. They started early. They're starting early today. So I hope you guys are doing good. Thank you for coming. If you could hit the like button too, I appreciate that. Doing pretty good. I was my body didn't want to get out of bed this morning, but I pushed and worked out and took a baby to school and all this stuff. So yeah, man, today by the way, I posted some clips yesterday to kind of give you guys some content to them. So if you haven't seen them, definitely check it out at some point. One is doing really well. I got to get in touch with Amy too. She was messaging me. Amy, she's going to call in, I think like at lunch, maybe even the 15-minute break. She was DMing me. I think we're going to have her call. I want to talk to maybe best to call me VIP. Okay. Okay, let me get Amy's number. So I'm thinking today we can call. She's not in the trial today though. She's relaxing at home. I'm thinking like either on the 15-minute break or we could just stick to the lunchtime. Because today I'm going to stay with you guys for lunch. I don't have to go pick up the baby today. Not till later tonight, I think. So but for lunch, I'll be with you guys and we can talk about whatever's happening. Maybe I can call Amy. Amy has a lot of notes too. I think the lunchtime would be a perfect time. I could call her on the break just if we want to give a little reaction of whatever's happened. Oh, yeah. The art behind me. So I have to get a leveler because I think it's like a little uneven still. What do you think? It's like a little slanted kind of. So I'm going to get a leveler. I was messing around for like 30 minutes yesterday trying to fix it and I couldn't, and that's the best that I got it. But I don't know. What do you guys think about it? Do you like it or do you like it plain? I'll do a little poll because I'm just kind of curious of your feedback. But yeah, no, today is a big day, man. Big day for the family. Big day for justice. I don't see there like any way in hell that you like it. Cool. Do you like the wall art? You can be honest if you don't like it either. It's just I put wall strips up there so I can easily take it down. Yeah, today's a huge day, man, and you know this woman has gone away with so much crap. Letecia, I was about to say Dorothy, but Letecia has gone away with so much crap to the very end, still lying and whatever. And so the day where that's it, it's officially like we're done with your BS. You know, what the whole thing, the whole art. Who's that? Hoax, how you doing? Yo, that comment you made the other day stuck with me when cause I think I was sick and you were talking about I was sick, but I got this Miami Vice look with the chest thing all open, which is so funny because it's true. My mother would have probably told me like button up my shirt, I'm sick or something, you know? You like it? Okay, 94% like it. Wow, I'm surprised. Okay, 6% don't. All right, so it's staying then. Mel, if you keep it up on unsubscribing. Yeah, I don't want too much in the background. I really like a clean, what's the other word? Clean, not busy. There's another word for not busy. I don't know. Can't think of it. Can I stand on DSM-5? Yeah. The problem with the DSM-5 is I should have got the hardcover. I still might get the hardcover. Amy was telling me, and a couple other people told me, they were like, I told you get the hardcover. I should don't stand up. I guess. DSM-5. That shit looks like it's gonna fall though. I don't know if it's gonna stay. Thank you. Unclear, minimalist. Yes, there you go. You guys got it. I was looking for that word. Minimalist. I guess I can get a book stand, but I'm a guy. I don't think like that. I'm just gonna let it hang for life. Chancletas. Yeah, I got my red sandals. I know. I need a book stand. Oh, you know, some librarian messaged me on Twitter. I gotta get back to her. I think it was Twitter. Somewhere. And she says she has a bunch of books she could send me from Maddie. Because she needs more books. And so if they already have it, I'm not gonna go. I have to go spend. Not that I mind spending on it, but somebody's offering. That's the best thing. You can just hand it around, pass it on to the next person. I gotta find that. Somebody messaged me about books. That'll be good. Oh yeah, a tabletop easel. And so, you know, guys, I have it open in the background, so we're not gonna. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, that's not the right screen. What the heck? What the? Okay, there we go. All right. So I have the thing in the background. We're not gonna miss nothing. Oh, that's a good April. That's a good poll. How long the jury's gonna take for a verdict? Elizabeth, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Mel, for covering this trial. You did an awesome job. I loved your expressions and comments. It made me laugh so hard. Thank you. I was a little nervous about covering this trial because I was like, I know it's a really serious topic, you know, but like, I know that we're here for long periods of time, and you know, we have our little funny moments and stuff like that, laughing at the ridiculousness of some of these things, and shocking moments as well, and sad moments and all that stuff. And even the families had like a roller coaster. It seems like mostly downs, probably, you know. Okay. Let's see. I want to clear out these super chats real quick before we start, so I can start fresh. That's a shame. Thank you for the super chat. Says thank you for the coverage, Mel. You've been the only one on this. Thank you. Well, there's actually a lot of people covering this, but thank you. I appreciate that. Carly Marie, and I think there's people that jumped on after the fact too. We jumped straight on it. Carly Marie, thank you for the super chat. Says good morning, Mel. I hope you had a nice weekend. Oh, you have. I was about to say, like, we're about to come to the weekend. I hope so too. Thank you. It should be a good weekend. I think I'm gonna go to a little kid's birthday party. Take Maddie. I'm just gonna chill. I don't plan to really do anything. Mandy L, thank you for the super chat. Wish they could throw out Dr. Lewis testimony because it was lies and didn't know shiz. No proof for anything. By the way, nice muscular legs. Thank you. I used to have way better legs. I want to get the DDR thing. I keep saying I have to buy a console. I don't know which console to get, and just put it to the TV and then get the mat, and I can do DDR. It's a really good fun exercise. I used to sweat a lot, and my calves used to be like crazy back then, like nuts. Maybe I'll look into it this weekend. Yada yada. Thank you for the 2-month membership. Gannon's mom appreciates you. Loves the Sonic emoji. Aw. I've been talking to multiple people about this whole GoFundMe thing, right? Okay, Amy sent me the number. Okay, good. T-Bag said, check my DMs. I'm afraid to play this though. Is that music? I don't want to. Let me see. Yeah, there's music. Something's there. I'm gonna check it out after. Oh, you know what? I'll check it out on my phone because I don't know if this will be a copyright issue. I don't want to get the stream shut down. But yeah, I've been talking to multiple people about this whole GoFundMe thing, and I'm still gonna hold. And I think we should hold to the end of the trial because I hear there might be some things happening at the end. I don't know if family's going to make statements or something's going to happen. I just think we should kind of wait a little bit There's another GoFundMe, and I'm told that this is legit, but like, okay. Let me see. There's another one here, and there's like a Facebook group. There, I'm told this is legit, but and it could very well be, but I just want to wait, man. I'm hearing this is. Please help Landon. So this is for the biological mother. Please help Landon with costs from Gannon's murder. And so this is like a brand new one. Jane Canitas, and she's, I believe, on Facebook. I'm told that she's friends with Landon. Hello, everyone. My name is Jane, a friend to Landon, and a local community member in Lawson Ranch. It is fair to say that most people know the name Gannon Stauch. Those that do not know, Gannon was murdered by his stepmother. I will not give attention to her and refuse to acknowledge her name. They're back. They're starting out, and we know the whole story already. But I don't know. So I'm going to wait a little bit, at least to the end of the trial, before I fully direct people and stuff like that.
Right.
Thank
Call,
you.
call 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. We need to talk about some jury instructions. I got a email
instructions
this morning regarding
Naked Mel.
A stipulated instruction that's not stipulated regarding evidentiary facts that weren't presented. So counsel approach, please. I'm not inclined to give either one of the ones that were submitted. This is going to have to be a stipulated instruction. There's two of them there, so you can have one. Because this deals with evidence that wasn't exactly presented, because it would have to deal with evidence from Catherine Strobel, who was the defendant's prior attorney, and it would also have to deal with somebody, I guess an administrative person or somebody from the jail, to come in and talk about what the COVID protocols were. If there's not a stipulation as to what the language is, I'm not going to give an instruction. I can't do that.
And honestly, Judge, it seems like we're making a mountain of a molehill over this issue as well. And I actually am in favor of not giving any stipulated instructions.
Well, I'm not going to comment on the mountain out of a molehill, but it is because this is a request for.
What the hell is going on here?
An instruction on evidence that wasn't actually presented. Unless there's a stipulation, I don't think I can give an instruction.
Well, part of this, Your Honor, was
I know what the issue is. It doesn't change the outcome. Either you can call Catherine Strobel.
Oh,
I could get her down here by 1:30.
Well, you guys need to talk about how you're going to do it, because I can't make you guys reach a stipulation, and I can't tell the jury what evidence is that hasn't been presented.
How do they fix this up?
So give this instruction.
Yes, except though, just take out the line, Gannon being called for a period, and the defendant said she would never record. Just take that out.
So it would end in Gannon being found in Florida.
Yeah.
I can do that. Okay, Mr. Allen, do you stipulate?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And obviously you guys can still argue that. So, okay. All right, I'll take care of that. Don't go anywhere yet. The other issue is, this may be a Mr. Young issue as well.
I'm in the room and you didn't know that.
Okay. I looked at the verdict forms and I don't think they're right.
So did you not see the email that I sent yesterday?
No.
Okay, so I sent another copy. I copied you on it, Mr. Sproul, and all the parties.
Okay.
There was a structural error in the forms that we had submitted. What I submitted yesterday is actually straight from Colby.
Okay, this was a error that I found yesterday in all of them.
Is this the version?
No, this is what you originally sent, and then I crossed out this language.
Well, I think Colby actually requires you to list the rest of the charges out.
Law and Crime has the audio.
If you look at,
Are you sure this is a hot mic moment? Somebody in the chat says it's a hot mic moment.
other form that you were talking about with Roman numerals,
Right.
we were talking about Roman numeral, it actually says to go to part A, which is this, and then it tells you to do this. And then my understanding in Colby is that are supposed to list out all of the other charges.
Here's the
I
problem
don't think
see
it's a
with
hot
that.
mic moment.
The way the instruction reads right now is if you find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, and you also find her not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering. So it would be if you find her guilty of murder in the first degree and you find her not guilty of all these other charges.
Well, this first part is not guilty of basically all the
Correct.
charges, then you answer this question.
Correct. You're right. But my whole thought is they're not required to find her guilty or not guilty of all of them. They could find her not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation.
Yeah, it's not a hot mic moment.
And still find her guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. And this question, this special interrogatory down here, only applies to murder in the first degree after deliberation.
Right, so each verdict form would have the exact same.
It
wording
does.
here, but then the question actually applies to the charge for that particular verdict form.
Okay, the concern that I had was the concern that I have is that if suppose that a jury were to come back and find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity as to murder in the first degree, both counts, but were to find her guilty of tampering with a deceased human body, then they wouldn't answer this question at all. Yeah.
And I think that's what we just cross that out. And have
Right.
it on each different verdict form. So
Right.
that part B only reflects to the charge on that verdict form.
Right.
I think it is a little cleaner and less confusing.
Because otherwise what you have is they only fill that out if they find her not guilty on all charges. And then they find NGRI as to each charge on each verdict. I suppose out of all the realm of possibilities, they could find that she's not guilty on both counts of murder. But if they find her guilty of tampering with the deceased human body and physical evidence, this instruction tells them not to fill out that interrogatory.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. That's the same thoughts that we were having as we were drafting these. The concern is obviously that Colgy actually has it exactly like that. And I'm always reluctant to change what's in Colgy just because of issues.
Right. And I get that.
And I guess that's
Mr.
what
Tellini?
we're having it crossed out. I think it's cleaner and less confusing to the jury. Okay.
As long as the.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would agree to that. I think it's just cleaner
Cross it out.
to cross it out.
Okay.
I think
I'll take-
sometimes Colby doesn't anticipate that you'd have these type of things where you have multiple
Right.
different charges where they could.
Right. Because it's
Not
over a
one.
period of time.
Yes, but yeah, especially because it is.
So,
such a long period.
I'll give that to Mr. Young. Can you make those changes? Email them to Mr. Actually, Ms. Gratiano is the one doing the heavy lifting. Can you make those changes? Okay. And send those to Mr. Sproul. And then, so essentially what it will be is when we get there, this part B is just going to say, if you find her not guilty of murder in the first degree, then answer the question. Because the concern that I had was if what if we do this, then they're not answering this question at all,
I understand.
which is
exactly.
bad for everybody.
I understand.
So,
It's Colby is more confusing than it should.
well, I still blame Judge Gilbert because he's on that committee. So,
Well, I think especially because you don't often have,
Oh,
you know,
sure.
crimes that occur over.
and that's the other
duration,
issue.
Period, and that's what makes
Right.
it more confusing and actually more of an issue in
Right.
the case with having.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to give this one with the modification. Are you able to do that, Ms. Gratiano? Do you have that?
Yeah.
She has her computer, we just don't have our computers.
Okay, all right. All right, then I'm going to take a break While Ms. Gratiano does that, I fixed this instruction. Before we do that, though, I want to give some instruction to everybody else that's in the courtroom. And that is that the plan is that we're going to be, once we get the instructions done, we will be bringing the jury in around 9 o'clock. As I understand it, and I'm not holding you to this because I told you I wasn't going to impose time limits. I'm just trying to logistically
no time
plan,
limit?
that's all. Do you have an idea as to how long your closing is going to last?
It's hard for me to predict how long mine's gonna last. Mine's the rebuttal close.
No, I'm talking about, I'm mostly concerned about the front end.
I'm trying to keep it to an hour.
Okay. How long? Okay. So it may be,
Sorry, guys. I'm going to fix this thing so it's better. Since we got a whole different screen now.
probably what will happen is the closing arguments are going to start 10-ish. Most likely what will occur is that we get through prosecution, defense, take a lunch break, and then come back for rebuttal, would be my guess. I think it's too long to have the jury all sitting together, missing lunch and everything like that, to do it all in one chunk. So, and it's probably going to take me about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, it'll take,
Um,
really takes at least that long for it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it'll probably take me about 40 minutes to get through the instructions. So that's kind of what I'm planning on. If it turns out that we're way ahead, and we may be able to finish in the 12:30 hour, be ready for rebuttal.
My
If you need
preference
to.
would be that we just get them all done.
It's mine too.
I know, yeah.
I just, it's a long time for them to be there. The other thing is, for everybody who's in the courtroom, there's a couple of rules. Number one, no phones. Number two, no phones.
Number three, no phones.
The only people that are going to have their phones out are the people in the first 1.5 rows. Those are press people. We know who they are. If you leave the courtroom during a break, you can't save a seat. So take all of your stuff with you if you leave the courtroom, so that when you if you don't get back in, you have it with you, because somebody else may come in and sit where your stuff is, or move your stuff or whatever. So keep that in mind. Counsel, approach, please.
Just making sure we're good for when they start doing the closing arguments. Just want to get like a nice little screen going, best we can get. And so I guess they're gonna take a break. They gotta do jury instructions. They said that could take like 40 minutes. Lord, what are we gonna do for jury instruction? Is jury instructions important? Should we? I guess we gotta listen to it, right? I guess. And then, so what? Jury instruction. They gotta take a little break till 9, so that's 20 minutes. Then jury instructions. Did I hear that right? And then.
Right.
Opening
In
statements?
addition, generally, if you leave the courtroom during an argument, you're not going to be allowed back in.
Oh.
So the only time that you go out and come back in is during a break. I know that this is a difficult case for everybody. Jury's working hard. Lawyers have worked hard.
Not
You
all
got
lawyers.
decorum orders back there about the conduct that I expect. If you think that there's going to be an emotional reaction, step outside. We don't want anybody to be influenced by an improper reaction from the gallery. So we'll leave it at that. So she's working on the verdict forms. I'll take care of this instruction. I'm going to number it. I need to see. Oh, I've
You
got
can make it a little brighter if you want.
I'm going to number this
Oh,
in
it's
A
not.
instructions, since we've already got the other ones numbered.
Yep.
In that way, as opposed to putting it at the end. Okay.
It's okay.
And then you can just shuffle it in on the other ones.
I made it a little bit brighter, but their
Right,
video feed is dark for the courtroom for some reason.
Are they stapled?
No. You were
Is
at
it-
the beginning of the end of the stat.
I was thinking, I guess you would have to take a look here. Well, I was actually going to put it up here at like number 10A or something like that, but you'd have to go through all the stacks.
Okay, I mean.
You can do that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Good morning.
All right, so
You know,
court will be in recess, and when we come back and bring the jury in, rest, yes?
Yes, sir.
No rebuttal?
That's right.
Okay, and then I will tell the jury what they can expect
Good, no
and
rebuttal.
how it's going to go forward. Once I read the instructions, we'll take that 15-minute break or so, and then we'll go into arguments. We'll see where we are. I mean, if Mr. Young doesn't take as much time or Mr. Tellini doesn't, it may be that we get it done. It's not a hard and fast noon, but I sure don't want to put them in at like 1 or 1:30 and.
Yeah, and as far as if we can get them all done before we break for lunch, there will be a natural break anyway between Mr. Tellini
Right.
and then me doing my rebuttal close. I'm gonna have to rearrange a little bit here anyway.
I'm glad you brought that up.
ooh,
Can we turn that camera on so that they see? We rearranged the camera, and you can see, so you can see where you can be seen in the courtroom if you want to do that and take a look at the camera. My suggestion, however, would be if you're going to use this easel, that you unbury it before we start. So it'll be a little, as opposed to trying to move all that stuff afterwards. So, okay. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All right.
so we're gonna have to do some new camera fixing when they come. We're gonna have plenty of time for the jury instructions, I guess, to figure out the camera shit. All right, we'll wait till they come. When they come back and start doing jury, whatever, I'm gonna try to come up with like the best optimal. And I was wondering about that, like if they're gonna have some sort of other angle, because when they're doing these closings, I'm assuming that they're gonna be facing the jury, and so I was like, oh damn, are we gonna even be able to see them? But it looks like they adjusted the camera, so we'll come up with something. All right, so let's see, what can we do? I don't know if we should call Amy now. Letecia Stauch. Let me see something real quick too. I have an idea. Oh. That didn't pan out. Amy is not in the courtroom today. No, she's at home. Let me get the super chats. Okay. That's so funny, Janie. I saw your message. Let me catch up with the super chats, and then we'll figure out. It's only 15 minutes, so we should wait. We shouldn't call Amy yet. Only got 15 minutes to go, and then they're gonna come back with jury instruction. Oh, is it? No, the defense is gonna close, I guess, or whatever they call it. Yeah, finish or rest. They're gonna rest. The defense is gonna rest, and then there's not. I guess the prosecution said there's not gonna be rebuttals. We could just move the shit along. And then there's going to be jury instructions, which could be about 40-something minutes. And then I guess we'll start with the closing arguments, closing statements. All right. Yada, yada. Jay Nate, thank you for the super chat. Says you'll never be free of super chats. And thank you for the super chat as well. Thanks for the entertaining coverage. Thank you, Loretta Newman. Thank you for the super chat. Michelle, thanks for the this trial. You were great. Love you, Mel. Love you too. Thank you, Michelle. Nikki H, thank you for the membership. Just Nicole, thanks for the super chat. The YouTuber, the lawyer you know, said yesterday Letecia might still testify as the defense hasn't rested yet. Well, it doesn't look like one. They already asked her if she wanted to testify. She said no. That happened Wednesday. We couldn't hear that, but people in the courtroom, that's what they said. She said no. She already denied it. And then I think they would have mentioned it now too. So no, it would have been nice. It would have been interesting, but no. A little bit. Thank you for the super chat. Little bit. Have you already taken a poll? No, I haven't. So what polls should we do as far as okay, verdict for Letecia back in, let's see, we'll do 30 minutes. Hour. Okay. Ask the community. I'm gonna ask the community. Miss Buddha says, Mel, I sent you the logos. Oh, you sent me logos? Okay. Oh, it's pretty cool. You can mail it on the case. I look creepy in this one, though. There's something wrong with me in this shit. Like I'm tripping. Sweating. That powder. That, not powder, the deodorant. A deodorant. Let's see what we got. Laura, thank you so much for the super chat. Good morning, everybody. Love you, Mel. Can we do a poll as to whether the verdict will be in by the end of the day? I think it will. I think the verdict will be in today. I don't know that will be done today, though, because I'm wondering if the family's going to do like impact statements. 30%, 15% say 30 minutes, 40% say 1 hour, 32% say 2 hours, 12% say more. If I had a guess, shit, I think I'm gonna go 1 hour too. I think I'm gonna say 1 hour. I mean, I feel like 2 is a safer bet. How long did Alec take? Alec Murdaugh's thing. Wasn't that shit like 40 minutes? No, it was like 2 hours. It wasn't an hour. Alex Murdaugh verdict length. Less than 3 hours. Oh. But I think with the Alec thing, there was more things up in the air. Thank you, Polani. Thank you so much. Just got them. I gotta align them. I have to order this. What do they call it? Leveler. Okay, impact statement. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Kelly. Impact statements are done before sentencing, not deliberation. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But when I say not done today, that we're gonna have to come back probably Monday for that stuff. But that is good that you say that though, because impact statements are done before sentencing, not deliberations, right? Okay. So we'll get the deliberations. I'm thinking we'll get it today. Depending on how long these opening and closing takes. Well, I got a PS2. Oh, really? On FBMP. The hell is that? Oh, Facebook Marketplace. Specifically for DDR, $90. Really? Because that's what I'm saying. You know what? That's a shame because I was looking at all these new consoles. But the new consoles don't even really have the gangster DDR. They have some like substitute GMO generic DDR. Yeah, man. Oh yeah, let's dance. Whoa. The Supernova. You ever play Supernova? DDR is it Supernova or is that a song? It's a song. DDR Supernova. Oh, there's one called Supernova. PlayStation 2. That's the gangster one, man. Maybe that's what I should do. Just get the old console. I don't need a new console. I just want to dance. I just want to exercise. I used to play on Expert at the arcade, and I didn't hold on the bars. I wasn't on holding the bars. A lot of these kids were holding on the bar for help. Brit Bomb, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. Hey Hope, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. It says thank you, Mel. Michelle, love your podcast and really enjoy spending time here. Thank you. Yeah, don't worry, guys. We're gonna have something else in the works. I don't know what, but whether it's the Cobra, I mean, we have to do Cobra. It's not even a choice. But if there's something in the middle or what, I don't know. I mean, that stuff is Cobra is actually right around the corner. It's already May right now. Kohlberger's in June, right? I think there's something happening in May for Kohlberger too. So I might not take on anything unless it's really, really short. I might just do short videos. I might take a little break, but still come in, do short videos, like live streams, an hour, 2 hours, I don't know. Short stories. I'll still be around, but I'll take time to get everything in order that I need. And plan. Thank you, Tiffany. Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see. Holly. Let me make sure I don't miss anything. Capital K, thank you for the membership. Holly. I'm sorry. Pakowski. I followed this case since Landon's aunt Veronica posted on Twitter that Gannon was wow. Long time. Years. I've waited for so long for this trial. I've enjoyed watching it with you all. Thank you. Well, thank you. I mean, so Landon and the dad, Al, they don't really talk anymore, right? They're there for their son, I guess. Or I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard. Jane Nate, thanks for the super chat. Did you show us the entire art? You guys, my issue, I'm afraid to lift this thing. If I move this camera to adjust it back, it's going to be such a pain in the ass. Wait, you know what? Hold on. I think I can lift this shit. But if I lift it too high and one of the cords are short, I might yank everything out of this desk. There you go. That's it. I'm afraid to move this camera because it's such a pain in the, like, once you move it to get it back, because it's like, let me show you what it looks like. Let me show you. Let bet. Maybe I'll have to adjust it one day. You think the whole thing should be in view? Let's see. All right. What's the camera looks like? Like right above. It's on this thing here. So if I touch that thing, or like I have to unscrew it and adjust it to get that thing back, oh, forget about it. Oh. Forget about it. Miami vibes. Sissini, thank you so much for the super chat. Esther, can we get rid of the height? It's clogging the feed. You can block Streamlabs. I might do a little poll though to see what you guys want. Somebody sent me. Sandy, thank you so much for the PayPal. Thank you for having the best and most honest, trustworthy, funny, snarky, open, fair, and amazing channel. I like that. Maybe I should take that and use it as the intro. I mean, not the intro, the about section. The most entertaining chatters and fantastic mods. We made it through together. We did. We made it through. And I feel like this one breezed through. I felt like it went by kind of fast. Thank you, Just Me. Appreciate it. And you know what? I think there's only one of that. That thing up there. They gave me like, oh, that's bad. I bought this coffee this morning. And apparently I placed it right on top of the certificate of authenticity. Brian M. Jones. And so I went back to the website and you can't find it anymore. And I went to Amazon to look for it. I was trying to look for it back on Amazon because there was one listing. I think that's the only one. This document certifies an original work of fine arts. So that's dope. I like it. Your behind studios have moved into multiple camera. Kayla, thank you. And by the way, they should be coming back soon. A couple minutes, I think. Kayla, thank you for the super chat. Says thanks for holding us down through this trial. No, thank you guys. Appreciate it holding me down. Yo. Let's call your mom and confess. Let me see if she answers. I don't know. Hold on a second. Fuck it, you want to see?
Hello.
Hey, Ma, I have to ask you. Well, I have to tell you something, but just know that people are listening on stream. They wanted me to ask you something, or they wanted me to tell you something.
What?
I spent $300 on a hairbrush.
Oh my God. Really?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. What was that? That hairbrush must do magic.
Yeah. I'll show you. I'll show you later.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Bye, Ma.
OMG.
OMG. All right, Ma. We'll talk.
Okay.
All right,
Bye-bye.
bye. She's gonna be pissed later. It's funny now, but watch later. What? But why? You can spend there's food, there's groceries. Oh man. OMG. Yo, when my mom started texting OMG and stuff, this was like 2 years ago. I'm like, what? It's like weird. OMG and LOL. Let's see. Little bit. I think you need to add little bit to sled. I love that little bit thing. I don't know where I used to say that before. I don't know why. Little bit. Just randomly. Just give me a little bit. And then I saw your name and now it's like back again. I'm saying that shit all the time. I think you need to add little bit to sled. I love the way you say it. We can take a poll. GC, how you doing? Dude, you need to follow what happened to Bobby Modi. Was TikTok dad with 3 kids. Made TikToks with his daughter. Offed himself over financial issues. Makes no sense. Left 3 kids and wife. Bobby Modi. I never heard of him. Let me check it out. Bobby Modi. Let me see. This was Bobby Modi. 40. Okay. Bobby Modi. Famous TikTok dad. Oh. Let's take a look at the Daily Mail. I love the way Daily Mail does their articles. They catch a lot of hate. And I know sometimes. But I love the way they do their articles. They get exclusives. Kills himself after being weighed down by financial pressures. Father 3 who rose to prominence as a TikTok star has died. Age 46. His family has confirmed James Robert Modi, known affectionately as Bobby, passed away April 28th after struggling with financial pressures. According to a statement issued by his family, Bobby was full of life and laughs, the statement read, but also weighed down by financial pressures. His wife, Jennifer, and their 3 children are in an emotional and financial crisis as he was their rock. Wow. Social media star, loving father, garnered 360,000 followers and over 18.6 million likes, and shared his last video just 2 days before his death. I wonder. I don't. So I heard TikTok people get paid. I have TikTok and I have some viral videos on there. I never got paid, and I have my thing set up. I didn't get no money. I don't know how people get money. Was there only sponsorships? Or you have to have like consistency or something? You have to have a certain amount of followers? I mean, I guess it's not enough for a living, or maybe there was other stuff going on. He leaves behind his wife and kids, Jennifer, and then the kids are Caitlin, Max, Charlotte, who were regular fixture on his day in the life videos, as they racked up millions of views. His last video was his daughter, Caitlin, who was featured heavily on his TikTok page over the years. The beloved father even said in his bio, he was just here to embarrass my daughter. Just here to embarrass my daughter. In her own heartbreaking statement, Caitlin wrote, on April 28th, my best friend was able to see our Heavenly Father. He was the most amazing dad, brother, uncle, and friend. He has such an impact on not only his family, but those around him. He was and is still loved by so many. He will forever be remembered. I hope you're hugging Louis tight for us. We're counting the days until we see you again. According to TMZ, Bobby died at his house. And that's typical. I don't understand why that is. Why people kill themselves. I don't know if it's comfort, convenience. You know, they kill themselves in the house for where their family can see them. Kids can find them. Because I remember a long time ago I covered, when I first started YouTube, Chester Bennington from Lincoln Park. And that was really sad, that story. But with Chester, there was the weird thing with that. Like, there was like some abuse he had talked about, and like childhood abuse. And I thought it was like in Hollywood or something. But I don't think he ever outed the person that did it to him. I don't know if it was Hollywood or like family. I thought it was somebody prominent. I don't know. I'm not sure actually who was his abuser, but he never specifically said. And I think he killed himself, which I was shocked when that guy did that. And right at his house, or the other guy, the comedian, remember his name? My mind's all over the place. This guy, Robin Williams, yeah. I think he was at home too. And so the circumstances surrounding his death are currently unknown. The friends of Modi family have set up a GoFundMe. It's their family right here. Wow. I wonder if he had any kind of mental health stuff. I feel like you have to have some sort of mental health, I guess, right? With that. Was he on any medications? Because, I don't know, man. I just can never see it conceivable to do that and leave my kids behind like that. But I don't know, maybe mental health. You got that many kids. Everybody's relying on you, all the pressure. I don't know. But it's just weird, too, to like leave people behind like that. Your family to struggle, but I don't know. It's weird. I remember when my dad killed himself, I was just pissed for like a long time, like years, just pissed. I used to talk shit too about people who, did that. Now I have a little bit more understanding. I guess I can understand. Maybe I'm biased because I'm a kid of a father, So, but the only thing I can think of, I guess, financial. But there's people that have killed themselves over financial stuff. I mean, I think about Enron. Wasn't it like a CEO or something, that company that went down under? Enron, let's see. This is back in the day. Some people might be too young for that shit. If I'm saying that, that's funny. Former Enron execs, suicide note to his wife. I don't know. Let's see. An obituary for the late star described him as an avid outdoor enthusiast who enjoyed fishing, hunting, and camping. The obituary said, after meeting Jennifer in 1999, the couple married in 2004 and started their family. He became a devoted husband, father, and brother. He was the happiest, showing his love and support for his kids. It continued, he was often the loudest voice on the sidelines cheering for his children. He approached life with contagious enthusiasm and a smile. No.
When I said yes.
But you said you'll never guess, and it was too easy.
I literally said I was kidding.
What is it? Wait, show us the present. Wait. So Dad guessed what the present was?
Well, you're gonna open it on Christmas, so suck it up. Yes. It's really
Put a sticker on it, it's fine.
My bad, dog.
At least you know what kind of chopsticks they are.
Oh, well. That was JC that sent that. I don't know. I don't know that they suspect anything. Somebody said it doesn't make sense. I don't know. I've heard of people doing that over money. Let me get the rest of the super chat. Virginia Martinez, thank you for the super chat. Allison, thanks for the super chat. My favorite word from you is sled. And Letecia. Tisha. Hey girl, thank you for the 2-month membership. Ikemel, thank you for making these trials so much fun. And thank you for the chat too. No, thank you. Thank you guys. I think we have a really good chat. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes I'm not even paying attention to what's playing on the video. I'm looking at the chat. And the heist thing, I don't know. We'll have to talk about that. Some people have complained about it. Some people don't like it in the chat. I understand. It makes the chat go fast. I know you can block Streamlabs and you won't see all that stuff popping up anymore. But maybe we'll have to do a poll sometime and see how people feel. That's a 50-50 poll. Virginia Martinez, thank you for the membership. Sui Menendez. And by the way, I think they're late. 9 over there is 10:11. It's past 11 here now, so they're late, I guess. Oh, there we go. Is that them? There we go. Speaking of the devil.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
So they're going to have 2 cameras on. Okay. So let's fix this.
So we'll just take them over there. And I tell them and they can just pass them down. Cameras. Oh.
How we can work this. All right, let's get the other one now. Make sure we can see as much as we can see.
All rise for the jury, please.
What? Oh, we can see the different angle of the judge. Let's see how we could do this.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start today like we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break on Wednesday, we were in the midst of the defendant's case. So that's where we will resume. Mr. Tellini, call your next witness, please. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is the defense has presented all of the evidence which it intends to present for you to consider the issues in this case. I want to remind you that the defense does not have any burden of proof at any point in these proceedings. However, because the defense did present evidence, the prosecution also has an opportunity to present rebuttal evidence if it chooses to do so, to rebut any of the evidence that was presented by the defense. With that, prosecution, do you have any rebuttal evidence? Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that all of the evidence which you may properly consider to decide the issues in this case has been presented. Here's what we're going to do going forward. Mr. Yeah, Mr. Combs has some instructions for you. He's going to hand those out. So if all of you would take one and pass it down.
All right. I think this is okay. We'll just adjust depending on where they're walking, so I'm not blocking anything. They're not going to use it. I don't think they're going to use a TV. If they turn it on,
All
I'll
right,
move
the law
mine.
in the state of Colorado requires that I read these instructions to you, even though you have them with you to take back into court. In addition, because you each have your own individual copy, you can write on your copy any notes that you want to have, just like you would any other notes. Those are not discoverable. Once the case is done, again, those are destroyed. The original jury instructions that I'll give you at the end, those are the ones that need to be filled out. In addition, you'll also see that your instructions start with 9A. That's because we had an addition. So if you hold on to 9A, it's going to go right after instruction 9. Just hold on to it. We'll get there, I promise you. Okay. What we'll do is I will read these instructions, then we'll take about a 15-minute recess or so. Then we're going to come back. Then the prosecution has an opportunity to give you a closing argument. After that, the defense has an opportunity to give a closing argument. After that, then the prosecution has an opportunity to give rebuttal. It's much like rebuttal evidence. They get to comment on anything that the defense had to comment on in their closing argument. So that's the process. I want to tell you, we work almost always on a closing argument, from my perspective, a little bit on the fly, because I've not placed time limitations on the attorneys. However, I'm not going to have you guys sitting there for a 4-hour block of time either. So it may be that we do the prosecution closing, the defense closing, and take a break, a lunch break, and then do rebuttal. The other thing is that since we are here for closing, that means that this case has been concluded. That means that you will be here all day. Normally you have gone out to lunch, those sorts of things. That won't be happening today. We're going to order lunch in for you. When we take our break, we're going to have somebody come down and they'll tell you about the lunch process and stuff like that. But we're going to have you here today. And once we discharge you, or once we send you back for deliberations, you'll need to stay together for the deliberation period. Members of the jury, the evidence in this case has been completed. In a moment, I will read to you jury instructions that contain the rules of law you must apply to reach your verdict. You will have copies of what I read to take with you to the jury room. But first, I want to mention a few things to keep in mind when you are discussing this case in the jury room. Until you have returned a verdict, you must not do any research about this case or this kind of case using any source, including dictionaries, reference materials, the internet, or other electronic means. You must not communicate in any way with anyone else about this case or this kind of case until you have returned a verdict in court. This includes your family and friends. If you have a cell phone or other electronic device, you must keep it turned off during the jury deliberations. Actually, what happens is we collect all of those. You get them back at the end, and sometimes you even get back your own. But we collect them all at the end. We collect them all and we hold on to them during deliberations. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. While the attorneys may comment on some of these rules, you must follow the instructions I give you. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules of law, you must follow them. No single instruction describes all the law which must be applied. The instructions must be considered together as a whole. During this trial, you received all of the evidence that you may properly consider in deciding the issues in the case. Your decision must be made by applying the rules of law that I give you to the evidence presented at trial. Remember, you must not be influenced by sympathy, bias, or prejudice in reaching your decision. You should not allow bias or any kind of prejudice based upon gender to influence your decision. If you decide that the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it will be my job to decide what the punishment will be. In making your decision, you must not consider punishment at all. At times during the trial, attorneys made objections. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. These only related to legal questions I had to decide and should not influence your thinking. If I told you not to consider a particular statement that was made during the trial, you must not consider it in your deliberations. Finally, you should consider all the evidence in light of your experience in life. The defendant is charged with committing the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence in El Paso County, Colorado on or about January 27, 2020. The defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. The charges against the defendant are not evidence. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element of a crime has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of that crime. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of that crime. The number of witnesses testifying for or against a certain fact does not, by itself, prove or disprove that fact. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness and the weight to be given the witness's testimony. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. For each witness, consider that person's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while testifying. Consider the witness's ability to observe, the strength of that person's memory, and how that person obtained his or her knowledge. Consider any relationship the witness may have to either side of the case and how each witness might be affected by the verdict. Consider how the testimony of the witness is supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence when you evaluate each witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. A witness qualified as an expert by education, training, or experience may state opinions. You are not bound by the testimony of witnesses who testified as experts. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The weight you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. It is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. The court has taken judicial notice of a certain fact. You may or may not accept that fact as true. It is entirely your decision to determine what weight, if any, shall be given to the evidence. And this is where the 9A goes. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the El Paso County Jail was accepting WebEx meetings on March 20 of 2020.
Ooh.
The defendant's attorney had a WebEx meeting with the defendant on that date around noon. Later that day, Dr. Moore had a conversation with the defendant about Gannon being found in Florida. A fact may be proven by either direct or circumstantial evidence. Under the law, both are acceptable ways to prove something. Neither is necessarily more reliable than the other. Direct evidence is based on firsthand observation of the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow falling might be offered as direct evidence that it had snowed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect. It is based on observations of related facts that may lead you to reach a conclusion about the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow covering the ground might be offered as circumstantial evidence that it had snowed. Members of the jury, you may discuss this case only when you are all present, and you may only deliberate in the jury room. No juror should attempt to discuss this case with other jurors or anyone else at any other time except when all jurors are in the jury room. Once you begin your deliberations, if you have a question, your foreperson should write it on a piece of paper, sign it, and give it to the bailiff, who will bring it to me. The court will then determine the appropriate way to answer the question. However, there may be some questions that, under the law, the court is not permitted to answer. Please do not speculate about what the answer to your question might have been or why the court is not able to answer a particular question. Finally, please be sure to keep the original question and response. Do not destroy them, as they are part of the official record in this case and must be returned to me when you return the instructions and verdict forms at the end of the case. One other caveat to this instruction is that takes time, because I have to reconvene the court, have to bring the lawyers in, we have to discuss the question, what the possible response is. So it's not as quick as the questions that we have when you're asking witnesses. During this trial, you were permitted to submit written questions to witnesses. If a particular question was not asked, do not guess why the question was not asked or what the answer might have been. My decision not to ask a question submitted by a juror is not a reflection on the person asking it, and you should not attach any significance to the failure to ask a question. By making legal rulings on the admissibility of questions, I did not intend to suggest or express any opinion about the question. My decision whether or not to allow a question is based on the applicable rules of evidence and other rules of law, and not on the facts of this particular case. It is my responsibility to assure that all parties receive a fair trial according to the law and rules of evidence. The fact that certain questions were not asked must not affect your consideration of the evidence in any way. Do not give greater weight to questions or answers to questions that are submitted by yourself or your fellow jurors. In making your decision, you must consider all of the evidence that has been presented. In this case, a separate offense is charged against the defendant in each count of the information. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense, and the evidence in the law applicable to each count should be considered separately, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty of one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other offense charged against the defendant. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all of the offenses charged. A crime is committed when the defendant has committed a voluntary act prohibited by law together with a culpable state of mind. A voluntary act means an act performed consciously as a result of effort or determination. Proof of the voluntary act alone is insufficient to prove that the defendant has the required state of mind. The culpable state of mind is as much an element of the crime as the act itself and must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, either by direct or circumstantial evidence. In this case, the applicable states of mind are explained below. The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. These next instructions have to deal with the elements that must be proven for the charges. And it makes more sense once you actually have all of the instructions because it references in instruction 21. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, after deliberation and with intent to cause the death of a person other than herself, caused the death of that person or of another person, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, knowingly caused the death of a child who had not yet attained 12 years of age, and the defendant was in a position of trust with respect to the child, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. The elements of the crime of tampering with a deceased human body are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and acting without legal right or authority, willfully destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered a human body, part of a human body, or human remains with intent to impair its or their appearance or availability in the official proceedings, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with a deceased human body.
Well,
the elements of the crime of tampering with physical evidence are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and acting without legal right or authority, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered physical evidence with intent to impair its verity or availability in the pending or prospective official proceeding, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with physical evidence. In this case, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. The following are the definitions of those words and phrases. Accordingly, you are to use the following definitions where those words and phrases appear in the instructions and define crimes, defenses, special rules, and verdict questions. Cause means that act or failure to act which in natural and probable sequence produced the claimed injury. It is a cause without which the claimed injury would not have been incurred. Homicide means the killing of a person by another. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency, or official authorized to hear evidence under oath, including any magistrate, hearing examiner, commissioner, notary, or other person taking testimony or deposition in any such proceedings. Person, when referring to the victim of a homicide, means a human being who had been born and was alive at the time of the homicidal act. Physical evidence includes any article, object, document, record, or other thing of physical substance. Physical evidence does not include a human body, part of a human body, or human remains. One in a position of trust includes, but is not limited to, any person who is a parent or acting in the place of a parent and charged with any of a parent's rights, duties, or responsibilities concerning a child, including a guardian or someone otherwise responsible for the general supervision of a child's welfare, or a person who is charged with any duty or responsibility for the health, education, welfare, or supervision of a child, including foster care, child care, family care, or institutional care, either independently or through another, no matter how brief, at the time of the unlawful act. The evidence in this case has raised the defense of insanity as a defense to the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of a crime charged. But care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. In addition, diseased or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Similarly, mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychoactive substance. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. The law presumes everyone to be sane. However, after some evidence of insanity is introduced, the burden of proof is upon the people to prove to the satisfaction of the jury, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the crimes charged. In order to meet this burden of proof, the prosecution must disprove, beyond a reasonable doubt, both of the above-numbered conditions. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide that the prosecution has failed to meet this burden of proof, then the prosecution has failed to prove that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the acts, which is an essential element of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. In that event, you must find the defendant not guilty and have the foreperson sign the designated section of Part A of the verdict form to indicate your verdicts. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has met this burden of proof, then the prosecution has proved the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the acts. In that event, your verdicts concerning the charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence must depend upon your determination whether the prosecution has met its burden of proof with respect to the remaining elements of this offense. Instruction 22. Concerning the affirmative defense of insanity, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. Diseased or defective mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions which grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and which are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychopathic substance, except that it does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Moral obliquity refers to an act committed by a person who is capable of distinguishing moral right from moral wrong, but nevertheless acts out a perverse and culpable rejection of prevailing moral standards. Moral obliquity does not include an act committed by a person in a state of mental illness that renders the person incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. Incapable of distinguishing right from wrong refers to cognitive inability due to a mental disease or defect to distinguish right from wrong as measured by a societal standard or morality, even though the person may be aware that the conduct in question is criminal. The phrase incapable of distinguishing right from wrong does not refer to a purely personal and subjective standard of morality. If you find that the defendant, and this question will make more sense once you see the verdict forms. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign Section A of the verdict form for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. If, however, I think that's a typo.
Hey, I don't know what's up with these two over here.
It's supposed to be B.
Tisha and Will.
We'll get to it in just a moment. If, however, you find the defendant not guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree, murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should sign Section A of the verdict form to indicate your verdict of not guilty, and you should also answer the following verdict question in Section B of the verdict form. Did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Answer yes or no. The court reminds you that the prosecution has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each element of the crime charged, including that the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the act. If you decide that the only element of the crime charge that the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the act, you should mark yes in the appropriate place in Section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated form in that section of the verdict form. If you decide that the prosecution has failed to prove any other element beyond a reasonable doubt, you should mark no in the appropriate place in Section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated line in that section of the verdict form. In any trial or hearing in which the mental condition or of the defendant is at issue, witnesses not specially trained in psychiatry or psychology may testify as to their observation of the defendant's actions and conduct, and as to conversations which they have had with her bearing upon her mental condition, and they shall be permitted to give their opinions or conclusions concerning the mental condition of the defendant. This is an information instruction and must have no persuasive bearing on the verdicts you arrive at under the evidence. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, it is the court's duty to commit the defendant to the Department of Human Services until such time as the court determines that the defendant no longer requires hospitalization because she no longer suffers from a mental disease or defect which is likely to cause her to be dangerous to herself, to others, or to the community in the reasonably foreseeable future. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, she will never again be tried on the merits of the criminal charges filed against her. The question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time, may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged. In a few moments, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room, where you will select one of your members to be the foreperson. Your foreperson will preside over your deliberations and shall sign any verdict form and verdict question form that you may agree on, according to the rules that I am about to explain. The verdict for each charge must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and it must be unanimous. In other words, all of you must agree to all parts of it. This requirement applies to any determinations that you make in response to verdict questions which you conclude should be answered. Only one verdict shall be returned signed for each count. The verdict forms, verdict question forms, and these instructions shall remain in the possession of your foreperson until I ask for them in open court. Upon reaching a verdict, and if required by your verdicts, answering any verdict questions, you will inform the bailiff, who in turn will notify me, and you will remain in the jury room until I call you into the courtroom. You will be provided with 4 verdict forms. You will also be provided with 4 verdict question forms with directions that explain under what circumstances you should complete those forms. When you have unanimously agreed upon your verdicts, you will select the option on each form which reflects your verdict, and the foreperson will sign the verdict form as I have stated. Similarly, if you conclude the verdict question should be answered, you will select the option on each verdict question form which reflects your unanimous decision, and the foreperson will sign each verdict question form as I have stated. I will now read to you the verdict and the verdict question forms. You must not draw any inferences based on the order in which I read them. The verdict and verdict question forms you will receive read as follows. Jury verdict count number 1, charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. If you fill out Part A, Roman numeral 1, you are finding the defendant not guilty, and you are finding the issues in favor of the defendant. If you do that, you need to fill out Part B, which asks you the question, if you find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, you should answer the following question. However, if you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, you should leave this section blank. As to the charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? So with respect to each verdict form, you have 3 options. It can be a straight not guilty. It can be guilty. It can be not guilty by reason of insanity. So if you were to find the defendant just straight not guilty, the prosecution had not presented enough evidence to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that charge against the defendant, you would fill it not guilty and be done. If you were to find the defendant or that the prosecution had presented sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was guilty, you could fill it out as guilty. If you find her to be not guilty because she was insane at the time, you need to answer not guilty and answer this question on the back. Verdict form number 2, charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Again, only if you find her not guilty should you consider the question on Part B. As to the charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Verdict form or count number 3. We, the jury, Part A, Roman numeral 1, we, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. Roman numeral 2, we, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. And the same question on the back under Part B. Jury verdict form count number 4, charge of tampering with physical evidence. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, or Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, and the same question on Part B. So let me back for a moment. Double check this.
By the way, guys, this is just jury instructions. You haven't missed out the closing. The closing hasn't started yet. Closing arguments, statements, whatever. I think it's this part here. I think it's almost done. He said it was going to be like 40 minutes.
Let me call your attention back because I may have introduced some confusion.
Oh, Lord.
If you look back in instruction 23, and I said I thought this might be a typographical error, it is not.
Oh shit!
That is an accurate statement.
Start over.
If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation: murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign Section A of the verdict form that for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. That's an accurate statement. What I was thinking about is that it also implicated the insanity provision. But under Section A of each verdict form, you're determining whether she's not guilty or whether she's guilty. So instruction 23 is accurate the way that it was stated and the way that it was read to you. I just didn't want there to be any confusion about that, since I may have introduced some. So what we're going to do is take about a 15-minute recess. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 5 after 10, we should be able to start on time. Again, even though you've gotten the instructions, still can't start deliberating yet. You have to wait. So don't talk to each other about it. Don't talk to anyone else about it. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. We'll see you at 10 after 5 when we come back. My hope is that we will probably go until noon. We might go a little bit longer. So, because it would be better to have all of the arguments together. But again, as I said, I don't want you guys to be sitting there for a really long time either. So I'm just going to have to work that out on the fly. So with that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
Okay. So not bad. Not bad. A little 15-minute break, and then they're going to start the closing. It's not that bad. Not as bad as I thought, And we'll adjust the cameras as we go. Thank you guys so much for riding with me. Thank you guys in the chat. Thank you to the mods, man. Thank you so much. The impact statements, if there are any, is later. And you guys in the chat were saying earlier, I think it's after deliberations, but before the sentencing. I have that right. And I got that from you guys in the chat.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Set up however you want to set up, and just be ready to go when we get back. What I have told both sides is that my intent at this point in time is just to leave the TV on. I suppose there might be a need to switch back and forth between sources. Pardon?
That would just be on your end, though, wouldn't it?
Right. Yeah. So you
Plug in from there.
Oh, so it'd be the same plug then.
Okay.
Yeah. So you just need to tell me what the feed is from. But at this point in time, all of the evidence has been admitted. So I intend to, whatever is up there is going to stay up there until something else gets put up there.
Okay.
So any of this stuff that you want out, you need to move out. This is a suggestion. It is not a firm and direct rule because I don't want to interfere too much with what the attorneys intend to do during closing arguments. I think probably the poster boards are going to be best right there on that corner of the court reporter's table. So if you want to put something up there or hold them up there or prop them up on the table, that's fine. But if you want to do it over there or on the witness stand, I don't care. So I just wanted to let you know. With that, court will be in recess then.
All rise.
Okay, so let me get some of the super chats. So it's a little 15-minute break, right? And I'm gonna have Amy come on at lunchtime because we're gonna have plenty of time. I don't have to get up this time and leave. I can stay hanging with you guys. Amy has like notes, talking points. She's ready to go. I don't think there's. I think we should just wait for the lunch to bring her on because these 15 minutes they pass by so fast, and we're gonna have so much to talk about when we hear. Because the judge said that he's trying to get it so that they don't have to break it apart. The closing statements. So we're gonna probably run a little bit later. Everything works out great. Everything actually worked out perfect today for me, which is kind of there was a whole mess of personal shit last night. Just whatever. But everything worked out. So actually, I'm going to be here. I don't have to get up and leave. So yeah, lunchtime is going to be hot here. Let me get the super chats. And where did I leave off? And also, it looks like they're going to be using the camera, I guess. So I will make some adjustments when they come back. All right, I got Kayla, Libet. I got that. Okay, I think I'm here. Yeah. Sui Mendez, thank you for the super chat. Capital K Productions. Mel, Google Florida attorney missing from bathroom. Lord. Oh, and by the way, we have some people over there too. Christy and Judy. I don't think they can hear me now because so apparently, Christy and Judy. I forget. I think one person's an admin in the Facebook group for Gannon, and then got too much in my head here. Just gone, disappeared. Okay, Christy. Christy is the person I've been talking to on Twitter for a while. Very nice lady. And she put like a little blue tinsel in her hair too in support of Gannon. And she had said that she's in the overflow room. She said it's actually packed over there, guys. So like they actually have an overflow room over there is what I'm being told because there's so many people now. And so that's where she's at. Okay. And then also the Florida attorney missing from bathroom. Florida. One day last week, Steve Causey, a South Florida attorney, got up from his desk to use the bathroom. He never came back to work. It has not been seen since. Police say he was apparently murdered during that bathroom break by a plastic surgeon at the center of a law. Oh, I think I heard about it. I never covered it, but I think I heard about it. It might be a good one to do a trial thing on or something. I don't know when that's happening. We also have to check on that crazy story. I don't want to veer off too much because I could easily veer off all over the place. But some of you guys might remember that story about the grandmother that accidentally killed her grandkids twice on separate occasions. So, and I'm just off the top of my head, and it's actually a Florida story. The first death, mom and dad left their kid at grandma's. Grandma fell asleep. The baby wandered out and drowns, I think, like in a pond or something. Then, literally, like a year later, the other kid, they leave the kid with the grandma, and they usually didn't leave it because I was like, why the hell would you leave after that happened? You would never see my kids again. Well, not seeing, but I'm never leaving you with them unsupervised. But I think the mother had explained that, like, I forgot what the reasoning was, but they didn't do it often. But that one time, like the one time that they did, which is just odd, the other kids with grandma forgets the baby in the car. and starts playing the piano inside or some shit, and the baby dies. Two kids. Now the parents are pissed, and they're trying to press charges on her, and they're gonna go to court and shit like that. It's kind of weird. It's odd. So what I want to do a follow up on that. So that story is wild. We've talked about it like twice. Wendy P, thank you for the super chat, says, and thank you for the 50. That's so kind to you. Thank you, Mel, for covering this trial. Gannon deserves it. Thank you for all you do. Miss y'all. Are the bomb. Best chat in the whole YouTube universe. I like it. Purple Coconut said Florida. I'm shocked. The other thing too with that story with the 2 deaths, I was saying it facetiously, but some people got like upset. But there's like a Florida law. I was saying that you get a pass on killing 1 child. Like you get a child kill pass, but it's actually not that. It's I think if you have an accidental drowning, you get a pass. That's something like they won't charge you, is what I mean, of a child. Florida, I don't know how to look it up. I had it in a video. Florida law on child drowning. I don't know how to pull it up. I'd have to find that video again, but there was some sort of Florida law. They give you a pass with that shit. And then I guess the second one, I don't know, then maybe you get charged. I know accidents happen, but I would think it's considered negligence. No matter how you want to look at it, you should at least be, I don't know. At least. I mean, it depends on the circumstances. Okay. Yvette Dottie, thank you for the super chat. Says, I've been watching the West trial too. Have you? Well, they're not streaming it, but Maven's been doing a great job, Jess. She's been doing a great job covering that. Mystery Maven, right? I thought she changed her name, channel name. Lawyer Mystery Maven, okay. She's been doing a really good job. I haven't watched any of it, but she's been doing all these recaps and short and concise. It's really doing a really good job. I'd recommend to check her out. Virginia Martinez, thank you for the super chat. Says, love your work. Keep it coming. Dulce Vida, thank you for the super chat. The happiest people are usually the saddest. Kelly Van Gulder. Sorry to hear about your father, Mel. Thanks. It's okay. I appreciate it. I've talked about it in the members area. Daisies Forever. Thank you for the 2-month membership. Thank you, Mel, for your patience, humor, and dedication through this trial. Justice for Gannon, Moz. Y'all are great. Thank you. Jessica, thanks for the membership. Blue Eyed Candy. Idea. What about choosing 12 of your members for a mock jury on future trials to poll, etc.? I want to serve for the Idaho 4 case. We had talked about that, I think, during the Murdaugh thing. Doing like a mock jury would be kind of funny. I don't know how we would run it. Well, I mean, I know we could do Streamlabs, but also there's a new option on this thing on Streamlabs that's called Collab that I think I can add like 12 people. I send a link, they click the link and they connect, whether it's their phone or whatever. And I can just plug them all into here. The only thing is, I wonder if they'd be able to hear themselves. We'll have to do a test sometime to see. But I would love to do that. I think that'd be fun sometime. Katera Kitten, thank you for the membership. SW4x4, thanks for the super chat. Justice for Gannon. I have a video. We have time to do that. A little video. Ray, thank you for the membership. Amy L 2022. She's going to be our guest coming on. Amy's been really helpful, insightful, informative, supportive. I hope the prosecution's final words are find Letecia guilty, as she is crazy, not insane. Yo, that would be amazing. Amazing. Oh, and a lot of people, you guys have pointed out in the chat that Letecia's wearing blue. I don't think that's just coincidental, man. I don't think it's coincidental. I think that woman. Flower Power, thank you for the membership. Known Terrestrial, Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Mel, for streaming this trial. This is a great community, and I appreciate you and everyone here. Thank you. Jay Nace, thank you for the super chat. The dude attorney loves a woman who smells and looks like an armpit. Justice for Gannon, thank you for the super chat. Says Justice for Gannon. Lisa Lulu, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Mel. Please hit the like button. It's a great show. Yeah, if you guys could hit like and subscribe, you know, until we cover the next trial, I'll take a little break, but I'm going to be covering little stories here and there. NP, thank you for the super chat. Says she guilty, Mel. Let's get her out of here. Justice for Gannon. I'm so curious how long. I don't think it's going to take long to deliberate. Unless there's one person on there, just one person that's just giving everybody a headache. When I did jury duty one time, we had one person that was like giving us a hard time for a while. And then we walked over to the dark side. Adrian, thank you for the super chat. I would put money that this decision is coming back to the most people said I think between 1 and 2 hours, maybe 3. Somebody said 15 minutes in the chat. Yo, I wonder what's the fastest verdict that's ever happened. Stacy Lynn Blue, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all your coverage on this. It's been quite a ride. Justice for Gannon. Jay Nate, thanks for the super chat. They're just trying to pass level 3 on they just trying to pass level 3 on Candy Crush. So Jay Nate's talking about Cook and Tisha on the computer, and they keep like looking at it, kind of smiling, smirking. I don't know I wonder what they're looking at. Now they're waiting on the help ticket from a friend that will never come. Gravity, thanks for the super chat. Let's lift Landon, Lena, and Al. LL Gannon. We're gonna see what happens. I don't know if they make any statements and stuff like that after. This trial, I think, is in the bag, but I don't know. Maybe bittersweet. Lock this woman up. Nobody believes her shit, and she probably still believes herself. TT Cross, thanks for the super chat. Says polls. Will no one show up to defend her? Affect the jury vote. 2. Will anyone show up to support her for a verdict or sentencing? I don't think anybody's showing up for her. I mean, they didn't even call on anybody family-wise. I don't think there's anybody that's gonna. That would be interesting though, but I don't think there's gonna be anything that changes the outcome of this. I think there are hope, or was this Deborah Lewis, and that failed miserably. Trisha, thank you for the membership. Rumsky 8, thanks for the 2-month membership. Thank you, Mel, mods in chat. Justice for Gannon. Cat C, please give my dear friends Aussie Ali and Turn Back Time. Give them what? Please give my dear friends Aussie Ali and Turn Back Time. They're beautiful people. Justice for Gannon. I love them both. Turn Back Time. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Mel. We love your channels. You're so professional, kind, thoughtful. We're able to get through this because you and your great subscribers and members. Awesome mods. Thank each one of you. Amazing. Love you. Thank you for all the coffee that you sent me. Unbelievable that I haven't even opened it yet because those people delivered the Keurig filter cups to the wrong place. I never even asked for a refund. My neighbor stole it, I guess. I'm going to order one right now so I don't forget. Because I was told that some of those coffees you sent me are really good. I got this from Chick-fil-A, this coffee this morning, but I got a Keurig right there. I shouldn't be doing that. Keurig filter. That shit come today. All right. Okay, let me get the rest while I'm doing that. Cat C, thank you for the super chat. I missed a shout out to them. Okay, yes, shout out to Aussie Ali, and Turn Back Time. Freedom Believer, thank you for the super chat. I usually just watch silently. Thank you for your professionalism. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Freedom. Coming out from the shadows. Lebet. I have 7 grandkids. I just can't imagine. Wow. Lots of kids. Me, you, thank you for it disappeared. Oh, 8-month membership. Wow. Sending so much love to you and Maddie. Thank you. Me, you. Thank you for resubscribing. Thank you for the mod, help, and everything. Candy 8, thank you for the super chat. Whatever happened to Teresa Balboa, Samuel Olson? Remember that one? Why no trial? And congrats on your channel success. Thank you. I don't know. That's a really good question. Let me get the rest of the super chats. I will look that up though before they start.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present.
I'm well.
Okay. Jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And you're good to go?
Yes.
Is your feed going to be prosecution table?
Yes.
Okay. Defense, are you ready to go? And you're going to use his same feed?
I'm going to use the
Podium? Okay. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
So are they going to have 2 different setups? Let me duplicate this in case I need to on the fly change things up. Okay.
It's just over the line. That's better.
Rocky Search 47, thank you for the super chat. It says 1,194 days have passed since we've gathered for the very first search for a little boy we hope would be found playing with friends. Blue lights on every day since. Finally, justice for Gannon. Thank you. Damn, I didn't know there's a lot of counting the days. There's a lot of people that was out there searching. Emily Burr, thank you for the super chat. Off this week on medical leave and spending it here. Amazing. Let me move this up. Duplicate.
And if you're going to use the TVs, it's up to you as to whether you turn the perimeter lights on or off. All rise for the jury, please.
Four boy. Four boy. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. Look at their behavior, man. You know, it's just more than just, oh, we're just doing this shit because it's my job. Look at that smile, Tisha. I've never seen Tisha smile like that before. Wow.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this point in time, we will start with the prosecution's closing argument. Prosecution?
Thanks, Judge.
There you go. There you go.
Been on trial. You guys have sat through a lot of evidence, and you're gonna have to sift through that evidence and sift through the instructions, kind of what we talked about when we're selecting you, and apply the facts of this case to the law that you now have been given. Before I start my closing, I want to just say thank you for that. You guys have been very attentive. I can see that every day. You've asked some very good questions that I'm actually going to use in my closing argument as I go forward here. One of the things about a homicide case that is true and to form in pretty much every homicide case I've done in my career is the case kind of evolves to talk about the defendant. We spend a lot of time talking about the defendant. And then when you add that the defense is insanity, you even spend more time talking about the defendant. I want to come back to Gannon in a little bit. Gannon's been in a box back here for the whole trial. This is what the trial should be about. And I'm not doing this to get sympathy from you. I'm doing this to tell you that what Gannon had to tell you in this trial through the autopsy, all you need to know, that when the defendant did what she did to him, saying at the time she did it,
Good so far.
not only do we know how he was killed and the effort and determination it took to kill him, also know that his body was found in Florida. Body wasn't found in Florida. Do you think we'd be talking about insanity in this trial? It's a pure fact of divine intervention that Macon Ponder happened to be searching that bridge when he did. Remember, he said he searched that bridge every 2 years. Just so happened on March 17th, 2020, out there searching that bridge and he saw that suitcase. Dr. Lewis says it was crazy to drive a suitcase across the country and dump it over a bridge in Florida. Was it really? Think about the divine intervention of Gannon's body even being found to get here to where we're at right now. And the effort and determination that she took to hide his body. We're going to talk about that quite a bit more as I go through my closing. What I'd like to do now is talk about the autopsy and his injuries. I'm not going to show you any pictures. I'm going to tell you that right up front. I'm going to use the diagram. I wonder if we can have the TVs turned on. I can start with that. To describe his injuries, because his injuries are relevant. They're not only relevant to the crimes that she's charged with, the murder counts, but they're relevant to what her state of mind was when she committed those crimes. And so what we have up on the board now is People's Exhibit 144. You heard Dr. Ignacio testify. We showed you pictures of each and every injury that Gannon had to his body. This first diagram in People's Exhibit 144 kind of depicts the stab wounds. It also depicts the gunshot wound to his left chin area. Now, at least the group that I talked to in jury selection, we talked about every day of your life, you were trained to be jurors. That means you're using your common sense to make decisions, just like you're going to have to today when you go back to the deliberation room. Just by looking at these injuries, what does your common sense tell you? Without Dr. Ignacio's testimony, Gannon was defending himself. He was fighting off. Despite having hydrocodone in his system. Made him lethargic. He somehow was able to fight her off. The injuries to his fingers, the injuries to his arms. 18 times. 18 times she took a knife. Stabbed him. The locations of the stab wounds. What does that tell you? Use your common sense. It's not psychotic. It's strategic. The stab wounds are to the chest. As Gannon's fighting, the stab wounds are to his back. But it's not just stab wounds. You know that. He has to use judgment and reflection to get another weapon. What that weapon was, who knows? But she got a weapon and hit him in the skull 4 separate times. Go to the next diagram. I forgot to mention the strategic stab wound to his neck just underneath his ear, which we see in People's Exhibit 145. The diagram doesn't do justice to the skull fracture that she caused to him. And I'm not going to show you pictures, but I think, remember those pictures? Completely obliterated the skull. The amount of force it takes to do that, judgment, reflection. The next exhibit shows the injuries that he had to the top of his head. 4 separate strikes to his head. Wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough for her. So, judgment, reflection, she goes and gets a handgun. She fires that handgun 3 times. I don't know how those bullets stayed in the pillow. We can rack our brain for ages. I don't know how those bullets stayed in that pillow. I don't know that we'll ever know how those bullets stayed in that building. What matters is the bullet that went into Gannon. That bullet matched the gun really she used that was still in the house. She attributed to Quincy Brown using, or Eduardo using, or whatever story of the day it was. Judgment, reflection, location of gunshot wound. Talk about make and ponder a little bit. Because as she drives to Florida, she checks in at about 12:22 in the morning, just after midnight, Candlewood Suites, Pensacola, Florida. Why do they drive all the way from Decatur in one night to get to Florida? Why does she want to get rid of Gannon's body in Florida? Gulf of Mexico. You drive this bridge at night, as Macon Ponder testified to, there's no lights on it. We know that sometime between, well, probably between 4 in the morning to 5 in the morning, she's out there. Look at the location where the body was found with the red arrow on People's Exhibit 63. More importantly, look at the space that she has to park this vehicle. I don't know where the pointer is, but you can
Right
see.
behind you. It's right there on the window.
Okay, thanks. You can see the shoulder here, and there's plenty of room. Why does she park there? Because she can. 4 in the morning, there's no traffic out there.
Judge is wearing
Does she
blue.
think there's water underneath the bridge? Is that illogical thinking as you're crossing a bridge and you can't see anything? You cross a main waterway, the Escambia River, and you continue going until you find a place to stop. She probably had to wait that there was no traffic. Gets rid of the body. Did she ever think the body was going to be found again? Go to the next slide. You see the suitcase underneath the bridge. And as Macon Ponder testified, it was where he and his coworker found it. It was clearly someone who dropped it directly over the bridge. There was an imprint that you remember seeing pictures of, and they ended up dragging it under the bridge, not knowing what the contents were. More importantly, not smelling anything. Why is that important? Harley didn't smell anything. The body had been out here since February 4th. This is now March 17th in Florida heat. They didn't smell anything until the suitcase was open. That lends some credibility to Harley when she says she never smelled or never knew the suitcase was back in the back of the van. Anyway, they dump it out and they see probably the most horrific thing anybody can ever see in their lives, Gannon's body in a fetal position, decomposed, wearing the same clothes that he was wearing January 7th, 2020. She killed him. Pants in a white stripe. Watch the video when they leave. See him wearing sweatpants with a white stripe. Talk about that more later. Let's talk about the law, okay? And as I go through the law, I'm going to later kind of go through the timeline of events. And I would like you to think about the mental states and sanity as I talk about those. So I want to talk about the law first. The first instruction I have up here is the elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation. You will see that most of these elements are not in dispute. That the defendant, not in dispute. In the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, not in dispute. After deliberation and with intent, those are highlighted because those are the culpable mental states that are attached to that crime. Those are the culpable mental states in the insanity definition that we're talking about. So I want to highlight those in a second. To cause the death of a person other than herself, cause the death of a person Gannon. Those are not in dispute either. Number 7 is the issue in the case. That's the insanity defense. I'm going to talk about in a minute. We can go to the next elements. After deliberation, not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Now, some of you, before you came into court, if you've never seen this definition, you're probably thinking about premeditation, where people are planning something out and it takes days to plan out the murder and then they finally do the murder. That's not what that definition says. It's just enough time to have judgment and reflection, to make decisions, to go from grabbing a knife, to go to grabbing some blunt force object, to go to grabbing. Is she exercising judgment and reflection? And it doesn't have to be good judgment. It doesn't have to be bad judgment. It just has to be judgment. Is she making a decision? A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause a specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. I don't want to bet money on it, but I bet you a lawyer wrote that definition. It just means with intent. What was their intent? Did she intend to kill Gannon when she did what she did to Gannon? I would suggest that that's not disputed. We can now go to the next crime, which is murder in the first degree, a child under the age of 12, and the defendant was in a position of trust. Now, the reason why there's 2 counts of murder, there's only 1 victim, is because this is just another theory of first-degree murder. There's several theories of first-degree murder in the law. These are the 2 that are in front of you now, okay? And as you can see, the mental state is what's different, and the age of the victim. And then the defendant has to be in a possession of trust. That's not disputed. She's stepmom. She's obviously acting as Gannon's parent at the time that she. But let's talk about what knowingly is, because that's the culpable mental state with this crime. Person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to circumstance described by statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such a nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. Stab someone 18 times, hit him over the head 4 times. When you shoot at him 3 times, striking him once, I think you might have an idea of what the result might be. I would suggest that that's not in dispute in this case. So let's go to insanity. These words mean a lot. This is not something that you're going to find in the DSM-5. This is not a mental illness. This is a legal definition. These are just like the elements of the crime that we just went through. The reason I say that is because, first of all, I'm going to start at the bottom. It says the law presumes everyone to be sane. There's a presumption of sanity. However, after some evidence of insanity has been presented, the burden of proof shifts to us, and we gladly accept it. Gladly accept it. Now, what does insanity mean? The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if he was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. That's why you heard me ask that question so many times. Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state, the ones we just talked about, that is an essential element of a crime charged. And then the next paragraph means something. Because it says, but care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger. passion growing out of anger. If you lose your temper, you don't get to claim insanity.
Look at her face. You see Tisha's face?
Revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. So you can't lose your temper and come in and say, I lost my temper, I wasn't myself. We're humans. We have emotions. The next part is what's critical. It says, in addition, disease or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested by only repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. We heard a little bit about antisocial personality disorder. Who hasn't been diagnosed with that, but that's the reason why someone who has antisocial personality disorder, they have fun killing people, they lie all the time, they manipulate all the time, they have no empathy, they have no sympathy. Those people don't get to come in and say, I was living insane. Now, what does mental disease or defect mean? This is what the legal definition of mental disease or defect is. And I'm going to leave this up here for quite a while because I'm going to go through all the doctor's testimony here in a second. And I want you to look at that instruction as we talk about what they had to say. But first of all, it has to be a severe word means something. It has to be a severely abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception of understanding of reality and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or drugs. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or other antisocial behavior. So let's talk about that. The word grossly and demonstrably. You think Harley might notice if she had a grossly and demonstrably mental condition? You think she might have shared that with you? You think Al Stauch might have noticed when it says it has to be grossly and demonstrably? He's got to demonstrate it, right? It's not something you snap your fingers and then all of a sudden go into a different personality. What about her brother? Howard. Think he might have noticed it? Let's talk about the doctors. I'm actually going to talk about Dr. Niederhauser first. Dr. Niederhauser was really the first doctor and all the doctors that you heard from to see her. If you recall, she saw her on December 5th, December 13th, 30 minutes each time. Came in and remember the difference between a clinical evaluation and a forensic evaluation? Clinical evaluation. I rely on what the patient says.
What happened? Is that me? Oh, it's them. It's them. Oh. What the hell happened?
Treats her for anxiety. She diagnoses her with general anxiety. I told you to understand that she had general anxiety at the time she's testimony. A lot of people did that came in and testified. That's not a severe and abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception or understanding of reality. We all experience that. In fact, you got to experience her experiencing it on video. In January 29th, 2020, when she's being interviewed, remember at the end of the interview, she had to call the paramedics and she said she was suffering from panic attacks. The paramedics came in and said, your vital signs are not only good, they're exceptionally good. You're breathing fine. Your heart rate's fine. I don't know what the problem is. I think she might have been faking that to get out of the setting. Dr. Niederhauser also tells us that she had no history of inpatient psychiatric treatment, no history other than anxiety of any other diagnosis for mental illnesses. And this is based on what the defendant's telling her. No evidence of psychosis. No reason to put her on an M1 hold. If she was experiencing psychosis in December of 2019, the doctor would have had an obligation to commit her. That's the kind of stuff that talks about severely abnormal mental conditions that affects your vision of reality. It's not there. The other thing about that visit, the timing of that visit, December of 2019. Remember, the whole purpose of that visit is so that she can get a letter to go to her employment because she didn't want to work anymore. The ironic part about it is at the second interview, the defendant tells her, I don't want to work there anymore. But I got a contract, so I need a letter to get out of it. But what else happens right before Gannon is murdered? Goes on a cruise. Goes on a cruise in January. You think that might have something to do with not wanting to go to work based on what you know about her and the statements she's made? Dr. Moore, Christine Moore, she works at the jail. She's a psychologist. She evaluates people who come in who are charged with serious crimes, perhaps their first time in a jail. They evaluate to see if they're a danger to themselves or others. It's a psychological evaluation. She said it was a clinical evaluation. They also want to know if there's any medication they might need. What the defendant tells her is that she has anxiety. I didn't do the crime, not going to be a problem. That was on March 5th, 2020, first day of her visit in the jail. Dr. Moore spent quite a bit of time with her up until January 5th of 2021, seeing her either once every 2 weeks or once every week, depending on what was going on with her. March 20th, she goes to her and says, I just want to see how you're doing. And his body was found ever in Florida. The reason why I'm telling you this is because she doesn't say, hey, Maria Sanchez did it. Or, you know what? I got dissociative identity disorder. You're a psychologist. I need help. Nothing. In fact, she told you there was no evidence during the entire time she spent with her that she had dissociative identity disorder or any other severe mental illness that meets that definition. This was it was a little over a month after the crime, January 27th, March 5th. And then what happens on June 5th, 2020 in the jail? You recall Dr. Moore's testimony. She reviews all the deputies' notes to see what's going on with the defendant at the time, to see how she's doing. And she reviews notes from deputies that say, I'm going to start acting crazy. That's what the defendant says. And then on that very day, June 5th, 2020, she enters a competency issue into the court. That's how we get to the competency evaluations that I'm going to talk about here in a second. The timing of that. Okay, Gannon's body was found on March 17th. She finds out about it on March 20th. You know that she's read the discovery of the police reports in this case, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's entitled to read that. Point is, she's read it. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to start acting crazy. For another defense, no dissociative identity disorder, certainly no Maria Sanchez during her entire time or entire visits with Dr. Moore for that year period of time. The first competency evaluation was done down at the state hospital. You don't pick where she goes. The prosecution, when I say we, We don't pick what doctors do the evaluation. Court orders it, goes to the state hospital. Doctors are chosen, they do an evaluation. What's relevant about this first competency evaluation that takes place on July 20th, 2020 is when she goes to the state hospital, is that they have a 2-week observation period. Her nurses, employees are watching her. He actually goes to a nurse and says, can you tell when someone's faking it? Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray actually, they do a forensic interview with her on August 4th of 2020. Again, now we're in a forensic mode. Now we're not just going to listen to what she has to say. We're going to look at collateral information. We're going to call Al Stauch. We're going to try to call Harley. We're going to try to call family members to see if we can corroborate what she's telling us. So what does she tell them? I've got bipolar disorder.
Oh.
I'm a manic depressant. I ramble.
Oh, shit.
I'm a manic depression. That's my mental illness. Nothing about dissociative identity disorder, which according to Dr. Lewis, she's had it since a very young age. Nothing about Maria Sanchez. Remember Dr. Torres' testimony when she was talking about the competency evaluation? One of the psychological tests that she took had a question about multi-personalities. And the answer led Dr. Torres to ask her, hey, do you have multiple personalities? This is August 4th, 2020. Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres diagnosed her with specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. Talked about that a little bit. Now, does it meet that definition? How do we know if it meets that definition? Her actions. How other people perceive her. Also, Dr. Torres said you, no, it's not a severe mental disease. It's not something that affects her everyday life, that affects her ability to make decisions. No evidence of psychosis during that evaluation either. No history of inpatient treatment during that evaluation. Psychological testing. MMPI-2. Remember that test? What does that test tell you and told Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray? That she exaggerates psychiatric symptoms to the point where even people who are hospitalized for their mental illness don't answer questions that way. You think she might be faking it? Now we go to the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett. Now, remember how Dr. Grimmett became involved in this case? The defense at the time, and it wasn't these defense attorneys, requested that she do the evaluation of the second competency evaluation. We had nothing to do with that. So now this happens on December 22nd, 2020. That's when Dr. Grimmett talks to her. And so I want you to think about how it's progressed now. Now she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder and bipolar disorder. When I say she, the defendant. That's what the defendant is telling Dr. Grimmett. She says she has 4 distinct personalities. None of those 4 were Maria Sanchez. Remember what Dr. Grimmett testified to? That she was, first of all, creating these names. Second of all, like Jasmine was a Disney character. Talked about vampires.
Twilight, bro.
I've seen the movie Twilight. I know I hate admitting that, but I've seen it. And she cited the characters from that movie. And Dr. Grimmett said, wait a minute here. You're just telling me characters from a movie? That's not dissociative identity disorder. But she evaluated her for it because that's what she's telling. Dr. Grimman evaluated her for DID. Said, no, not there. I don't even need any more information. I don't need to rule it out. It's not there. She also diagnosed the defendant with other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. She also told you that it doesn't fit that definition. Jump forward to February of 2022. I don't know when the conversation took place, but at some point before the defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th, 2022, they had a conversation, the counsel had a conversation with Dr. Lewis. Remember, Dr. Lewis testified that I recommended you change your plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. Why is that important? Why did I ask her about that? I think that put a little pressure on her. And she says, I recommend you plead not guilty by reason of insanity, and I'll do the evaluation. Why didn't she do the evaluation right away? Why'd she wait till November? Come out and talk to the defendant. Needless to say, when she pled not guilty by reason of insanity in February, the same process happened as happened when she raised competency. Sent down to the state hospital. The state hospital chooses who's going to do the evaluation. They make a decision on who already knows the case. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray already read all the discovery in this case. They knew the facts of the case. They knew the defendant, but they're doing a different evaluation. As you remember, competency goes to her state of mind at the time they're doing the evaluation. What's her understanding, what's happening in the courtroom, whether or not she can get along with her attorneys, that kind of thing. Insanity is completely different. Insanity, you got to go back, just like the law says, at the time of the crime, what was her mental state? So that's a much broader evaluation. You got to look at everything. So Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray, they also reach out again, call out. They attempt to talk to Harley, family members, to see what's going on with her. But what is the defendant saying now? Gone off of bipolar now. And now she's created more personalities as part of this dissociative identity disorder. Is it just a coincidence that she's consulted with Dr. Lewis prior to all this? Now Maria Sanchez comes into play during this evaluation. Dr. Torres testified, and it's in a report, that she said, there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms to the definition of a mental disease or defect. Pretty powerful language. That's powerful language. No credible evidence. What's also interesting about this evaluation compared to Dr. Lewis's evaluation is they do two interviews, if you remember. One was in March, one was in June. The March interview, I think I couldn't count how many questions, but it wasn't a lot of questions asked. It was the defendant talking. They just let her go. In June, they asked more questions. One of the questions that Dr. Torres asked is, can we talk to Maria? Can we talk to Maria Sanchez? She said, no, Maria just doesn't come out. There's got to be some kind of stressor, or there's got to be a triggering event, which coincidentally is exactly what the DSM-5 says. I can't just summon Maria. You saw on Wednesday how that happened, and it was magic, according to the Dr. Lewis.
Lord.
No severe abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception of understanding of reality. No psychosis, no bipolar. Because remember the first competency evaluation, they said they had to rule it out. They've ruled it out. Bipolar does not exist with this defendant based on Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. They also said no dissociative identity disorder. Didn't have to rule that out. They had enough to say there's no credible evidence. That's not there. They continued on with the diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray came to the conclusion that the defendant was not legally insane at the time of the crime. Let's go to the next slide, which is the credibility instruction. This instruction applies to experts as well. You may believe all the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. This instruction applies to every witness who testifies, including Dr. Lewis. I've got highlighted certain words there. Motive. Didn't see motive in the elements of first-degree murder, but you see it here. Money is a strong motivator. Having shows on HBO, strong motivator. Having your son videotape evaluations on a first-degree murder case that's gotten quite a bit of publicity for perhaps another documentary is motive.
Oh, another documentary perhaps too? Oh, shit.
You're gonna do a documentary if she says, she's saying, sorry, did what I could. Acting. Not as good as, well, not as bad as Robert De Niro, I guess she would say. But she's acting. You also have to look at her demeanor and manner while testifying. Wouldn't answer any of my questions.
Oh, let's get
She
it.
wouldn't answer my questions.
Nothing.
Because she didn't want you to know the answers. She wanted you to know what she wanted to say. She shows up to court late. Talk about narcissistic tendencies. Manner while testifying. I think that speaks for itself, how she testified.
Snapping her.
Especially when you compare Dr. Torres. Obviously she would disagree with my questions. Remember how many times she says it depends to me? She's not our expert. This happens to be the expert that the state hospital chose to come in to do a neutral evaluation. The truth.
Snap it. Like it, man.
Dr. Lewis.
I'll take some pre-workout just for that. Fuck it, yo.
She didn't know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, ladies and gentlemen. The whole reason she came in to testify. I'm not even sure what her opinion is anymore, based on your questions at the end.
Yo, based on the question.
Remember how she answered it?
Mm-hmm.
About the MRI and the EEG that she withdrew? My opinion is ongoing. What does that mean? Does that tell you that her opinion that she was legally insane at the time counts for anything? Because when you think about her report, she does this preliminary report, which was supposed to be an insanity report, 35 days before trial, that says, hey, I need more information. I need an EEG and an MRI done if I'm going to make a decision on insanity. Well, that doesn't happen. MRIs, you take someone to the hospital for 2 hours, you do an MRI, you come back. Never happened. But yet, a few days before trial, she hands over a report saying, I find her legally insane, and that's literally all she says. Don't know what standard of insanity she's using.
One standard of insanity.
What I do know is she didn't get the information that she needed. But you know what information she had? She had a third MMPI-2 test that Dr. Torres told you about, that a Dr. Leach took, that was hired by the defense to do psychological testing based on what Dr. Lewis requested. Guess what the results of that showed? It was the same. Exaggerating psychiatric symptoms to the point where people who are hospitalized for mental illnesses would not answer those questions that way. That didn't seem to matter. I want to talk about the facts of the case. And the reason why I want to do that is because I think it's important for you to look at the defendant's actions before, during, and after she killed. I'm going to start with the video of Gannon's burns.
Oh.
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, we promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. All right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it, okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa, we can sell
That's such.
whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out the house, okay? You got it? You got it? I'm just worried about my. Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow.
Why is that important?
What a
Why is she
bitch.
videotaping an 11-year-old boy who has burns? More importantly, why did she stop videotaping a little boy, Gannon? I think it might be because Gannon said, I'm just worried about my burns. I think that was the purpose of that video. I think that's using judgment and reflection. Now, the hydrocodone. I can't stand here and tell you how that got in the Gannon system. All I can tell you is there's only one person there that could have. Did she give it to him because of the burns? I don't know. But when she gave it to him, do you think that's using judgment and reflection? January 27th. This is actually at 9:46 is when this video was recorded, Monday night. The next morning, January 27th, 2020, at 4:36 in the morning, decision was made for her, or she made the decision to text Nick Hicks saying, my stepfather had just been killed in a car accident, or words to that effect. Ms. Hicks responds later on saying, I'm sorry, please let me know. And I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it memorized. But she says, words to the effect, please let me know if there's anything we can do and when you can come in. She responds back, the defendant does, by saying, why are you being so insensitive? This is a family member that just died on the East Coast. Why is that important? Because that's the theory that Dr. Lewis wants you to believe. The fact that she makes this text about the stepfather is somehow tied to the killing of Gannon. Some years later. It just means she didn't want to go to work that day.
That's all it is. Dr.
Could it
Lewis.
possibly mean that she knew what she was going to do when she said, and tomorrow? And shortly after that, she calls Gannon school, says he's not coming in today. And she texts Al Stauch and says, hey, I'm going to make up an excuse, not go to work, which she does. And Gannon's not going to go to school because of his stomach issues. Judgment, reflection? Then on that same morning at 8:14 and 8:16 a.m., she takes that picture of Gannon in bed. Why did she take a picture of Gannon in bed in his bed? And text it to Gannon's father, Al. Look, Gannon's alive. He's here. He's sick. He's in bed. You heard Al Stauch testify a little bit about Gannon. He has ADHD. Hyper. It's still at 8:14, 8:16. Think he might be lethargic from hydrocodone? Why he's still in bed? Think she wants to prove that he's still alive because she knew how much hydrocodone she gave him? Is that a rational reason to do it? Does that make sense? January 27th at 9:54 a.m. Text Al from her phone. This was your question, by the way. She texts Al from her phone saying, I left my phone at home before she left the house. You think that's an indication that she knew what was going to happen? Is it that far-fetched to think that she knows Gannon had been poisoned and that something might happen to Gannon? Then at 10:12 a.m., they leave in Al's truck. And again, this is the video that you saw that you can see his pants with the white stripe down him when they leave. You see him get into the back seat of the pickup truck, and Stauch gets into the driver's seat. They drive away. What the heck is she doing taking a sick kid out to go shopping for dog clothes? Narcissistic tendencies. Not me. Dogs. They're gone until 2:20 p.m. when they come back. You saw the videos. She drives in the back of the driveway. She's got to back in and then drive back in. Eventually, the truck comes to a stop. They're stopped in that driveway for 39 seconds. What are they talking about in that truck? Doors open. You see the leg drop. You see Gannon beeline right through the garage. You see the defendant go in after. At 2:26 p.m., you see the defendant come out and move the Tiguan from the driveway, back it into the garage. What was the need at that moment to back that Tiguan into the garage? Then you see her come out in the front of the garage, out in front, below the garage door, and look around. Back in the house. This is when the murder happens, ladies and gentlemen. 30, right in that time frame. There's no activity on her phone. And does autopsy. Attacks him with a knife. Good enough. And he fought when he was born. He's fighting now. On 1 pound, 6 ounces. Hit it through that. Coming after him. Goes to get a blunt force object, crush his skull. Not sound like rational thinking, but it's certainly thinking. That's the before and during. Let's talk about a lot to talk about. There's so much to talk about after. She stuffs him in a suitcase. She drags his body to the storage room, opens the large green suitcase, somehow manages to squeeze them in there, gets the blankets off the bed, wraps them up in that, pillows, picks up the shell casings, does something with a knife, does something with a blunt force object. She sticks them into the storage room and throws boxes on them. At 3:11 p.m., Al texted her, said, "Are you sleeping?" No response from the defendant. Lena gets home. She gets to the house about 3:15 p.m. The bus comes by about 3:11 p.m. Doesn't let Lena in the house. She makes Lena stay outside because she's got work to do. Got to clean that bloody mess in that room. Got to hide evidence. Got to tamper with things. Gannon's dad texted him at 3:35. Said, "Hey, buddy. Having no clue what she did to him." No response to that. No one read that text until 7:40 that evening. That was the defendant reading it. 6:27 p.m., the defendant texts Al and says, "Gannon went to a friend's house. He was supposed to be home at 6. He's not home yet." 6:55, she calls 911. You heard that call. How can she do this? How can she talk to Gannon's father like nothing happened? That traits of an antisocial personality disorder, the fact that you can have no sympathy, so cold and callous, and act like nothing happened. And she does it through the whole day. You guys know that. She calls Landon on Gannon's phone a couple times that night. Is that a trait of an antisocial personality disorder? Landon gets a call from Gannon. She knows he's missing, and it's her. Next morning, January 28, 2020, at 6:22 a.m., you see the T-Bone leave. It's gone for 10 minutes. What's she doing? Is it beyond the realm of possibility that she's doing a practice run to see if anybody's watching her? She's about to move the body. Is that beyond the realm of common sense? She again comes back, backs into the garage. Heard evidence that she never backed that T1 in the back of the garage until that day. They leave. When I say they, Bandit and Gannon's body. Go to the airport. Leave the house at 8:13 a.m. They get to the airport about 8:30 a.m. She's made the decision to rent another car. She even left the house. Is that evidence of psychosis? Or is that evidence of thinking things through? I'm going to leave Gannon's body in the back of that T1 at the airport. We're going to pick up a car. Al's didn't care because we don't want to put mileage on my leased vehicle. Al gets off the airplane. He's just worried about Gannon. Where's my son? You think at that moment he cared that she rented a car? But she made a big deal about, hey, I don't want to put miles on my T1. She never searched for Gannon anymore. They go to the interview at Starbucks at approximately 1:30 that afternoon. They have that interview, you heard it. After that interview, she disappears. She takes the rental car and it's gone that afternoon. No one knows where she's at. We do. Is that Life 360 app? We got her going back to the airport at 4:41 p.m. We have a parking ticket that was found inside the white Kia rental car that says she went into the airport at 4:41 p.m. Now, she must have got out of there quickly because she never had to get another ticket when she left. But we know from Life 360, and we know from the telematics on the Tiguan that the Tiguan didn't leave. And she leaves the airport shortly after that. What is she doing at the airport? Is it that crazy to think that she's checking on Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan? That sound like someone doesn't know right from wrong? That sound like someone who's trying to get away with something. At some point that afternoon, as Al Stauch is out looking for his son, he goes to French elementary school. And he goes there because his wife, the defendant, says, I left the Tiguan there. That's a critical moment in the investigation because when he sees the Tiguan is not there, he now knows that his wife had something to do with the disappearance of Gannon. And the investigation starts to look at her. Because he has a second interview that night, he tells the police, I didn't think much about that rental car until I went to French Elementary and I didn't see the Tiguan there like she told me it was. At 5:25 p.m. that night on the 28th, she tells Al Stauch, you need to get an attorney. Seven p.m. she returns back to the airport. She parks that white Kia in short-term parking, keeps the keys, and drives off in the Tiguan and exits the airport at 7:03 p.m., very close to that time. Got the ticket. You've got the ticket. We got the telematics and know exactly where she goes. Got the text messages between her and Harley. Clearly show that she's manipulating Harley, her own daughter. Don't let the police in. Don't talk to the police. The pizza guy? All right, you can let the pizza guy in. If she's manipulating Harley, do you think she's manipulating Gannon? Do you think she's manipulating Lena? Do you think that's manipulation, the video you just saw?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to sell stuff because the lady's going to be upset with this, the owner of the house.
That's disgusting. It's so shitty what she did. A piece of shit. She probably did that all the time too.
Goes to the S-curve in Palmer Lake. You know that at 9:23 p.m. She's there for at least 5 minutes. We don't know why actually she's there. We know that the board was found there sometime in mid-February when we started searching there based on the information we had from her Life 360 and the telematics. We know that board had Gannon's blood on it. DNA matched it. Why is she going out to hide the body there? I don't know. Probably because it's a good location. She can't keep it in the Tiguan. She know right from wrong? At 12 a.m., 28th into the 29th, Harley drives out to her employment to pick her up. They leave the Tiguan there overnight. This whole time while she's missing and dumping Dan's body up in Palmer Lake, Detective Bethel is trying to get her to come in for an interview. Remember that? Al Stauch's trying to call her to get in for an interview. Her phone's on airplane. The next morning, Harley drives her to the airport. They drop off the keys to the Kia. When I say drop it off, they threw the keys to the Kia to an attendant, left. That rational thinking? Is that someone who didn't want to get caught? Text at 10:25 a.m. on the 29th. I'm on my way to Detective Bethel. The interview. Takes her over an hour and a half to get there. We know that the car is washed on the way. You saw photos of the water dripping off of it when she gets there. The interview she gives, you watched it. I'm not going to get into all the details. I just want to emphasize that she plants seeds. The suitcase is critical. Who says that? I think it was Eduardo at this time. Eduardo also took a suitcase when he took Gannon. She knows where the suitcase is at up in Palmer Lake. On January 30th, 2020, her family shows up, Dakota Lowry, Brenda Awkward, and Deborah Locklear, her mother. Flying to Denver, they rent that Nissan Altima and drive down to Colorado Springs. They pick them up, take them to the extended stay suites hotel. The next morning, they rent that van, Brenda Awkward does, to collect their stuff at the house. They get her suitcase, including that red or pink suitcase that we recover in South Carolina that has blood on it that happens to match Gannon, with a blanket inside it that happens to match Gannon. Pretty strong evidence. You got blood of the victim that you just killed with you when you're arrested on March 2nd. But what happens after they load things up? We know the suitcase was not there because the police were checking everything that came out of that house. We also know what Dakota said about when they exchanged vans, that he saw that very same green suitcase that was under the bridge that day, and she says she had softball equipment in it. But when she gives the interview with the KKTV reporter at 12:10 p.m., well, let's just look at her words. What are her words? We can play this video.
Play this shit. Down, play it. This was Spencer, the reporter, I think. Yeah.
You are?
I am Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car. I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind, and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario, and you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house, and we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids we have to remind them and things like that, and that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, "Are you okay?" And such a kind heart. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens, because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
What we just heard there, that evidence that she might have some antisocial trait. Calmly talk about that to a news reporter. She's done. I failed to mention Amanda Van Nest, who was the same nurse who examined her for injuries based on what she was telling people. First interview that she was raped, and she examined her head and found no injuries. But what else did she do? She also told you about M1 holds. And if she would have noticed anything that would require her to have a doctor examine her for an M1 hold, she would have done it. No evidence of mental disease. No evidence of psychosis. And this is the 29th, 2 days after she killed him. We know that a GPS tracker was later placed on that Nissan Altima, and you know where she went when she disappeared for 2 hours and told her family that she was going to a pet store. Got her right back at the Isker. She picks up Gannon's body, puts him in the trunk of that Nissan Altima, leaves the board out there, later found. Drives back to the hotel after she goes and gets some more dog outfits. And when she gets back to the extended stay suites, she's got to move Gannon's body from the trunk to the van that Brenda Awkward rented earlier that day. We know that had to happen because of Dakota Lowry's testimony. Her and Dakota go to the budget rental van place the next morning, February 1st, and they've got to move all the suitcases from one van to another. That's when he sees the green suitcase, knew something was suspicious about it. You saw his reaction. Had to get on a witness stand. He got subpoenaed here to come here. I think he felt manipulated by this defendant. You know the rest of the story. She drives across country with Harley. She's using the Ford Motor Company to check into hotels. They got a little scheme you saw in video. Harley would go in with the dogs. She'd check in as one person. All rational thinking. It's also by social personality traits, perhaps. They drive all the way to Florida. They get there February 4th. Another divine intervention. The power up at 4:36 in the morning in between the hotel and where Gannon's body is found. Every 24 or 25 hours it happens. It happens at that moment. That tells you that van is on the move in the middle of the night. Tells you she dumped Gannon's body that night or the early morning hours of February 4th. I'm going to go through fast now because I've been talking way too long. I want to talk about the pretext phone calls. You know all the stories. I'm not going to get into the details. Eduardo, immunity, Quincy Brown, several different versions of that. Bike accident, Uncle Matt. One that significant, and she says, I'm so sorry, Al, for lying to you. I'm going to tell you the truth. I wasn't in the car when I left Petco. It wasn't in the truck. Fake pregnant lady with cash. She's laundering money. She's arrested on March 2nd, 2020. She comes up with a story of now how it's Angel, the babysitter, who did it. Suitcase with Gannon's blood found on her. We've got all the searches on her phone that I'm not going to go through. You just saw it a few days ago. But what I'd like to talk about is what people who are truly legally insane do under these circumstances. Because there are people who are truly legally insane, ladies and gentlemen. They don't act like that. If they don't have the capacity to know right from wrong, they're not going to hide the body. They're going to act like nothing happened. They may even do the crime if someone's there watching them because they don't know that it's wrong. Do you think she would have done this to Gannon if anyone was in the room with her? Of course not. They also don't lie. There's no reason to lie because they don't think it's wrong. So they come in and they say things like, my God, I heard a voice that I thought was the devil. And the devil made me do this. I had no choice. Why are you even talking to me about it? That's what we're talking about when we talk about a severe mental disease or defect. When we're talking about the capacity to form the intent or the capacity to use judgment and reflection, I'm going to refer you back to Mice and Men, the book. I read that a long time ago, but I still remember it. It's about George and Lenny during the Depression. And George is a smart one. Lenny has some severe mental illnesses. Lenny likes to pet rabbits. He's such a big guy that he doesn't even know his own strength. So he would pet rabbits to the point where he would kill them. That's what we're talking about when you don't have the capacity to form the intent to kill because the mental illness doesn't allow you to. We're not talking about someone who makes choices to get weapons to kill with. I appreciate your patience. I know I've talked a long time here, much longer than I thought, and I apologize for that. There's only one right verdict in this case. That's guilty to each and every charge that she's charged with. First degree murder after deliberation, first degree murder child under the age of 12, tampering with the deceased body, and tampering with physical evidence.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
Can we switch over?
Yeah, I did.
I will.
The
It's no point in starting. They might as well do lunch or something so they don't have to break.
oh, whoops, wrong one.
Or they're gonna
Sorry.
do it.
My bad.
Well, unless they gotta go all the way through. Fuck it.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
The one thing they cannot answer, because there is no answer, is motive.
Oh,
Motive for why this happened. Motive how we can go from this picture on a hike up at Garden of the Gods, loving, kind, to less than 24 hours later. Brutal rage, 18 stab wounds, 4 blunt force trauma, shot. This wasn't a pre-planned, calculated killing for some gain. This was a psychotic break fueled by rage, attacking a demon from the past. They cannot come up with a motive because there is no motive that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. They have tried. They have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours trying to come up with one. They've gone through phones. They have gone through iCloud accounts. They have gone through Facebook messages. They've interviewed everybody who they could possibly think of to try to find some motive. None of what they have done in this, the biggest investigation in the history of El Paso County, has come up with a motive. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said that she ever had a problem with Gannon. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said she was ever mean to Gannon. No one who they've ever interviewed or come across anything has said she's ever done anything wrong to Gannon until that horrible day when this happens. That is the evidence, and the most strong evidence to know this was not premeditated murder. This is a psychotic break. That is the only thing that makes sense. And when you can pull yourself back and peel back the layers of the anger over the act, at the anger over the deceit in which it happened, at the anger over Gannon's body being driven all the way to Florida, when we take those emotions back and we try to look at this rationally, the only thing that possibly makes sense is a psychotic break. There is no other rational explanation to understand why this happened other than that. He was a special needs teacher, elementary needs teacher. That's what she'd been her entire life, working with kids with special needs. She was a mother to Harley, did everything she possibly could for Harley. She was a wife to Al. She was tried to be the best stepmother she could be to these kids. So much so that she was left with the kids for very long periods of time. In the months preceding this, when Al had gone up to Alaska, he had left his 2 kids in her care. He was gone. We were about as far across the country as you could possibly get. And based upon his relationship with her, based upon him seeing her as a loving stepmom, felt comfortable leaving his children with her alone in South Carolina. And he did that because he knew her and he saw her and he saw that relationship she had with Gannon, and he felt comfortable based upon what he had seen with her. And he felt comfortable enough that when this was going on, he felt comfortable enough to leave to go to Oklahoma. Because what he had seen and what this photo shows is they had a loving relationship together until the evidence shows that she had a psychotic break. That something, mental illness from her past, got triggered, and there was a temporary period of psychosis. That's the only rational explanation that had been presented. And there is nothing else they can come up with as far as motive. Ladies and gentlemen, does it make sense? that she may have Google searched, maybe moving to Florida? Yeah. People have problems in marriages. Do people fantasize some about getting out by Googling stuff? But how would brutally murdering Gannon, how would stabbing him 18 different times facilitate that move? It wasn't. There's no rational basis behind the murder other than psychosis. The fact that she may have years before at some point in time done one Google search out of thousands saying, I don't like my stepson. That's not what I see there in that picture. That's not what I see there going on in the days leading up to this horrible tragedy. What it does seem to indicate, ladies and gentlemen, if we start looking at this time frame, looking at the reliable evidence that we have in front of us, is that somehow that fire set off some type of trigger. Maybe some type of trigger that had been disassociated long ago.
Oh, God.
But we have her starting meltdown right after this fire. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lewis used the term wacky a lot, maybe not the most scientific term, but when something seems irrational, when something doesn't seem to make sense, we have to consider mental illness. We have to consider possible psychosis. I would say that video that you heard up there, listen to the tenor of her voice, listen to what she is saying. She says, I'm freaked out, and when you listen to her voice, she is freaked out. And she's saying irrational stuff like, we're going to have to sell the sofa. Stuff like that to Gannon. That makes no sense there
It does.
whatsoever.
It does. These people are
And
so
then, importantly,
ridiculous.
ladies and gentlemen, we also see mania starting to settle in when we start looking at these timelines specifically. Be up there, they're texting back and forth, 10:15, Harley comes home, 10:24, 11:30, she's still talking to Al.
I can't believe this guy really said that shit with a straight face.
.248, she's texting Al. 4:36, texting the school saying that her stepfather passed away. Her stepfather who had abused her was not, and you heard it from Dr. Torres at the state hospital, they are not doubting or disputing the abuse that she suffered growing up. And that's from Dr. Torres, who had investigated this, who had medical record provided, who had family members provided, who interviewed other family members, and she says the state hospital is not disputing the horrible trauma that she grew up with. And the person who she had suffered that horrible trauma from, that's who she calls and says dies at 4:36 in the morning. What is more important by this, ladies and gentlemen, important to look at, what is also that we see, what is she not doing? She's not sleeping. She is manic at this point in time. She is texting throughout the night, 2:48, 4:36, 4:36 again, 5:03, 5:49, 7:32. She is up the entire night. The text messages back and forth. Harley leaves for work. Other conversations are going on. And then they go up to Petco. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Young has tried to insinuate that all of this was some type of big preconceived plan, that she had made some decision earlier on at that point in time that she was going to kill Gannon. Ladies and gentlemen, does that make any sense? If she had decided at that point, early in the day, when everybody else leaves, Harley's left for work, she's just there alone with Gannon by herself. If there was a decision that was made that for some reason they cannot explain that she was going to brutally murder him, why is she taking him in the car and going up to Petco to buy Valentine's Day outfits for the dogs? That makes absolutely no sense why she would push back a timeline to just an hour or so before Lena got home, for some reason, unbeknownst to anybody, commit this brutally horrific act. Mr. Young tried to comment a lot about the hydrocodone. Be very careful when they try to put facts in their opinion or what they would like them to be, that was not provided by any of the witness testimony. Dr. Ignacio testified that there was hydrocodone in the system. She never made any assertions about how much, whether it was a dangerous level, whether it was inappropriate, whether it would have been affecting him whatsoever that way. All she said is, this was a tox screen, this came back. That's Mr. Young's opinion that somehow this was an overdose of hydrocodone, but there was no evidence of that by their expert. And there is no basis that would be for a brutal, horrible attack on a young 11-year-old boy that she'd just been hiking with up there 24 hours earlier. Something is going on in her mind. Something is there losing it. And something horrible occurs in the basement where there is a brutal attack. The brutality of the attack, ladies and gentlemen, I would say is the strongest evidence in this entire case.
Really?
Of a psychotic break. That type of violence wouldn't be needed to kill an 11-year-old boy. Gannon weighed 80, 85 pounds. An 11-year-old kid, not the biggest 11-year-old kid, not the strongest 11-year-old kid. Fun, nice kid. Like to put, what do we know about him? He likes to play a lot of video games, but not needing this type of brutal, horrific rage to kill him. And there is no other, again, explanation other than the psychotic break. Lena then comes home, and ladies and gentlemen, look on that video. Lena wasn't pushed outside. Lena wasn't allowed. Lena came in the house. She's in that house for about 10, 15 minutes. And then she goes out and gets on her bike and leaves. The idea that Lena was never allowed in the house is a fantasy that is not supported by the evidence, that is not supported by any of the videos. Okay, that is Mr. Young's opinion. But look at that video. You see her going in the house. You then see about an hour later, Harley come into the house. And we know that Harley came in the house, and Harley actually went down in the basement. Why do we know that? Because she changes out of her uniform before going to the dollar store. So there is nothing in there that these kids were kept out of this house, and there is nothing to indicate that this was pre-planned that would keep this type of information away from them. What is going on in her head? We don't know. But here's the important thing, and here's what Mr. Young is trying to do. He is trying to introduce antisocial personality disorder into this. Because I would state to you, ladies and gentlemen, there are only two things that account for her actions at this point in time, for the remainder of this day and the days preceding, is either disassociation, where she has put that memory of this brutal attack of what she did to Gannon someplace that she doesn't have access to, and she doesn't understand what's going on or where Gannon is, or what she had done to him, or antisocial personality, or that she's some type of psychopath. Mr. Young, remember back to Dr. Torres, tried to interject many times with Dr. Torres the possibility of antisocial personality disorder, and Dr. Torres was firm. No, she does not meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder. One, there's no past criminality with her. That's an element that you need for antisocial personality disorder. Other people with antisocial personality are unempathetic to people and don't care about people. Again, for her entire career, she was a special needs teacher, teaching kids, helping kids who have disabilities. Through her whole life, that had been her career. That is not a psychopath with antisocial personality disorder. That it could be somebody with a dissociative disorder, either DID or borderline personality disorder with dissociative features, who has kept horrible trauma in her past behind her and is trying to make the lives of kids with special needs better for them. That is somebody with empathy who does that whole thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you the strongest evidence of disassociation going on here. Look at the body-worn camera of the sheriffs when they come in that night looking for Gannon. The most horrible, brutal attack has happened before there. Gannon is in the house in the suitcase. It has all been recently covered up. She's there with her daughter. She's there with Lena. And she's acting and presenting herself to these police, laughing, joking, being incredibly friendly just after this has happened. because at that point in time, she has disassociated the horrible act that she has committed. There is no other logical explanation for how that she is doing that. And when you go back and look at these timelines, ladies and gentlemen, look and go through them. What is really important during this whole time, she is not sleeping at all. For the whole time here that this is all going on, you see activity going on her phone or things that she's doing all through the night. She is in a manic situation and her mind is not working. Again, we heard Dr. Lewis talk about irrational things that she is doing that doesn't make any sense. Ladies and gentlemen, it makes no sense for somebody who is pre-planned for whatever reason, whatever motive, to brutally kill Gannon, to then report him missing right away, and then in a matter of 3 days later, go into the police with a completely illogical, incoherent story. You've heard different witnesses. Ms. Stauch was an intelligent, above average intelligence woman, a smart woman, everything like that. To go in only 2 days later and sit down with the police and come up with the ridiculous story of Eduardo is not the actions of a sane, rational person. It is irrational belief. Even children know. If you keep saying different stories, you're not going to be believed. Even looking back at the little boy who cried wolf, which we teach children,
God.
if you keep making up things, then you're not going to believe. She changes her story, not only completely different, not only with no explanation as to really why she had made up the prior story to one that she is changing now, but comes up with this ridiculous thing that she met this Eduardo, that he was just going to come over and fix the carpet for free. She's not even planning on paying him, that somehow he is in the garage when they get there, that he then takes her down into the basement and rapes her for an hour, and that he takes Gannon in a suitcase and leads out of the home. That are not the actions of somebody who is sane and logical. That is completely irrational to believe that that kind of thing could possibly be believed. Her actions, I would say, continue to be irrational. She keeps changing her story. She keeps giving different accounts. Gannon is placed in the suitcase, driven all the way to Florida. She goes through Louisiana. She goes through all kinds of East Texas, all kinds of places where people are not around, deserted areas, long areas of desolation, many places where that suitcase could have been hidden and never been found. And she goes all the way to Pensacola, Florida, and drops it off on a dry space under a bridge right near a major city. That's not the actions of somebody who is rational, who is trying to hide that away. She then goes to South Carolina, and you can look at the Google searches that she performs in South Carolina. Face transplant near me. Like she's Googling for a McDonald's or a restaurant that's very close to her. That's just going to pop up, that she's going to go over there and get an entire face plant to change the way she looks. Those are not the actions of a sane and rational person. Those are the actions of somebody that is delusional. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say all of these pretext phone calls with Al are the actions of somebody who is delusional. Listen, go back and listen. Listen to those February 14th phone calls between her and Al. Listen to how her voice and tenor changes between phone calls. Listen to how her emotions switch rapidly during the phone calls with Al, and her stories switch rapidly that no sane, rational person of overintelligence could possibly expect anybody to believe. She is freaking out, and she is delusional in the thought that anybody is going to believe all the different variations that she's trying to sell them. None of that is rational. None of that makes sense. And so again, what then we're brought back to is why. What was going on? What preceded this? And looking, it's going to end up in the mental health experts. And I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis.
Oh.
She is 85 years old.
Oh, shit. Oh.
She has been doing research, treating, evaluating people with serious mental illness for over 60 years. She is one of the foremost experts in the country on dissociative identity disorder. She has been published in peer-reviewed journals well over 100 times. Things that educates other psychiatrists and things that educates other doctors, she has authored and produced. She has done, she has the HBO documentary. They don't go just to quacks to do an HBO documentary. They went and they did a documentary on her because she was groundbreaking in her field. Has she consulted on other stuff with Robert De Niro and so forth? Yes. Not because she's a quack, because she has explored and she knows more about this subject than almost anybody else in the country. Has she, in her age, some of the details, the minute things in the discovery get lost a little bit in her memory? They do. And you saw that up on the stand when she was testifying, and I'm not disputing that.
Throw her under the bus.
What she has is the decades and decades of experience with this, the decades and decades of dealing with people with severe mental illness who commit heinous acts. She has that experience to rely upon, and she had 14 hours of interviews with Ms. Stauch to talk with her, to base her opinion. She had notes from family members, other types of things to show this, and in her expert opinion, is legally insane. She wanted the EEG and the MRI to possibly know if there was also organic brain damage going on here. There was some type of brain trauma that was contributing to the mental illness of Ms. Stauch. What you heard at the end is she did not need those type of things to make the diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, which she was confident on and she believes upon. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you, do not discount her decades of experience. Do not discount her expertise, okay? The acting that, a woman who has pioneered this, a woman who has made her life on this, a woman who has been peer-reviewed over hundreds of times in different articles on this subject, is willing to throw that all away to come down here at a substantially reduced fee to testify is ludicrous and it's insulting. They pay their experts just the same as we do, okay? Then that's why I asked their blood spatter expert, his fees. It wasn't acting like there was anything wrong with that. It's just to show both sides hire experts, both sides pay experts. Just because the expert isn't getting paid doesn't mean that they are money-grubbing liars, okay? Experts in this type of thing, to come and testify, they charge money, they charge a fee. She actually reduced her normal fee to come down and to help with Ms. Stauch and to do this evaluation. And what did she tell you, ladies and gentlemen? Ms. Stauch, of all the hundreds and hundreds of different mentally ill people that she has ever dealt with, is one of the most mentally ill persons that she's ever dealt with. And what else is she saying? I think this is key. Pay very close attention. She's not endorsing that it was definitely Maria that did this. She's not endorsing how Maria is saying this happened. What is she saying? Ms. Stauch has, in her opinion, more than likely disassociated the memory of the homicide because she can't bear to deal with it. That was actually a very good question by Mr. Young on it. And I think there's a lot of validity to that. Ms. Stauch accepting the idea that she committed this brutal, horrible homicide in the manner that was done, smashing that 11-year-old's head in, cannot deal with it. To accept that fact in her mind would crush her, would crush her soul, would crush her identity. And so she has come up with all of these delusional fantasies, trying to come up with some other thing that may have happened. And listen to her voice, listen to the tenor when she's describing that. When she's hoping, when she's talking to Dr. Lewis, I can't remember if it's Dr. Lewis or Dr. Torres, about the different versions she's given, that she was coming up into her mind, hoping and believing it was somebody other than her who did this. The facts, ladies, and we're not disputing that, ladies and gentlemen, it was her. But she was not in her right mind when she did it. And you heard Dr. Lewis state that. And you can look at the evidence and you can look at the other things that go around to realize that is the only reasonable, rational conclusion as to how this horrible thing happened was a psychotic break. Was a psychotic break. Dakota Lowry, who when he finally realized that his older half-sister actually did this, the first thing that came into his mind, based upon what he knew of his half-sister, was there had to be some type of psychotic break that had happened. That there could be no other explanation as to why it did it, and those are people that knew her and that have grown up with her. I also want to talk a lot, or some, about Dr. Torres. And it is what is important, ladies and gentlemen, to know with both Dr. Torres, Dr. Gray, and Dr. Grimmett is none of the experts that you have heard from that did any type of evaluation think that there's no mental illness going on here. Okay? They all agree there's some type of mental illness. They just disagree over what to call that mental illness. We have Grimmett and Torres and Gray diagnosing her with borderline personality disorder, which is a significant mental illness, which, as you said, comes from right on the border between full-blown psychosis and a neurosis. Okay, it's the most serious of all the personality disorder, and it's so serious because there are such prominent features of psychosis that go along with it. Psychosis where people hallucinate, psychosis where people become delusional, psychosis where people stop becoming irrational. All of that stuff can come and go in people with borderline personality disorder. And it comes and goes according to DSM-5, according to Dr. Torres, according to Dr. Grimmett, when people with borderline personality disorder start to experience high stress. That is why Dr. Niederhauser was important. It was not because Dr. Niederhauser made any type of diagnosis or anything with that, but she came to Dr. Niederhauser because he was experiencing high stress and high anxiety that was causing her be unable to perform at work. The stress and all of that was mounting. You can look at her Google searches. The Google searches leading up to this. For whatever reason, her stress in life was becoming overwhelming. She felt underappreciated. She felt like running away. She felt like leaving. She felt like this was all too much on her plate, that there was nobody there to help her. And you heard from Dr. Torres about how people with borderline personality disorder feel stress much different than everybody else. Things that would not be normal stressors for all of us can become extremely stressful for somebody with borderline personality disorder. And the other thing that was important that Dr. Torres, we talked about quite a bit, is it is a lot of the same things, the same type of horrible childhood trauma, the type of trauma where you have one parent who is molesting you and another parent who won't do a damn thing about it, that can cause either dissociative identity disorder or borderline personality disorder. They both come from the exact same of environment that Dr. Torres said Ms. Stauch grew up in. That type of environment is what can cause people to have borderline personality disorder, which then under periods of stress and anxiety can become psychotic. And I think one of the other things, and I think is something to look in, and it's something I want you guys to think about when you go back in that jury room, is something that Dakota Lowry said at the end. We don't know exactly all the intricacies of the trauma, of the abuse that Ms. Stauch suffered. We don't. Some of that she knows about, some of that she's come to remember, some of that is locked away, some of that is hidden by other family members who don't want to admit it. But what did Dakota talk about when he was a kid and after his stepdad has died and his mom had moved on to another abusive alcoholic in the home and Ms. Stauch would come visit him? What would she do? She would leave him with knives to protect himself from something or someone. And the fact you can draw that Ms. Stauch sometimes as a kid going through that trauma, either had to protect herself with knives or fantasized about having a knife to protect her. And then you have the connection between Gannon being stabbed 18 times with a knife. Some of these things are hidden. Some of these things are hard to look at, but there is that association there between what we can assume was some of the childhood trauma that Ms. Stauch suffered, how she dealt with it, and how this horrible thing happened to Gannon. And I understand that Dr. Torres didn't think she was insane, but you can't discount the fact that Dr. Torres readily admitted borderline personality disorder can be a serious mental illness. People with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychosis. People with borderline personality can become irrational. People with borderline personality disorder can disassociate things that the whole person cannot deal with. And that disassociation explains all of these crazy cockamamie lies. It is a fantasy on Ms. Stauch to try to explain this horrible action that she cannot rectify in her home with. And whether you call it borderline, whether you call it DID, I think Dr. Lewis was correct. That is not necessarily the important thing. What the important thing is look at the facts overall and realize this must have been some type of psychotic action going on, because normal people, mentally healthy normal people, don't one day go on a hike, take smiling photos, and the next day stab a kid 18 times for no apparent reason. And no matter how much Mr. Young would like her to be antisocial personality disorder, and he would like that because that takes insanity off the table, none of the evaluators ever have diagnosed her with antisocial personality disorder. None of the diagnoses ever have even had the rule out antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality disorder is something that is always considered at the state hospital, but there are criteria, and she did not meet it. No matter how many times in different ways Mr. Young tried to act, asked Dr. Torres about it, she was firm and said, no, that is not the diagnosis that we have given her. That's not the diagnosis that Dr. Gray gave her. It's not the diagnosis that Dr. Grimmick gave her, and it's really not the diagnosis that Dr. Lewis gave her. So all the antisocial personality disorder talk is a smokescreen. And when you take the antisocial personality this off, the only thing that explains her conduct afterwards is disassociation, is disassociating from the horrible thing that she has done, and she's trying somehow to fix this or to get out of it. The other thing that I want to talk to you, and it's important, that was very apparent with Dr. Torres, Mr. Young would like you to believe that the only time somebody is legal insane if they commit the crime and they just stay there saying, yep, it was me, I did it for these reasons. Dr. Torres and the jury instructions from the court state somebody cannot know right from wrong, but still recognize that their conduct was criminal when it occurred. And so you heard from Dr. Torres, just because somebody in a state of psychosis, in a state of insanity, commits a horrible murder and then tries to cover it up, the covering up of the murder does not preclude insanity. And she talked about how there are cases that she has had where somebody was insane who then tried to cover up the acts that they have done because they didn't want to suffer the criminal repercussions. They are not mutually exclusive. That's not coming from me. That's coming from the instructions that you have from the court. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been above and beyond in this. And we are very grateful for the time that you guys have given us, the thought that you guys have put all into this, the sacrifice in your lives that you have made through this long trial. I'm not going to rehash every detail on here. You guys know it. You guys understand it. You guys have heard the experts. You guys can put all this stuff in there together. We are asking you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. We're not saying set her free. We're not saying let her go. We're not saying don't hold her responsible. We're saying for you to take into account the mental illness that she suffered and send her down to CMHIP, where you see how it is down at CMHIP during those interviews with Dr. Torres, where she's shackled fully, where there's constraints, where it's a locked facility, and that's where Dr. Torres told you, if you find her not guilty by reason of insanity, that's where she is going, where there is repercussions, but there is also treatment for the mental illness that she has suffered from her entire life. The other thing that is important, I just want you guys to remember, is the burden of proof. It's not whether you decide, oh, I think that she was psychotic at the time, is have they presented enough evidence before you that you can say, without a doubt, there is no way psychosis was involved here. Have they completely disregarded that? Have they completely wiped it out? And I, ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you with all the different doctors diagnosing with some serious mental health illness, with their witnesses they called diagnosing with a mental illness that has transient periods of psychosis, when psychosis appearing to be the only rational explanation, when no other motive for this horrible thing, with the overkill that was involved here, with the irrational behavior afterwards, even up and through some of these interviews, even up and through some of the trial, all of that points to mental illness. And in no way, shape, or form have they disproven that. And it is their burden. And so if you believe that it is possible that this occurred in a state of psychosis, your legal duty, which you have sworn to do, is to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. And that is what we are asking you to do. Thank you.
Counsel approach, please.
That was brutal. Lord, I don't know, something about him and the way he talks. That shit was just fucking, ugh. All right, I don't know if they're going to do a rebuttal. They're going to take lunch now or what? Ugh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution does have a right to a rebuttal, and they are going to exercise that right. But you've been sitting there for a while. So what we're going to do is take about a little bit more than a 10-minute recess, give everybody some time to stretch, use the bathroom, those sorts of things.
10 minutes?
So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10 after 12, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you at 10 after 12. All right, for the jury, please.
Oh, shit. Oh, so they're just like, you're not allowed to eat and shit today. Okay, wow. Oh, ole mole. Nah, y'all ain't eating today. Damn, bro. Glad I ordered a salad, because ladies and gentlemen, you get no food. Look at this guy. This guy's such a weirdo. He's something about this guy. He's so mesmerized by her. It's fucking weird. A child killer.
Reset.
We just turn the screen back to
Yes,
it.
absolutely.
Shit. Fucking weirdo.
All rise.
You want to be
I'll be there for you. I'll be there after for you, okay? Don't worry, Tisha. I promise to be there. You can tell he's like a little dweeb and shit, like fucking simping over a child killer. Okay. Sorry. I need to eat a little bit because I'm hungry. Oh, no lunch until deliberations? Damn. Damn. So this is going straight through. Oh, shit. Wow. Ooh. Let me catch up the super chats real quick and then I'll eat. No lunch for you today. Thank you for your service. Cheesy. Oh, wow. Cheesy Frog, thank you so much for the super chat. Sent 100 earlier. Mel, thank you for all the work you do to bring these trials, chases, news, follow-ups, and content. Thank you, mods, and for your amazing work in chat. Love this chat. Thank you so much, Cheesy. That's really kind of you. I think I saw. Oh, Ellen gifted. I don't know if that was today. I think so. Ellen gifted some memberships, 5 memberships. Thank you so much. ASCH60630. Beep, beep, beep. Like, share. Thanks, Mel, for everything. 18-month membership. Thank you so much. Rainbow Chakras. Thank you for the membership. Boots, thanks for the 3-month membership. Hashtag Justice for Gannon. Justice for Gannon. The Craft Alley, thank you for the 3-month membership. Anyone think she will make a sense when verdict? I'm sure you remember that. Make a sense. Shambot, thank you for the 2-month membership. Mel, Maz are amazing. Grateful for you. Thank you. Kim, thanks for the membership. Diggs, thank you for the super chat. It says boom. Rocky Search 47. Dr. Lewis is a better magician than a psychiatrist. She can pull a psychotic rabbit out of a hat everywhere she goes. Trinity, thank you for the super chat. Says, I wish I could see Al in his response. God bless that man. So sad and terrible. LNC, thank you for the super chat. Says, justice for poor Gannon. May your family start to heal. This piece of ish will never feel the pain she caused. Rest in peace, dear boy. My love goes out to you and your family. Just so sorry. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. Jamie, thanks for the super chat. Amazing. Thanks for the 20. Jamie, thank you for the super chat. It says 6,000 people watching, 2,000 likes. Please hit like. Yeah, if you guys can hit like, please, I'd appreciate that. That'd be great. Should at least be at 3,000 or something. Yeah, you gotta help out with the likes. Subscribe to. Kind of getting I've been a little sleepy. I was up late last night. Kind of feeling that. Well, when this guy started talking, I was really feeling sleepy. Linda Fontaine, thank you for the super chat. Says rest in peace, Gannon. Justice will be served today, little guy. Gina Lee, thank you for the super chat. She hides when they are speaking truth. She just leans down, slobs into the chair. Cricket, thanks for the super chat. Says she's sure leaning on him. And Diggs, thanks for the super chat. Mel's eating salad. All of Discord is taking shots. You guys taking shots on Discord? Damn. Maybe I'll order something for the end. When they do the deliberations, maybe I'll take a shot for I don't know, for what I'm assuming is gonna be guilty. Hopefully. I might need to maybe take a little pre-workout or something too. Just order this. Oh man, yeah, I think they're gonna do the verdict today. Arkansas, they're moving by pretty fast. They've already done the jury instructions. They did the closing statements for the prosecution. They did the closing statements for the defense, and now the prosecution is entitled to a rebuttal. And I don't think they're gonna take that long, but I think they're gonna come back and clean up some of the bullshit that people are saying on the defense. I'll order something. I don't want to get crazy though, but I will order something. So maybe at the end, if we get a verdict today and it's guilty, just take a little celebration. Let me do that right now. So whatever, it can come whenever. Yeah, I think I have. I don't know. I thought I had wine, but I guess we'll do it. Guess we'll do vodka. Okay, let's do this one. Okay. That's a card. Order that. Boom. All right, so order that. And whenever it comes, I'll just get up and I guess that's not a business expense, right? I'm not going to do that. That'd be funny, though. Of course it is. Maria, is that you? Gotta find my wallet, too. Where's your wallet? So what do you guys think of today? The prosecution did really good. They killed it. I thought they really annihilated. The defense was pretty bad. And I guess we'll wait for Amy to do the I guess when they go into deliberations, that's be the best time to call Amy. Well, there's only a 10-minute break. I think we're gonna have Amy on soon. I don't think the rebuttal is gonna take too long. Sorry, I got food in my mouth. And then after the rebuttal, that's it, right? Deliberations. I think we could get a verdict today, for sure. Right? People that like Panera Bread, it's the apple fusion thing. It's really good. And I got some eggs added to it, some bacon, and like the apple dressing thing. It's really, really good. And it's like light, so it's not gonna put me to bed. Maybe the shot will though. The rebuttal is when the prosecution gets to come back and challenge everything the defense said. How will verdict watch go? We're gonna chill. I'm gonna call Amy. I don't think it's gonna take long, but we'll call Amy and chill. I think they're gonna let it run to the end of the day. Maybe even stay extra if they have to. I'm gonna say maybe I will have shots with you guys after the stuff digests. Somebody asked me how long do I think it's gonna take the verdict. I was thinking 1 hour at first, but since they're not eating, I think they're gonna take their time and enjoy their food. I'm gonna say 2 hours. Change mine to 2 hours. Yeah, I do think they're going to reach a verdict today. I think so. Who's that? Dolly Mama Drama says are they eating during or before? I think it's gonna be during, because when I did jury duty, we went to do deliberations. We got to order food back there. So I think people were saying. I think that's what people were saying too. Oh, they're back already. They're quick, bro. They don't play.
Keith.
Look at you.
All rise for the jury, please.
Go boy.
I
Apparently
didn't
not.
get an I am or hear anything, so.
Oh, all right.
Has he been walking his hips? The last to know.
Well, we're watching you.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will start into the prosecution's rebuttal. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go. Savage time. Well, I don't know how savage he is, but
Ladies and gentlemen, the only fantasy in this courtroom is that this defendant, this stepmother who killed Gannon, had a psychosis. That she was insane on January 27th of 2020. That is the only fantasy that has been brought out into this courtroom. It's been brought out by this defendant. They want to talk to you about motive. We talked to some of you in jury selection about motive. One thing you didn't hear the judge read in any of those instructions is anything about motive. You know why? It's not an element of a single crime under Colorado code. We don't have to prove motive, and yet we did anyway. This defendant hated Gannon. You know that because she searched it. I hate my stepson. She has one stepson.
so her face.
She hated him.
Look at her face.
She was planning to leave Al Stout, move back to the East Coast. She wanted to hurt Al. She wanted to hurt Landon, for that matter. She did, to the core. They will never recover from what she did to them, ever. And you know that. Think about the time frame that we're talking about. This was no snap in time. This was not an instantaneous thing. This occurred over days. She was planning to leave a week prior to Gannon's death when she killed him. Look at the searches that we talked about on Monday when Kevin Clark took the stand. We know when she was looking to leave. We know she hated Gannon. She knows she wanted out of a marriage with Al. We know that she didn't like what Landon was up to because she would manipulate Gannon about Landon. We know these things because of the evidence that we brought you. And in fact, it does prove motive. I want to ask you about why did Al leave Gannon with the defendant on that weekend? He left on January 25th, Saturday. Remember that? Why would he leave and go to Oklahoma for 2 weeks of training if he knew there was a problem with the defendant? Some psychosis. Al told you the answer to that question. He would not have gone. If he had seen some problem with the defendant, he said he would not have gone. And he did anyway, because she doesn't have psychosis. He never saw a single sign from her. What he didn't know, unfortunately, he couldn't see into her heart. He couldn't see the hatred that she had for Gannon, the motive that she had to leave and to hurt him to the core. He didn't know that it was all about her, even though he'd lived with her for some number of years. Defense wants you to speculate that the fire set off some sort of a trigger. You read those instructions while the judge was reading them to you. It says speculation, can't do it. And yet they're inviting you to speculate. Why is that? Why would they invite you to speculate when we're talking about an 11-year-old boy who was brutally murdered? Why would they invite you to speculate? Because they want you to ignore the evidence that was brought into this courtroom. They want you to ignore this evidence and speculate on the other hand. You can't do it. Saying she's freaked out in that phone call. Acting she's freaked out. We all get freaked out sometimes. As Mr. Young said, we're human. Go drive down the highway and you see an accident, you might freak out, you might have some rush of adrenaline, and it kind of messes you up a little bit. That's human, not psychosis. And further, that freaking out that she's supposedly doing is her acting. It's not psychosis. It's all about Letecia.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about this woman who murdered Gannon throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, Will, check on her, Will. Yeah, okay.
The text to the school, to Leslie Hicks, that morning, January 27th. I want you to speculate again that that's some sort of a trigger. You know what it is. It's an unassailable excuse. You tell your employer that your stepfather, a member of your family, has just died in a tragic car accident. No employer is going to make you come into work that day. She needed an unassailable excuse to not go to work because she knew what was happening later that day. He knew Gannon was done that day. That's why she calls Gannon into school later, or out of school later. The timelines that we brought to you on Monday, her internet searches tell you everything you need to know about her mental condition. She was calculating, manipulating, lying to everyone. Why? Because it's about her, not about Gannon. Deflect the blame and make herself the victim. Does it ever make sense when somebody kills another person? Can it ever truly make sense? Can it ever truly make sense when a parent kills a child? The answer to that is no. None of us in this courtroom, except one, has killed a child. That doesn't make it a psychotic act. That doesn't mean somebody's insane. Unfortunately, way too many people kill kids in this country. Why do they do it? Who knows? But it's not psychosis when this one did it. Be very careful when people introduce facts. Mr. Tellini got up here and wanted to introduce facts to you. inviting you to speculate. Be very careful about that. He tries to brush away the effect of the hydrocodone that was found in Gannon's system. First of all, Gannon should not have had hydrocodone in his system. Dr. Ignacio told you about that. It's not typically given to 11-year-old little boys.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? It's an opioid. It can cause people to get sluggish, lethargic, and lead to coma, and stop you from breathing, and can kill you. All of those things that hydrocodone, an opioid, can do to you, this woman did to Gannon. Why? Because she wanted to kill him. Mr. Cellini brought up the idea that the brutality itself proves psychosis. Is that true? Does the brutality itself prove psychosis from this defendant? The evidence has the answer for you. The defendant's own actions has the answer for you. The brutality of it speaks to the abject hatred she had for Gannon and the pure determination she had to kill Gannon. This didn't start in one snap moment. When did this start? Sunday night. Sunday night with the candle. A candle incident that makes no sense, according to the way that she describes it to people, because she wants to make it Gannon's fault.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense? Mr. Stauch told you the answer to that question. Harley told you the answer to that question. Gannon didn't play with fire. He would never go downstairs and just light candles randomly. He had a long history of having stomach issues, where he'd get backed up and then have issues with it. And yet this day, he poops himself, and so he's got to go burn a candle to mask the smell, even though he'd never done it any other time in his entire life? Does that make sense? Or does it make more sense that this defendant burnt him? That's the start of the attack, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday night. And it continues with the hydrocodone. A prescription for a full-grown man is given to Gannon. That goes into the morning time. That's why he's lethargic. He can't get out of bed early like he normally would. He's walking slowly to the pickup truck at about 10:15 in the morning when they leave the house.
Yep.
Because he's under the influence of hydrocodone. And then she drives him around, leaving him in the car. He's probably passed out in the car. Doesn't make any sense to leave an 11-year-old boy in a car unless there's something wrong, something that she did to him. And this picture from Garden of the Gods, these two pictures that she sends Al Stauch that morning of Gannon in bed. Mr. Cellini again is inviting you to speculate as to the reason for those pictures, saying she's just a loving stepmother.
Right. Yeah. Like Alec Murdoch.
What are those pictures?
With them pictures.
Think about that picture from Garden of the Gods in relation to the pictures that she sends Al Stauch. They're proof of life pictures. They're pictures that she is sending out, prove to the world that she had nothing to do with what she's about to do. Why would she send pictures of Gannon in bed to Al Stauch, except for a proof of life picture? A way to cover her tracks, and it starts early, right? They want you to think that this was some sort of a temporary snap. Said it on opening statements when Mr. Cook dramatically walks out of the courtroom, says this is way too worse, we can't handle this. It's a crack in her psychosis. And then we hear it again today from Mr. Cellini. First of all, temporary insanity is not what our insanity statute is in the state of Colorado. Look at it. That does not apply here. Second of all, There's not a temporary insanity moment in this case. It starts from Sunday night and goes all the way through Monday evening. Talking about almost 24 hours of horror that Gannon had to suffer at the hands of this defendant.
Checking on her too. It's so weird. The will guy.
What should have been the safest place in the world for Gannon to be. People who live by stories, by telling tall tales, don't stop. Why would she stop doing that once this case started, if she'd been getting away with it her entire life?
Alec.
Think about the manipulation that she carried out on everybody else in her life. Al told you about the manipulation. Everything this woman did in her life was manipulation to cause chaos, to make her the victim and the focus of everything. Every single thing. Harley. She didn't know how her own father died. Because she was lied to by this defendant. Why would she stop lying when the biggest thing that she's ever caused in her life is being drilled into by an investigation that is the biggest El Paso County has ever seen? That involves the FBI. That's who she is. She's a storyteller. Telling fantastic stories is not psychosis. It's who she is.
I knew a bitch like that.
She starts looking up face plant surgery centers. She starts looking up, I need a new social security number. I need a marriage license. I need a replacement passport because El Paso County Sheriff's Office has mine. And she looks up fake polygraph. Why in the world would you need a fake polygraph unless you're covering your tracks?
Psychosis.
To have some sort of thing that you can anchor a legitimate story to that you didn't have anything to do with this case. Why? Who thinks of that stuff except for people like this? I would venture to guess that not a single one of us in this room ever even knew a fake polygraph website existed before now. I know I didn't. Let's talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She might be a world-renowned expert. She's the only expert that they could find to bring in here to tell you that this defendant had dissociative identity disorder. Not a single other doctor that testified here in this courtroom saw a single shred of evidence that she had dissociative identity disorder. Not a single one. And yet this doctor comes in and says she does have it. This doctor comes in and says she does have it, and yet she doesn't even know what the definition of insanity in Colorado is. She starts throwing around words like McNaughton and other things that might apply in other states. And she said sanity could depend on where you are, what state you're in, that kind of thing. Don't you think if she's going to come in and tell you as an expert, this defendant is insane, according to Colorado law, should know what Colorado law is, and she couldn't do it? There were a lot of I assumes, I don't knows, deflections, stories about other cases. Anytime she was pressed to justify her opinion, she couldn't do it. You saw Dr. Torres in contrast to that. She could point to specific things about her evaluation of the defendant. Compare the two. The instructions that you got from the judge are your roadmap for this case. They help you determine what the law is, and you're expected to follow the law, and you apply that law to the facts in the case, to the evidence that's been piling up over the last several weeks. The presumption of innocence absolutely applies in every single criminal case. It applies in this case. Until you are determined that the charges have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, she has the presumption of innocence. We have the burden of proof. This system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. We expect you to hold us to our burden of proof. We welcome you to hold us to our burden of proof. Mr. Tellini talked about proving it without a doubt. Proving this case without a doubt. You'll never see words like that in any jury instruction in the state of Colorado or in the United States.
Reasonable doubt.
You don't have to prove cases beyond all doubt.
Oh, shit.
You have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. Because this is, after all, a human function.
Oh, shit.
Nobody can ever prove anything 100%. Johnny Cochran, after the O.J. Simpson, or in closing for the O.J. Simpson case.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the rest.
I'm upset. Objection.
There's no evidence of it. It's not commenting on evidence.
I'm sorry?
It's not commenting on it. There's no evidence
okay.
of what Johnny
Wait.
Cochran did at any point in time. So,
I'm actually using it to talk about the burden of proof, Judge.
well, then rephrase it.
Well, I was about to. So in that case, Johnny Cochran said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Oh.
What he's talking about is our burden of proof. And he was absolutely right. If a case is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, your jobs as jurors, according to these jury instructions, is to find a defendant not guilty. And we expect you to do that. If we didn't prove the case, then hold us accountable and find her not guilty. But if we did prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury instructions are also very clear on that. We have proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury instructions tell you you should find her guilty. If the crimes fit, you should convict. That's what the jury instructions say. And that's the other side of the coin from Johnny Cochran's comment. If the crimes fit this defendant, convict her. Deliberations are up to you. When you get back into the deliberation room, you get to control how that deliberation goes. The only requirements are that you all have to be together when deliberations are happening. You have to do it in the jury room. But you can take as long as you want, and you can be as fast as you want to come to a conviction or to a decision. Nobody's ever going to second guess you if you take 2 weeks or 10 minutes.
No,
it's up to you.
You got time on 2 weeks. Crazy.
What we do know, what you should know from the evidence, that there's plenty of evidence to find this defendant guilty based on the evidence, not from what I say or what Mr. Young says, or find her not guilty because Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook say so. The evidence guides you. Let's talk about that question of sanity. It says, so diseased or defective in mind to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Can this defendant distinguish right from wrong? The evidence and her actions tell you that she can. Why do all the things she did if she didn't know what she had done was wrong? Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. What is evidence of that culpable mental state? As Mr. Young said, it's in Gannon. It's on Gannon's body. The evidence that Gannon's body provides you, the story that tells about what she did, shows she has the ability and had the ability to form the appropriate culpable mental state. You don't stab an 11-year-old 18 times, 11 of which are on his arms and hands as he's defending himself, unless you intend to kill him. You don't then dispose of that knife that's never recovered and hit him over the head with such viciousness 4 separate times that it cracks his skull open, unless you intend to kill him. And that blunt force object, also never found. And then you don't retrieve a handgun, a 9mm handgun, and squeeze that trigger 3 intentional times, hitting Gannon 1 time, unless you intend to kill Gannon. That's exactly what this defendant did. And that's how you know she could form the appropriate culpable mental state. This woman doesn't have a diseased mind. She has no psychosis. Multiple doctors and longtime family friends and family members answered the question of psychosis for you. This defendant knew then and knows today the difference between right and wrong. Harley said it. Dakota Lowry said it. Al Stauch said it. Every single person that knew her knew she knew the difference between right and wrong. She was of sound mind, informed the culpable mental states required. You learned about dissociative identity disorder from at least 2 different doctors in this case. Extremely rare. Prevalence in society is roughly 1.4%. But most importantly, it's marked by severe behavioral health symptoms that would be noticeable by others. Other people like Harley Hunt, her daughter who lived with her every day of her life. Al Stauch, who was married to her for 5 years.
Damn. Whew.
Dakota Lowry, who was her younger brother. These people would have noticed that she had something wrong with her. The forensic nurse examiner, Amanda Van Nest at the hospital, would have noticed it. This is 2 days after Gannon is murdered, and the defendant fakes that panic attack in the sheriff's office and is taken to the hospital, given the opportunity to be examined for the supposed rape story that she had. And she splits. Amanda Van Ness told you that she's dealt with people with severe mental health disorders. She's told you what happens when she deals with people like that. Called an M1 hold. It's an emergency situation where you put somebody in care for a period of time because they're a danger to themselves or to others. Amanda Van Ness saw no sign that this defendant was anywhere close to justifying an M1 hold on January 29th. Dr. Niederhauser, on the other side of this equation, about a month before Gannon was killed, the last medical professional to see the defendant before Gannon was killed, also familiar with M1 holds, and saw no signs that would justify holding her against her will because she was a danger danger to herself or others, because she wasn't. She didn't have psychosis. Why blame others? First, it's Gannon's fault, right? He pooped all over himself, started a fire. He's experimenting with drugs. Isn't that convenient that he's experimenting with drugs? He's curious about bath salts. And there's a Swisher Sweet planted in his backpack. And he's got hydrocodone in his system. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient concoction from this defendant? Then she says he went to a friend's house and didn't come home. Or is it because he loved his mom too much? He was a mama's boy. Is that the source of her hatred for Gannon? She knew she could never replace the love that Gannon had for Landon. And she concocts Eduardo, some random Mexican guy that works at the housing development. Just gives him access to the house through the garage code. He comes in, fixes the carpet, but in addition to fixing the carpet, he rapes her. Bangs her head on the floor, no sign of injury on her. Curiously asks for boxes in a suitcase. Why'd she have to introduce the suitcase? Had to explain away why Gannon was going to be found in the suitcase she put him in. A suitcase that Al Stauch recognized when he was shown the picture. A suitcase that Dakota Lowry recognized this defendant struggling with before she drives off to Florida. We had to explain it away. Next, it's Quincy Brown's fault. You heard Special Agent Jonathan Grusing. He talked about he wishes he would have pushed her more on the Quincy Brown and let her expand on that character. Because this is the character she gave the most information about. The real guy. Guy that was published in the media. The most wanted people in El Paso County for sex offenses. Perfect fall guy for what this woman did. He replaces Eduardo as the rapist. Knew his name when his ID fell out conveniently and landed on the floor in front of her. Then he turns into a guy up in northern El Paso County selling a bike. Or he's laying in the road as they're driving and gets into the car and forces them to come back home and he rapes her there. Or Gannon's test riding a bike, crashes, hits his head, and then he takes off with Gannon. Uncle Matt, the least descriptive person in any story this defendant had probably ever told. Boy, can she tell some stories, can't she? Somehow Gannon knew him and he was involved, but we don't really know how. And then it's the pregnant lady with the cash baby. Supposedly 8 months pregnant, involved with money laundering for Mexican restaurants, gets into the car, starts pulling money out of her belly. Somehow she's involved with what happened to Gannon. Pointing outward, right? Pointing anyway except for her. Except that in each one of these stories, the blame for Gannon's disappearance is someone else, and she's the victim in every single one of these stories. Figuring out a way to cast blame elsewhere and situate herself as the victim as to what happened. That's a very calculated move. Every single time she does it, she's doing it to explain away why pieces of evidence are found in the case. She knows about the suitcase is going to be found. She notices that we're searching up in northern El Paso, southern Douglas County, where the board is found. So that's when the bike story comes in with Quincy Brown up in that area. She's got to explain away why her GPS is going to show her up in that area. Just up there innocently looking for a bike. But Gannon's blood is going to be found up there. Got to explain it away. Landon's fault. This is the most cruel of all, right? That somehow Landon is responsible for a Gannon.
Look at her face.
Because of her ex-husband. That somehow Landon is involved with Gannon ending up in Mexico. Why would she introduce the word Mexico?
Ooh.
Because by the time she's saying this, she's already pitched Gannon over that bridge in Florida, thinking it's pitched over into the Escambia River that flows out the bay and into the Gulf of Mexico. It's Al's fault. His fault that Gannon is gone and he should be investigated.
Yeah.
On how he contaminated the scene. Another cruel twist of the knife. Going after the people that Gannon loved the most and who loved him the most. Shows you the hatred that she had for these people. The hatred that she had for Gannon and how she's going to use Gannon's horrific demise against the people that loved him the most. Her stepfather, James, supposedly sexually assaulted her as a kid. It's his fault that she's the way she is. But there's not a shred of evidence from anybody until she starts raising competency that she ever suffered any sort of ill harm by James. She never reports it to a single person for over 20 years. And yet that's the trigger?
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense? There's a caped invader's fault. It's the last one, right? Standing on top of the bed, wearing a cape, then realizes it's Gannon, but she shoots him and stabs him and does all these other things to cover up for whatever. Does that make any sense? Or is this just another concoction? Another way to point outwards on blame and show herself as the victim? When she realizes those external sources aren't working, Dr. Dorothy Lewis comes into play.
Savior.
Before she looks at a shred of evidence, in February of 2022, she's already said, yeah, you need to go with not guilty by reason of insanity. Dissociative identity disorder is the answer. Doesn't know a single thing about this case or this defendant in February of 2022. And so what does this defendant do but start creating names? There's Taylor, Harmony, Christina, Jasmine, the Frisky Princess, Little Lucia, and Maria Sanchez. Spanish-speaking Russian sniper. Knows how to kill, kill, kill. One thing we do know from this evidence, this defendant knows how to kill. Knows how to kill a defenseless little boy in his bed. There's better words to describe this defendant and what she did. Unreliable. Every person that she's ever interacted with in her life can tell you that she's unreliable, that she tells tall tales. She hated Gannon. You know that because of the injuries that Gannon suffered. You know that she hated Landon and Al. Why take away their little boy the way she did and concoct the story she did unless she hated them just as much as she hated Gannon? She planned this. A week before Gannon goes missing, she's already looking at renting a U-Haul and places to live in Florida. Sometime prior to Gannon's death, she searches, "I hate my stepson." Premeditated this thing. You know that from the proof of life photos. Those two pictures that she sends to Al on the morning of January 27th. She's setting up her excuse. Portraying Gannon as experimenting with drugs when she knows that she's drugging him with hydrocodone. She burned him Sunday night when this all starts. Gannon didn't play with fire. Not going to intentionally burn himself. In that first story about the candle incident, she talks about taking the kids outside and then having to go back downstairs to get Gannon. They all pile in the truck and drive off. That never happened. This was just a story that she had to explain away because the fire didn't work. Gannon didn't die from the fire. Then poisoned him with the hydrocodone. That didn't work. Remember, Gannon was a fighter. 1 pound, 6 ounce little boy when he was born. Overcame all the odds. But he couldn't overcome this one. But he sure did try, didn't he? She attacked him. Stabbing him 18 times. Like I said, most of those are on his arms and hands because he's fighting back. Beat him over the head 4 times with some blunt object that's never found. Cracking his skull like an eggshell. Shot him in the jaw, severing his spine, and likely killing him instantaneously. She then manipulated the heck out of this investigation with her stories. Her stories and manipulations of this investigation caused it to be the biggest investigation in El Paso County history. I heard that from several different investigators involved in this case. And it stretched from Colorado Springs all the way to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. She hid Gannon's broken, dead body in a suitcase in that storage room. She ran from cops when the circle was tightening. Remember that trip to Marshall's? When the cops are going there to get cell phones and get the car that belonged to Harley, and they encounter her out in the parking lot, she takes off running. As soon as she sees those guys, she takes off running, throws the keys across the parking lot, starts yelling at Harley, "Don't say anything." Why? If she didn't know she had done something wrong, why? Then fled to Florida. and then eventually South Carolina, get as far away from this thing as she possibly could. That's why she's wanting to get a replacement passport so she can escape the country. She dumped Gannon's body over the bridge. Mr. Young talked about this. Think about how divine intervention plays a part here.
The bridge.
Macon Ponder had been at that bridge a month and a half before then. Gannon's body doesn't get found for at least 2 years, if ever. She murdered Gannon. January 27, 2020. She murdered Gannon. This little boy deserves so much more out of this defendant. He deserved protection. He deserved to live. He deserved to grow up and become a young man and someday have a family of his own. She took it all away.
What is the exact location of the emergency? Well, 667 Linden Drive, Colorado Springs. Please say that one more time, make sure I have this here correctly. 667 Linden Drive. Okay, the phone number you're calling from? 843-655-7460. Your name? Pizza. Please tell me, sir. I didn't know if I'm supposed to call emergency or not emergency but my phone says you all at 6 o'clock and it's almost 7. And we went to like our friend's house and but he's going to be at his friend's house and they said he wasn't there and the other one said he never came there. I don't know any other people calling out and I talked to my husband so I told him I had to call you guys as fast as I could because I don't know anyone else. And I don't know if there's like a time limit, but like he's only 11. He's 11. 11, yeah. Okay. What's his name? Gannon. What's for me? You can open. Your last name? Stauch. Stauch. I can barely guys. I got it hard. I can barely guys. Oh. Since I have the information in here, and you have multiple questions. We have to ask so we don't want to tie up an emergency. If you're not emergency, you guys never find that. I didn't know what she would have done. Yeah, you don't have to. Let me know when you're ready for that number. Okay, go ahead. 719. Okay, can you put me on 19 390 390 5555. Okay. You're welcome. Call that now. Call that now. I already have the call built. We have no things to ask. So, we'll call back tomorrow. Where we left off. I do. Maybe the process is speeding. How can I help you? Hi, yes. I called 911, and they said I had to call this number because I let you know I was supposed to come home at 8. But we didn't. I know it's only 7, but like we went to both the friend's house and they said he wasn't there. And it was kind of like a meeting and stuff. I was like, what's your last name? Maybe around like what time did you guys go to bed? Is it 3:30 maybe? Between 3:34 and he was supposed to be home at 6. We let him all the time, like go to the neighbor's house, friend's house, they ride bikes and everything together. And we're constantly to see him. I guess me.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to go back into that deliberation room and start deliberating. Gannon deserved justice. This defendant deserves to be convicted based on the evidence that was presented in this case. Gannon Jacob Stauch, 11 years old. Find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Murder in the first degree, child under 12 in a position of trust. Tampering with a deceased human body. Tampering with physical evidence. Gannon deserves it. Deserves all of this justice that you can give him. Thank you.
Allen, can you get her those lights, please? Thank you. All right, lady. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated earlier when I read the instructions to you, there are 4 verdict forms, one for murder in the first degree after deliberation, one for murder in the first degree child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, one for charge of tampering with a deceased human body, and one for tampering with physical evidence. In a moment, I'm going to send almost all of you back to the deliberation room. And members of the jury, I want to thank you for listening so closely to the evidence in this case. Because most or all of you have not served as jurors before, I would like to give you a few pointers regarding the process of deliberation. However, unlike the instructions that I gave you, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. First, you may wish to choose your foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. You may already have a good idea of someone that you think would be fair, a good listener, and a good discussion manager. Pick someone who is willing and able to help the discussion remain organized and respectful. Remember, however, that the foreperson's opinion has no greater value than that of any other juror. Second, you should reach some agreements about how you will conduct yourselves. The foreperson shall enforce or encourage compliance with these agreements. If he or she is unable to do so or engages in this conduct him or herself, the jurors have the right to select a new presiding juror. Jurors are often tempted to hold a preliminary or straw vote at the beginning of deliberations in order to determine whether they already agree or how divided the group may be. I recommend against this procedure because it may cause some jurors to lock themselves into a position which they will then feel reluctant to change. Experience has also shown that such early votes frequently lead to disruptive, unnecessarily lengthy, and inefficient debate and to ineffective decision-making. If you reach a particularly controversial or difficult point in the discussion, you may want to move to a less controversial or simpler area for discussion and return later to the more difficult issue. You may wish to consider secret ballots if the jury would feel more comfortable with this procedure. You each have the right to your individual opinion, but you should be open to persuasion. It helps if you are open to the possibility that you might be wrong, or at least that you might change your mind about some issues after listening to other views. Misunderstanding can undermine your efforts. Seek clarification if you do not understand or if you think others are not talking about the same thing. The foreperson or some other juror as agreed to by the jury may wish to take notes of agreements and disagreements and, from time to time, set out the items on which you agree and those on which you have not yet reached agreement. You must deliberate as a group while you are all together. In spite of your best efforts, it is indeed possible that serious disagreements may arise. In that event, recognize and accept that getting stuck is often part of the decision-making process. It is easy to fall into the trap of believing that there is something wrong with someone who is not ready to move toward what may be an emerging decision. Such a belief, however, is not helpful. It can lead to a conflict of personalities rather than a conflict of issues. It is best to be patient with one another. Taking a break can often be helpful and lead to a satisfactory conclusion. The bailiff is available whenever you need to stretch, to calm down, to clear your minds, take a walk around the building, something of that nature. As I indicated, however, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. When we began this process, I told you that we were going to be selecting 12 jurors plus 6 alternates. The reason why we do that is because in any case that lasts for longer than a day, if something were to happen to a juror during the process, I would have to declare a mistrial, start all over on another date at another time from the beginning with a whole new different crew. This was the first trial of any length that we've had since COVID. I have had long trials before, and I understand that things happen during trial. Sometimes people have family emergencies during trial. Sometimes people get sick. Sometimes, as in this case, we had a juror who didn't know that they knew a witness until that witness got here. So we always try to plan for that because we don't want to have to put everybody through another trial at a different time and start all over without any potential of resolution and without any potential of getting through all of the evidence. However, the law only permits 12 people to deliberate in this case. The alternates in this case are chosen at random. I'm still going to refer to you as number to protect your privacy. So we have 9 people in the back, number 10, number 11, number 12. You're 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 13 through 17 will not be deliberating. I'm going to excuse jurors 1 through 12. And Mr. Combs will take you back to the deliberation room. And there should be, do we have food? There should be food, or food is on the way. We are working on that. So please be patient with us.
That's it.
But we're going to send 12 of you back now. The other 5, please remain in the courtroom because I have further instructions for you. All rise for the 12 jurors, please.
Don't show me now. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Some people saying 30 minutes. Some people saying hour, hour and a half. All right, we gotta shake it off.
Thank you. May I be seated?
Shake it off, man. You know what I'm saying?
Records did reflect that the 12 jurors have left the courtroom. We get to this point in every case, almost any case that lasts longer than a day. And I always feel terrible for the people that are the alternates because you have put in just as much time, effort, and energy as everyone else. You have dedicated a lot of time to this case over the last 7 weeks, 8 weeks, wherever we are. But you don't get to deliberate yet, which is why it is possible, and we just had it happen last week in a different case, where one of the jurors had to be replaced by an alternate. So this is going to sound a little strange. I'm going to release you, but you're not excused from jury service. What that means is that you're not going to be deliberating back with the 12, but you still cannot discuss this case among yourselves, cannot discuss the case with anyone else, cannot do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. The reason for that is it is possible that I would still need your services if something were to happen to one of the jurors that is deliberating. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mr. Sproul take you back to an alternate jury room because you guys have 2 of them back there. But I want to have a conversation with you about some security things and some publicity things and also some services that we offer. So I want to have that conversation with you before we discuss anything further. And you're welcome to stay in that jury room for the rest of the day. You're down here. I don't know what you want to do. We can talk about that, but we'll talk about all that back there. I do have certificates of service for you. And I also have a questionnaire, which I'm going to ask you to fill out. It's something that the state of Colorado sends out to jurors. So if you would take the time to fill it out, and I'll be back to talk with you in about 10 minutes or so, I'd greatly appreciate it. All rise for the jurors, please.
All aboard. All aboard. Is anybody drinking? Y'all drinking? Oh, boy. I know, man. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling it today, Dragon. I'm old and wretched.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. I have a couple of things, some announcements, primarily an advisement, I suppose, more than anything else. First of all, I will need contact information, clean laptop, and for anyone who's listening or interested in the ultimate outcome of the process, the plan is that once I am advised that a verdict has been reached, I will be contacting Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche, who are the public sort of information officers for the Colorado Judicial Branch, and they will send out a tweet. I'm going to, I will not be taking a verdict until 30 minutes after it has been announced, or I'm sorry, until 30 minutes after I send that to Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche. So the plan is that everybody will have 30 minutes time to be able to get back in place, and then we'll take the verdict. I also want to thank the attorneys for their presentation in this case. More importantly, I want to thank the lawyers for the presentation, or for the professionalism that they have demonstrated throughout this trial. This was a long trial. It involved difficult facts. I know it was hard on the jury. I know it was hard on the families. I know it was hard on the defendant. I also know it was hard on the lawyers.
The defendant.
This case was logistically complex. There were lots of witnesses from lots of different places. All of that had to be coordinated to get them here. There was a lot of evidence. I think I've spoken with the court reporters. We're getting a little bit better at it, but it still takes us about 20 minutes to get all of the evidence from the courtroom into the evidence room at the end of the day. And the lawyers had to review all of that, both sides. They had to figure out how each piece of evidence related to a different piece of evidence, and what witnesses related to what pieces of evidence. One side had to put all of that together, and the other side had to figure out how to defend against it. Both sides had very difficult jobs, but with the exception of one or two exceptions, at least as far as I could see, you acted professionally with each other and respected that opposing counsel had a job to do. In a case that could have been made so much worse by bad lawyer behavior, all of you rose above that. I appreciate that.
Wow.
From a judge perspective, it may not mean much, but from a judge perspective, I think you have put on a clinic for how cases should be tried.
Hell's going. He's going to tear up or something?
I've always thought professionalism among lawyers ultimately benefits the client, but I know that not everyone agrees with that. So, but I wanted to thank the lawyers for the presentation because I know how difficult this case was for everybody. So we need contact information for the lawyers. I've given an advisement as to how the verdict will be handled. And I suppose if there are any questions, we'll take up the issue of defendant's presence during those questions, or whether she waives presence. Okay, we'll make sure that happens. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
The only thing, Judge, this is potentially only anticipating issues, is if the families can't get here within 30 minutes, we may be asking for you to push that a little bit longer. There's childcare issues and that kind of thing. And I know you'll be gracious with that.
I will, and I understand that. We'll take it up if it's an issue. All right. From the defense, anything that we need to address? Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All rise.
All aboard. Okay, so I guess that's what they call jury watch now. Jury watch. Well, I have a shot here. I don't know if I should take it or we should wait till after. I don't know. Either way, I'm fucking dragging. Oh, so go ahead. Light up the chat too. We'll do it right now. Light up the chat and we'll get Amy set up too. We're gonna have Amy call in to talk. She's gonna have to just carry the shit. She's gonna carry the show. Put it up in the chat. Some Sonics or Blues in there. All right. Okay. I'm about to fall out, bruh. Verdict watch time. Verdict watch. Oh, there's Tisha. Hold on. We gotta make sure we capture Tisha. Hold on. What the hell going on here? Oh, Tisha. Hey, are you okay, Tisha? Oh yeah, well, you know you're going back there. Check on her. Oh, they cut it. Verdict watch. Here we made it to the end. We put some hearts in there too. There's no way in hell this lady coming out of this shit. Ain't no way in hell unless there's some weirdo on the verdict watch. Verdict watch. Oh my god. Special guest. Amy. Amy. I'm Amy. Special guest. We made it to the end, right? Amy. I'm Amy. I just wanted to say you guys did an amazing job. And I feel for all of you, including the defendant. I was like, whoa, what? That was nice. I like the judge. He's a good guy. Whoa, slow down. Okay. So we made it. This is called Verdict Watch, where people just sit and wait, stare at the screen, and that's it. Not just kidding. We're gonna call Amy now. Let's do a shot first. I'm gonna catch up the super chats, the super chats, and we're gonna chill. I think I'm gonna turn on the AC. I have extra time today. I have extra time, so I don't have to get up and like run off like I normally do. And I was up late last night, so I feel like. But okay. Anyway, cheers. Anybody else drinking or smoking, whatever it is y'all do? Cheers. All right. It's good for you. The burning, that means it's getting rid of the germs and stuff. Yes, Pasanola. Not many people know about that. Congo Amy gives. Oh, is it really? Amy, I'm Amy. All right, let me get the super chats real quick, and then we'll call. Let me message Amy too. Let me just get her prepped. Play the video. All right, let's do it. Amy says play the video. I said play the video. No, Amy's super sweet. She wouldn't talk like that, but I'm just exaggerating. I've told you. I don't know how many times I could mail you. You don't play it. I think I fixed the codec now. I downloaded some codec crap on this computer. This would be a good thing to watch. I think I've shown it before. This is Amy heading to Colorado Springs. Let me get it full screen. Verdict watch time. This thing sucks. Oh, Garden of the Gods. It's beautiful. These are the camels, the kissing camels. There's a video too where she sent about going to the S curve. It's interesting, but I think I want to upload that one. Oh, and then the story with this is she went to, I think, a Walgreens or something and bought Sonic, and she left one there for Gannon and took one for herself. And then these are neighbors putting up blue lights for Gannon's house. Another neighbor blue lights on. Where the board was found. I think that's where the S curve is at, that area. G-Man. Forever in our hearts. Nice video. Let me see. Amy, you ready? In about 5. Amy. Oh, hey. Amy. I'm Amy. My lip curl when I drank that. It's the good stuff too. It's the hold on 1 second. Let me just send that. Okay. Trying to multitask. Okay, so let me get these super chats here. We left off with. Hey, oh, it is Cinco de Mayo too. I forgot. It's true. Arkansas, thank you for the 12-month membership. Arkansas says, so they might reach a verdict today. Correct? Yeah, I think it's happening today for sure. They let go those jurors. I think look, it's 3 p.m. Eastern now. The trial usually goes till 7. So what, 4, 5, 6, 7? That's 4 hours. There's no way that they can't come up with a verdict by today. I still think that we might end up coming back Monday. So we'll see. But I think for sure verdict today. Rumsky, thank you for the membership. Miss Madeline Maria, is that you trying to wear blue? I don't know what's up with that. I think she did that on purpose. Joanno, thank you for the membership. Miss Madeline, thank you for the super chat. Says no Cinco de Mayo fiesta for Maria. Gypsy, thanks for the super chat. Gypsy, if you watching, you drinking? I just hope that this crazy bitch don't get a hung jury. I just don't see it, man. Unless there's some like weirdo on that panel. I mean, on the jury. Justice for Gannon, thank you for the super chat. I just can't believe she had the nerve and the balls to drive around with his body in the car like she did. He wasn't scared of getting pulled over, or she wasn't scared of pulled. Yeah. And I guess drugged up and just having him in the car, sedated. Citrus, Marigold Liz, thank you for the membership. Lori Kent said, thank you for the super chat. I've been watching for at least a year. I just wanted to see if I set it up right. 62-year-old, one from Original Valley Girls from SoCal. Oh, nice. Thank you for being you. Love that you're doing cases also. Thank you. I've been to Cali twice. I really liked it. KCK, thank you for the super chat. Is he wearing a Justice for Gannon bracelet? I don't know. You're talking about the prosecution. Donnie, we did a poll earlier, but I'll do another one. I'll get you guys another poll. Sandy Cara, if she makes a scene, it's to make the jurors think she's insane, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't do anything. SW4x4, thank you for the super chat. Says Justice for Gannon is coming soon. Bell South, thank you for the super chat. Says guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, not insane. I like how the prosecution was paying attention, and he's like, you have to prove, or what did it say? Without no doubt, or something like that. What is the picture behind me? It's a picture called LSD by Moshi. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, some art thing that I bought is behind me. It's like a mix of colors and stuff. I might have to actually maybe fix it one day to get it in frame, because a lot of people keep saying they want to see the whole thing. So maybe next time I'll adjust it if possible. The only thing is if I adjust it higher, then you guys see less of me, and I kind of like to be more on screen, but I don't know. We'll see. I completely lost my place. Okay, Justice for Gannon. Okay. Rocky's Church 47, thank you for the super chat. Says, I hope she flips out so deputies have to flatten her on the courtroom floor. I guess she didn't do nothing. Emily Bird, thank you for the super chat. Says, damn, this prosecutor on rebuttal is killing it. SW4x4 Explores, thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you, G, for covering this. Justice for Gannon, Gannon strong, Gannon's army, RIP. I was thinking too, like when the prosecution, when he was like, I mean, he was, I like how he was like aggressive, like pointing at her and stuff like that. I don't know if they can do this. And in my head, I imagine, like, what if they called me? Like, what if they had me as a... I mean, I can't. I was just thinking what I would say. And I don't know. I would have maybe ended like, she's child murderer, an abuser, an alleged rapist, child rapist, all that weird stuff with the enema. I would have said all that shit just to kind of like drill it in their head if possible, the jury. But that probably might be too much though to do that. But it's all kind of, it's true though. I mean, I don't know. Cherry and Max, thank you for the super chat. I tried to hold my opinion off until all evidence was shown. I feel confident she is guilty and she knew what she was doing. CS Gas, thank you for the membership. Chitty Chat Meg, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for carrying us through this trial. Aiken Mel, much respect. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We made it through. This is our third trial. I was about to hold up 2 fingers. Third trial. Mandy L, thank you for the super chat. I hope she doesn't waive her presence to be in court for the ruling. I want to see her face when she is told guilty and not insane. She can't handle the truth of what she did. I don't even think she cares. I don't think she's capable of like feeling, you know? Tammy, thank you for the super chat. There's a memorial by the bridge. Yeah, I saw people have sent me multiple pictures by the bridge. The thing I didn't know about that bridge is that guy that checks the bridge, I guess they were saying he only does it like once every 2 years. And so the fact that was like his check when Gannon was there, like it could have been potentially could have been a whole nother 2 years before Gannon was even found. Like that's wild to me. I didn't know that. I believe, thank you for the membership. Amanda Renfro, thanks for the super chat. I bet Will will have an outburst. I know he's gonna look over at her. He's gonna look. There's something up with that guy. I can sense it. It's like some weirdo shit going on with that guy. All right, Amy, let's check Amy. Okay, Amy is ready. So I'm going to call Amy now. Amy. Hi, Amy. Okay. Do a Google voice. So Amy's been taking notes. Amy attended the trial, I think at least twice. And a friend of the channel, supporter. So we're gonna kick back on verdict watch, and we might go through some video too as well. I think she said she had timestamps and all that stuff. Let's see.
Hello? Hold on.
Okay.
I have to mute you. Okay, there we go.
Amazing.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. You're doing better than me. I didn't get a shot. Also, I don't know if you saw, but Mel got eliminated from the jury.
Oh, is that who they were? I saw people in the chat talk. Is that who got? Oh, but how do you know it's Mel?
Because I know where he was sitting.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
And, so that whole thing of like when they make the decision of like, okay, we're gonna get rid of you guys. Is that like a random, or do they like, all right, we just want to get rid of these people?
I think every court does it differently. Like Murdoch pulled it out of a hat, and this guy seemed to just count the seats and say, okay, from this point on, you're alternates. And I knew where he was sitting. I was hoping he was on the other end, but nope. Yep, he got cut. I know he's going to be bummed. He was like second to last.
Oh.
So I was hoping it would go the other way.
Oh.
I thought for sure he'd be the foreperson because he had the personality and leadership and social skills and all that good stuff. So this is going to be interesting. So.
What did you think about today
awake?
so far? Yes, somewhat.
All right. I think I thought the DA did fantastic. He's the last guy. He was, when I was in the court, he was always with the family. He is wearing the blue bracelet for Gannon.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Yeah. And
pull it up.
Yeah, he's just very, very involved with the family, and I thought he did a beautiful job bringing in the family to his.
I love how he came in there and spoke up for like Landon, like just saying how
Yeah.
atrocious. This woman shitted on everybody.
Yep.
Letecia shitted on everybody when she's the killer, you know?
Yep. So he got to put it right in her face and say, again, my gut is that it was a combination of many things, you know, a horrible storm all coming together.
Right.
But I think the final words were Gannon wanted his mom and not her. And so he threw it right back at her and like, what are you going to do about it? I'm saying in front of everybody, he loved her more than you. And that was the whole, you know, thing. She wanted Gannon's love. She wanted Al's love. And wasn't happening. So anyway, I'm trying not to, I need to turn off my screen because it's hard to talk and look.
Yeah, don't.
Okay. I'm turning it off and I'll just talk to you. Okay.
Sure.
So you'll have to read questions if they come across.
Okay. What was some of the
yeah,
things that you were telling me, like you took notes on, or like?
Yes. So the first thing I wanted to say that I have forgotten to tell everyone is when you go to the courthouse and there's 2 doors to the courtroom, they have blue streamers hanging down from them.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, and
Nice.
they've been there every day. So everybody knows that's his room. What else? A lot of people were asking. Harley, Dr. Lewis, nor her stone son were in the courtroom today. So I don't know where people were seeing Harley, but she was not in there.
Okay.
The guy behind Letecia, that picture I sent to you,
Yeah, let me do that.
of
Let me
the
pull
guy
it
and the
up.
girl.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say who they were and how much they did.
Okay. 1 second. Okay. All right. So yeah.
So the guy, the big guy,
Yeah.
that's Zach DuPont.
No way.
With Colorado Springs Gazette. He's the guy who wrote the 7 questions for everybody.
Oh, okay. That's the
7
guy.
Final.
I think that's the guy I was joking about the other day. That he's kind of like just moving all up, like whatever. But I think that's
Yeah,
him.
that's the guy that
Okay.
he does all the Twitter, and his Twitter account is Zach, ZACH,
Yeah.
N, it's in Nancy, DuPont, DUPONT. So he's on Twitter. I'm following him right now to see when they come in, you know, the verdict comes back. The lady in front of him is Ashley, I'm going to butcher this, Portillo,
Oh.
and she's a reporter with the local TV station KOAA. And they're very sweet. They're very nice, and they both have been there from the beginning. So
Christy.
that is not. Go ahead.
This is a friend of the channel too, Christy. She's over there today. One of the things that she was saying is that there's like an overfill room because there's so many people over there.
Yeah, I imagine.
And then the
I'm
other
so glad
thing,
I didn't go.
yeah. Oh, yeah. It's packed. It is packed. They have a
It's
whole extra
packed.
room.
Yeah.
She also said the entire courtroom is filled with blue clothes, shoes, purses, makeup, ribbons, bracelets. Everyone here is
Oh.
representing Gannon. Uh-huh.
Aw. Well, except for Zach. He's not wearing a blue shirt, but that's okay. Let's see. What else do I have on here? Oh, the name I couldn't remember yesterday was Julia Janet. She's with Court TV.
Okay.
She's in there. Yes. And, yeah, so just, I don't know if you want to start with questions or I can start saying a few things I made notes of.
I don't have any questions. I'll look out on the chat. I do have Zach's Twitter pulled up too because he did some highlights of some of the thing that was going on.
The closing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I went through my notes versus Wednesday when they had the video that you guys were having a hard time hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So what I could tell is when the video first starts, I did not hear online where Letecia, this is the only Spanish she spoke, okay?
She actually did speak Spanish?
One word.
What she say? Hola?
No.
Oh.
You have to say it. I'm going to butcher it. Pendeo?
Oh, pendejo. Yeah.
Penteo. She was saying it meant asshole.
Oh. One quick, you guys in the chat, make sure, if you can tag me at @IkidMel with the questions, I'm saving it in the notepad, and then I'll ask Amy when it comes up. So make sure you tag me so I can see it.
Okay. So she was calling James that. She called him Penteo James.
Oh, okay.
Which was her stepdad. That is the only Spanish she ever spoke. One word.
Wow.
I probably know more bad words in Spanish than that. But anyway, so the evaluation starts, and it's Letecia who is present, who says, I don't remember anything. And then she talks about going to Dubai in Australia, and they ask her about that, and she said, I didn't take any of that seriously. I didn't take it literally. I don't think you guys could hear the doctor saying that.
Right, no.
So the doctor was saying, I didn't take any of it literally. She's making it up, or it's a fantasy. Letecia believes it, but it's just a fantasy. Like, she makes excuses for her.
And I like how the prosecution called her out on it, or called it out at one point too, with the whole fantasy thing.
Yep. And the doctor said, it sounded fantastical to me, so I didn't follow up on it. I didn't believe it, so I didn't follow up on it. That's mostly what the doctor kept going. Like, it was like, okay, those might be DID things, but she's like, oh, no, I blew that off. There's just no rhyme or reason to how this woman diagnoses. And, pretty much now we all know she's been discredited.
Even though like the defense was trying to be like, well, she's had like 100 publications, I guess, put into the DSM-5. How many?
What, 20 years ago?
Yeah, it kind of concerns me for the DSM-5 though. I don't know what I'm little.
Well, there's an update, Mel. You should wait for the update.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets updated every so often.
Oh, it does. Okay.
She was probably DSM-3 then, or something, or 2 or 1. Who knows? No, I think I can't remember when 1 came out, but she's probably DSM-2 or something. And then in the video, Letecia says, everything runs together. I don't know what things are nightmares or the truth. I don't remember things. And that's when the doctor started leading her with questions. And I messed up on the video yesterday and said the attorneys never said anything. And my apologies. I was very tired. I'm trying to make an excuse, but it is the truth. Afterwards, I saw comments like the attorney did speak, and I was like, oh, he did. I messed up, so I apologize to everyone.
Canceled you.
They canceled me fast. I was like, now I remember why I don't like to speak on the internet.
Let me if I can sneak in some questions, and then we'll get back.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Quite a few. Hold on, let me save these here real quick. Okay. So, one of the questions here, Gay Tucker says, Amy, how long do you think they will deliberate?
An hour.
An hour, yeah. It's gonna be probably quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
That one part where was it the prosecution that mentioned kids or something like that, like child care? I wonder who he's referring to.
Well, there are children there, and I did see them, and I haven't mentioned it for the privacy of the families. But there are small children there with the families.
Okay.
And they're very young, and so they do have babysitters at the hotel, and sometimes they would bring them to the courtroom. So yes, there are very small children involved, and I don't want to, for security reasons, say anything as to who they are.
Right. Hold on, I'm trying to get this ready to go. I was trying to put a timer on. I don't know how you start this thing. Ready to go.
For what?
To put it, because people wanted a timer to see how long it's going to take.
Oh, the verdict timer. They usually have that on one of the big channels. Can you start one on your?
I'm trying to. Ready to go.
I'll just hit my phone.
It's kind of fun. People can see it on the screen.
Yeah. That's a good idea. I forgot to start my clock.
See if there's any instructions. No instructions. Amazing.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Ghosty Tuna.
There's a 5-minute video on this shit.
And number of hours of
No, that's too much. I don't know. I'll try to figure it out after or when somebody.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hit it on my my phone. I just did the stopwatch on my phone, so let's see.
Okay, Richard says they've been back there for 15 minutes. Let me just say, in the meantime, maybe I could start, like you said, figure it out. Let me see the timer.
Okay, and I'm getting some questions sent to me.
Okay.
All right, so the first one I'm getting is fee rhymes with AMC. Ask her who kept taking their phone out, pissing off the judge. Okay, it was the public side, and mostly, and when I say that, it's the people sitting behind the press, and it was mostly the doctor's son. He just kept taking it out.
Oh, yeah.
It's like he just, I don't know if, I think he wasn't there for the admonishment. And I actually did a little timeline of yesterday of how many times we were yelled at and when. And that was not shown online. So, it started in the morning. It started after, remember they had to take a break because the doctor messed up with the paperwork.
Yeah.
And everybody got really mad and there was a break. Well, we really got reamed out then. And they even yelled at the press then. But the judge, when he was mad, you could tell he would laser focus in on you in the courtroom.
Ooh.
And so you'd follow his eyes, like, who is he looking at? And then, yeah, they would go find the person. Like, I don't know if he has like an overview camera or something.
Yeah.
But he would laser focus on certain people. So that's who, mostly it was her son. And then some other people, you know, I don't understand it, why people talk back to, I don't know. You're in a courtroom, you're in someone's home, you know, that's kind of what I think. And so
Right.
the bailiff would say, please put your phone away. And one guy, you know, older guy, turned around and said, well, how am I going to know what time it is?
Oh, shit. Really?
And I'm like, really? Just turn your damn phone off and ask somebody with a watch on, you know? And let's see, I have another one. Blue wrote, can you see where Al is sitting today? He sits in the same place every time. So behind the prosecutors, the first row is Aunt Veronica. Oh, okay. If you want to pull it up.
Yeah.
It's usually Aunt Veronica in the aisle, and then another friend or family member, then Landon,
Kind of
then
hard to
another
see.
family.
I think he's
yeah.
right here. I don't know.
And then right behind Landon is where Al sits with his new wife and some grandparents. Yeah, let's see. You want to go
And his wife is
on your
blonde.
left side.
Do you see where I circled it?
No.
Okay, there's a delay. You got to give it a little bit. I circled it on the screen.
Yeah, that's Al.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Amazing.
That's Al.
Okay, cool.
That was easy to do. Okay. MX asks, what was Amy holding back the other day? You know, I thought about it, and it was my first day there. I was pretty excited, to be honest. And there were some things, but I feel like, what's the word? I don't want to take advantage of a situation when people are in a bad spot.
Yeah.
So that's, I'm just going to, you know, one thing was that I was talking to some of the agents and the witnesses that were there before. And I don't feel right speaking on that. The verdict's not back. And then other things were about the family, and I do not want to take advantage of them during this situation. I just think that would be not a nice thing to do.
Right,
so,
right.
They're nice people, and I don't want to break their confidence. They're going through enough.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. Tell us, Amy. No, it's better to respect that.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. I thought better of it. I apologize for teasing and not saying anything. I will say, okay, I'll give y'all one scoop.
Okay.
If you see Al's wife at a conference and she has a scarf tied to her purse, it's the scarf that Diggs told me to buy to wear myself. And I gave it to her, and she tied it to her purse, so she would have red, white, and black.
Oh yeah,
Gannon.
you did tell me this.
Yeah. So if she has it on today on the press conference, if there is a press conference today, I'm assuming. Does it seem, okay, Lauren G is asking, does it seem that Landon blames Al? I could not tell anything that deep, but I can tell you there's definitely not a whole lot of love between the two families.
Yeah.
You know, I think they're being civil, but yes.
And St. Elmo's Fire, I guess to that same question, was asking, can you ask her if Al and Landon have contact? So it's kind of the same thing, I guess.
So they're sitting there, but if you've been divorced and have to be near your other one with a child in the middle of it,
right?
That's how it feels.
Right.
Like you act like adults, but you're not fighting and you're not cuddling. You're not, it's just they're being civil. That's what I'll say. But they're not displaying any kind of private matters. And I don't know if that has been out there and I don't know about it. If there's things out on the internet of them blaming each other, I think they're showing a united front. So,
somebody asked here too. Pineapple asked, what does Amy think about Will Cook? Will.
I said, I need to meet him for lunch and set him straight. I just think he's misguided. And, I just think he's not acting appropriate. He's not being professional. I hope someone in the law profession over there gives him a little mentoring. Just not professional at all. And, that's all. I just think he needs some guidance and some professional mentoring.
Tracy here was saying, can we watch the press conference when they announced the arrest of Letecia? It really shows the parents' emotions. Oh, we can watch that after. Yeah. I'll cue it up and we can watch it after. Amy.
They were not acting like that now.
That day, that
was a very emotional day. And I don't think, obviously Al wasn't remarried at that time. Mm-hmm. They both had lost a child. You could tell they just were united in grief. It was horrible.
Right.
And he was being a good guy. I've been in that situation where he said, hey, you come stay in my house. Our mutual child is missing. I have actually had something similar and had the ex-wife stay with us. And I was like, fine. I didn't move out of my house. So that just tells you what Letecia is,
Right.
Okay, let me rip through a few more questions that are being thrown away real fast. Let's see.
Sure.
Friendly neighbor wrote, Dr. Lewis lied when she said she didn't know who typed her handwritten notes. Her HBO doc's son states he types everything for her. I agree, 100%. I think her son is propping her up in her career.
You think so?
Yes. And I think he's definitely making a documentary. I think they're running out of money. And I think she's got the degree and he's just has, I used to think maybe he would have the physical. I think she's healthier than him though, after looking at him in court. Okay. Who was Will talking to today that sits behind them? QWERTY asked that. I didn't notice that. I mean, that's the press. So I don't know. Oh, yeah, there you go. You're queuing it up. Go ahead if you want to play it. And that's Aunt Veronica, I think, with
Okay, I've never watched this. Yeah, we can watch it. I've never seen this before.
Go ahead and watch it.
Here we're telling me it's pretty emotional.
It's very emotional. And that looks like the victim's advocate up front.
Oh, in the red? Okay.
In the red, I'll be able to tell when you play it.
Okay, you're gonna, by the way, you're gonna hear, it's gonna be complete, it's gonna be like a 30-second delay for you.
Oh, I'm not going to hear it because I have it muted.
Oh,
so
okay,
go
okay,
ahead.
cool.
Today. We thank you for your patience as we work diligently to piece together what led to Gannon's disappearance. Our speakers today will be Sheriff Bill Elder, Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko, FBI Denver Division Special Agent in Charge, Dean Phillips, District Attorney Dan May, and Senior Deputy District Attorney Michael Allen. We will not be taking any questions at the conclusion of the press conference. However, I will be reading a statement from Gannon's father, Al. Landon may not speak. Please respect the family's request for privacy as they begin to absorb and process the devastating news they have received today. Sheriff Elder.
Thanks, Jackie. Welcome, everybody. Today marks 5 weeks since the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch. We're holding the press conference to update you on some significant developments. While we've yet to locate Gannon, this morning, just after 8:00 a.m. East Coast time, Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina without incident by law enforcement officers from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, the Denver and Columbia divisions of the FBI, the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina Police Department, the Horry County, South Carolina Police Department, and Sheriff's Office. Letecia will be held without bond in the J. Reuben Long Detention Center in Horry County, South Carolina, where she will remain until she's extradited back to Colorado Springs on the following charges. Charge 1, murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age by a person in a position of trust. Child abuse resulting in death. Tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. I cannot stress enough what a difficult time this has been for Gannon's family. Like Jackie said, they've provided a written statement, but they will not, and they won't be providing any interviews at this time, and I ask that you protect their privacy. This has been a rapidly developing and highly complex investigation, and it underscores the importance of teamwork in the law enforcement agents in our community. While our hope is always that tragic cases like this never happen, it is precisely why the extremely close relationships we enjoy with our local, state, and national law enforcement partners becomes the most important. The list of people from around the country that have worked many, many long hours and invested themselves so deeply and is long and impressive.
Well, that's the aunt. They're saying that's Aunt Veronica.
Yes.
Okay.
That's her.
Okay.
I offer my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for all that you've done in the investigation.
Oh, okay. That's the name that I've heard.
For Landon.
For Landon.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I've heard.
And she's been there every single day.
Okay.
She sits right behind the prosecution in the aisle.
Oh, okay, okay.
The safety of the citizens of this community is the top priority to all of us standing before you today. We'd like to thank the thousands of members of this community for your compassion, your kindness, and your thoughtfulness, your generosity, and your support while we've taken on the tireless search efforts over the past 5 weeks. On behalf of the Sheriff's Office, all of the investigators, the staff, the volunteers involved in this investigation from all over the United States, we'd like to express our deepest sympathies to Gannon's family and friends. There is no way to express the depth of our sympathy, and our hearts break for you. But I make this promise: this team will continue its work. These partners will remain steadfast and diligent until the conclusion and final prosecution of this case. We will not stop, and this investigation has only begun. Letecia's arrest photograph will be made available to the media as soon as we can following the press conference. Jackie will have the details, and now I will turn the microphone over to Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko.
Good afternoon. We will not be going into detail about the information in the investigation which ultimately resulted in the arrest of Letecia. But I can tell you that this has been a methodical and time-consuming multi-state operation with investigators working nearly around the clock to find Gannon. There have been thousands of hours of investigation and search efforts. This includes large-scale searches in addition to small, specific searches with drones, horses, canines, and other resources. While we have not yet found Gannon, information has been developed that is helping us narrow our search. As you can see from the arrest, sadly, we do not believe Gannon is alive. Our work is only just beginning, and you will continue to see many law enforcement officials in El Paso County over the coming weeks and possibly months as we continue our relentless pursuit of justice for Gannon and his family. On behalf of the investigators and staff involved in this investigation, we would like to express our deepest sympathies to the family and the friends of Gannon. The death of a child is something no parent should ever have to endure. This case has not just been an investigation for us. This case has become very personal and will forever remain in our hearts. We will continue to work closely with the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office, the FBI, and other partners to the conclusion of this investigation. At this time, I'd like to turn this over to FBI Denver Division Special Agent in Charge, Dean Phillips.
Thank you for being here today. On behalf of the men and women of the FBI, all the special agents, investigative analysts, support staff, and our task force officers, we express our deepest condolences to the family, the friends, and the loved ones of Gannon Stauch. To the press, I also ask that you give the family space and time in order to process the information that they're dealing with now. To the community, thank you for your patience and understanding, for your assistance, and for the support you provided to the law enforcement community as we have worked through this investigation. The law enforcement community, I want to recognize in particular the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Springs Police Department, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, our partners, our task force partners in Pueblo, the Pueblo PD, Pueblo County Sheriff's Office, and the Colorado State Patrol. All of these agencies have worked tirelessly and seamlessly together throughout this investigation. Although this is not the outcome for which we had hoped, we continue to work this aggressively, and we will continue to work it through to the end. As far as the FBI is concerned, we brought significant resources to bear to include agents, special agents, investigative analysts, technical support, evidence response teams, and behavioral analysis unit support. But we are not done. We will be here with our partners to the end. We will continue to help law enforcement and the prosecutors see this to the very end. And know this, when it comes to the loss of a child, the FBI will always bring all available and logical resources to bear to help our law enforcement partners when called. We will answer the call. To the community, I want to tell you that at this point, all the evidence points to Gannon's disappearance being the result of foul play, but we have no reason to believe that there is any information or intelligence indicating a threat to other children in the community. Thank you very much.
This is not the outcome that anybody here wanted. We wish today, as we were standing here, that we had little Gannon with us to be able to present to our community still alive and doing well. Unfortunately, that's not the situation. As you've heard, an arrest warrant was issued for first-degree murder.
Yeah,
of Gannon
it's
in this case.
about 10. It's kind of long. It takes 10 minutes
to know
long.
the family now. as part of our prosecution family, and they'll be with us for the next many months going forward. It's an unfortunate thing that we are here today. I do want to thank all those who've been involved. The FBI has been amazing. John Cronin, who's the special agent in charge here in Colorado Springs, has spent literally his team 24/7 for weeks across this country. We could not have done this without their support. Bill Elder's team has been fabulous in terms of their work, working tirelessly again 24/7 for many weeks, hoping we would find Gannon. Unfortunately, we are not. Colorado Springs Police Department, Kevin Clark came over, and it's been amazing the work that he has done, which I understand he may even get a special recognition from the FBI in terms of what he's done on this case. My lead prosecutor on this case has been Michael Allen. He will continue to be the lead prosecutor throughout this case. And with that, I'd like to introduce him to fill you in on some of the things we expect going forward.
I want to let everybody know that the affidavit in this case supporting the arrest warrant
there
remains
is.
sealed. We do understand why this case has drawn the attention it has from
No,
across
no,
our
it's the
community,
prosecutor.
and also across our country. But we want to do everything we can to make sure we achieve justice for Gannon. So we're not going to talk about the facts of the case going forward. We want to make sure that we protect these criminal proceedings.
Yep.
Anytime a child goes missing, it's natural for people to want to help out. And we encourage people, if you have credible tips, to still report those tips to the Sheriff's Department. We are going to continue this investigation. And really, it's a two-pronged investigation at this point, or process, I should say. One, we still want to bring Gannon home so that he can have a proper burial and his family can achieve the closure that they need. But we also want to hold the person that we are charging, Letecia Stauch, accountable for what she did in this case. She has been arrested on the following charges: murder in the first degree, child under 12 by a person in a position of trust. That is a Class 1 felony and carries a potential penalty of life in prison without parole. The other charges are child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased body, and tampering with physical evidence. The extradition process is where we are now. We will proceed until we get Letecia back here to face formal filing of charges, which will be sometime in the coming days. We do have a team of folks in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina right now, 2 prosecutors from our office, FBI agents, and members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. They're collecting evidence even in South Carolina as we speak, and that will continue until they exhaust that effort. I do want to add, too, that all defendants, Letecia included, are innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That will be the case. It's our burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. We are confident that we'll be able to do that. But because we have that burden and we want to protect these proceedings, we won't be commenting again on the facts of this case. Thank you very much.
All right, hold on one second. Let me call Diggs. I just want to get, she has a timer too. I want to get like a timer thing. I think I found an app that I can do it, but I have to put in the custom time. So just give me 1 second. Let me see if I can start setting it up for the stream.
Hello?
Hi, do you have a timer running?
I do.
Okay, so
it started at exactly 1:03 Mountain Standard Time.
just tell me
Twitter.
just tell me how many minutes you're in right now.
Right, I just sent you it, but I'll send it exactly right now. It is 55 minutes and 9 seconds.
All right, so we're 55 minutes in already?
Yeah.
Okay,
It started
hold
at 1:03.
Okay, so let me start. I'm at 56. Tell me when it's 56, okay?
Okay, I'll tell you when it's exactly 56.
Okay. Go!
It's at 55:30 right now.
Okay. Just give me 56.
Huh?
Just tell me when it's 56.
Yeah, I was just letting you know. Be ready.
Okay.
40. Oh. Waiting seconds feels like so long. 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, exactly 56 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right, so thank you. I have the counter running. I'm just going to have to add it to the Streamlabs. So I'll keep playing this until I've added to the Streamlabs. All right, thanks. Are you following the websites too? There's 2 Twitter pages that they're going to announce.
The official one is Colorado Court.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm following them.
Okay. All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Yes, I am. Okay.
Your mods have you covered.
All right, I'm gonna continue to play this. I feel extremely tired. I was up super late. Now it's like hitting me hard now. But all right, we got about 6 more minutes
Let me
left.
say something
Go ahead,
before
go
you
ahead.
start.
Go ahead.
You see this guy on screen, Michael Allen. He's the district attorney. Do you remember in the Alec Murdaugh trial,
Mhm.
when that attorney came up one day and he was really, really good for the state, and he was the elected official?
I think so. But that's him?
He did one of the crossings, okay? And
Oh.
everybody's like, where has this guy been all along? He's really, really good. And he was an elected official. Okay, this guy, Michael Allen, is an elected official. He's the top dog in El Paso County.
Oh.
So for him to come in and do this case is incredible. He didn't send his underlings. He did it. So he made it his purpose. So Gannon had the best. Okay, go ahead.
Interesting.
Really, I'm not in the correct mindset to be even standing up here, but if I had to say one thing, that when he said Gannon is no longer with us, I'd have to say
I can
Gannon
answer
is
some
with
more
us.
questions too if it's not playing yet.
After the stories of people from
Okay.
all over the world, he's not only my hero now, he's the world's hero. So I think the community, the positive support from a state that I've never visited other than 2 or 3 times, I'm astounded by the amount of love that's not come from me. It's came from my boy. And never thought I'd be standing here.
Yeah, you're good.
It was a nightmare. Okay. I've had to put trust in the people I don't know. Today, I got the worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served. And I'll make sure that justice is served because my boy did not deserve any of this that has happened to him. So I urge media one more time just to hold off on questions until we know that this person, the stepmom that I even trusted, that she will pay 100% for this heinous thing she done. And I know that that's going to will be done. So I ask you guys, I beg and plead if you've known or if you see this story, all of you have seen this story, please hold that very close to you. Because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy. And I know that you've seen pictures, you've seen stories, you've seen my little man. He is truly my hero. And I'm gladly giving that to you guys too, that he can be your hero. I've heard stories of people that have not prayed in years, that have finally fell on their knees to pray. I know where my son's at, without a shadow of a doubt. So many families have been brought closer together because of this. I know my boy is special, and I've told my people and my family and friends that Gannon has a testimony, that Gannon has a story. He's special. And this is his story. So make that story magnificent, who my child is. And I'm putting my trust into you guys to do that. So thank you for allowing Gannon to be your hero and sharing him with us.
So now I'm going to read a statement from Al, Gannon's dad. In a moment on September 29, 2008, my heart stopped as my baby boy entered this world way too early, weighing only 1 pound, 6 ounces. His infectious smile and constant laughter made an impact on every single person he's ever met. Although I miss the years when he was learning to walk, learning to talk, and he had welcomed his little sissy home from the hospital, I've been looking forward to his teenage years and the fun we had ahead of us as he became a young man. In a moment On March 2nd, 2020, my heart stopped again with what we have heard up to this point. My little boy is not coming home. We will never play Nintendo again. No more Taco Tuesdays.
Yeah, this is getting me like sad,
No more
man.
smooth-looking
Ugh,
haircuts.
Jesus Christ.
No more Big Bubba for my Lena, and no more G-Man for the world. The person who committed this heinous, horrible crime is one that I gave more to anyone else on this planet, and that is a burden that I will carry with me for a very long time. But the God I believe in is the owner and decider of justice and vengeance. Only He can repay. Although I am selfish and want my baby boy here, now and forever, how can I question God for bringing Gannon home to Him? Because Gannon believed in God, and I will never stop believing. Thank you to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and the FBI for the thousands of hours it took to uncover the truth as we know it, and may they stay strong and focused as they move forward. The mugshot for Letecia will be available on our social media platforms as soon as she is formally booked into the Horry County Sheriff's Office detention facility. I do have press packets available for the media, which will be available at the conclusion of the press conference. As Senior District Attorney Michael Allen said, all investigation questions should be directed to the District Attorney's Office. All search effort information will continue to come from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Right now, I'd like to take the time to thank the media for your constant coverage and not letting this nation forget Gannon. Our work is not done. Let's continue to work together to find him. Thank you for coming.
I should have, next time too, maybe I can set you up with StreamYard. You don't have to get on camera, but so that I can actually share the screen as well with you. So you could watch and listen at the same time. So next time we could try to do that. But all right, the video finished, Amy. I don't know if you saw any questions that you wanted to answer or just hang out and talk. And I don't know if I still have Amy there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I
No,
put
it's
my
fine.
phone on mute.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, there's a question that keeps being asked over and over, and it was about the makeup of the jury.
Oh yeah.
So there are, if it's, going as I think it is, then it would be, I wrote it down, and then that got me all choked up.
I know. Oh my God. I had to hold back.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
that was pretty tough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 men and 5 women, and 1 person of color. I say that because I'm not going to presume what their background is. And I'd say the age, mostly I'd say the average is between 45 and 60.
Okay.
With a few sprinkled, maybe 2 sprinkled 20-somethings. But more of a grandpa, grandma age group. And you don't play with grandbabies,
Right.
So I really didn't see anybody on there that stuck out to me that was a Dr. Lewis sympathizer. Really didn't, but you never know. But I don't think so.
Okay.
I really don't. Let's see. Mo sent me a few other questions real quick. I'll read.
Somebody asked you just now, Richard, has Amy seen any members of the jury emotional or crying at any point during the trial?
Never crying. I haven't while I was there. Now, I was not there every day. So I did see a few get very frustrated with Dr. Lewis and throw their hands up in the air.
Really?
Because you would not answer a question yes or no. I did see one juror constantly turning to look at the family. which I thought was interesting. Not sure why they were doing that, but no. And then, like I said, the expressive juror that I call Mel,
Yeah.
he really was like, you could tell when the doctor didn't make sense or wouldn't answer a question, he let her know by his face.
Oh.
Somebody
He would
said,
make-
who came in late and went straight to talk to Cook this morning in the light blue shirt front row? I missed that.
I didn't see that either.
There are no family members or supporters of Letecia there. There are none. Is there someone with Landon? Yes. Her aunt, who is very supportive, and two other, like I said, either family or friends. So she's surrounded and has a good support. And they have great victim advocates here that stay with them at all times and help them out. I'm very proud of the legal system here. And I think that's what the judge was talking about. The alternates will probably have access to counseling as well after seeing the autopsy photos. They really support their jurors here.
Why don't I, maybe I should show the S-curve video?
Go ahead.
How
do I,
I know you sent it to me, right?
Yeah, it's in, well, I sent you a very cut off version of just going from Palmer Lake to the area. And so that's the shorter one. And then I sent you the really long one that's haunting. Because for her to, so when you get off the interstate, it takes about 5 minutes to get from the busy interstate to where she dropped the board and Gannon's body at the first time. And to go down that long, lonely road in January, and that's all full of snow. And I don't know, was the crazy woman playing music and rocking out while she was driving? Or was she thinking about it, But it's a very isolated area. I've lived here over 20 years. I've never been there. She lived here, a year and a half? Or maybe if that? How did she know that area? And that was my question. And there's a really rich piece of property right there. And I don't know. She was playing around with somebody up in that area.
So this is, so heading north on I-25 from El Paso County to Douglas County.
Okay, that's probably the long one.
Yeah. Is that fine to do the long one? Right,
yeah, that's fine. It's going to be about 5 minutes.
That's fine. We got time.
Okay. I just won't be able to watch it in real time with you.
Okay. I wonder if I could, let me see real quick. Hold on. Let me see if I can do something. Then I can send you a link. Hold on a second. Let me do this real quick so you can watch with this. And, I think I'm gonna take some little pre-workout. I'm crashing here.
You're fading.
So,
get up, take something to drink. I'll answer some questions. Put Mo on here with me. We'll talk or dig.
Oh, it's true. Mo could do it.
We'll carry it through for you to come back from 5 minutes.
I'm just gonna set this up first. You can see.
Explain what's happening.
Yeah.
So what I'm seeing on the screen is I've already turned off the interstate. So what everyone's looking at, when you see those are foothills, not mountains. And she has to get to those foothills to hide him.
Okay.
So, and this is a Sunday, so there's more traffic on this road than there would be on a weekday. Because it's a really pretty, I'm going to start driving it. It's a really pretty drive. And for a lot of motorbikes and stuff, so.
I'm sending you a link on Discord.
Okay.
Oh, my camera got messed up. What the hell?
What?
My it glitched out for some reason. All right, I'm gonna send you a link.
Where did it?
While you join that, I'm just gonna grab a little drink.
Okay. Okay, he's like, oh, I can hear myself. Why is that? Testing. Now I'll do some jumping jacks. Hi, everybody. Okay, ask questions and I'll try to answer. I can see the chat. Did Harley talk to Al after her testimony? Do you know? I don't know, but I did hear that they didn't talk or he didn't follow her out. Someone asked why she didn't change her last name. Is he talking to me? Okay. Oh. How many shots did he have? I do not know if Alan Hartley talked. And as to why Letecia did not change her last name, she's not required to, but a Colorado Springs attorney on another channel that we all love said that he was going to look into it if there was a way for Al to force her to change her last name.
Okay, what's going on?
You there?
Yeah.
I took over your channel for a minute while you were singing. Yeah.
Oh.
So do some jumping jacks. That'll get the blood going.
Yeah, I was kind of a little pre-workout.
We heard you. We heard you
Yeah, a
singing
little
and
breakfast
dancing.
sandwich.
Yeah, there you
Cool.
go. Okay, I'm in. I'm watching, I think, at the same time. So
Cool.
I had just turned off the interstate and pulled over just to let the cars get by me, and I filmed this. Hope you don't get dizzy, but this, I just wanted to, anybody who wanted to know what it felt like for her to have this baby in the back of her car and take this trip off the main interstate. And so you also know this is on the way, not very far from the airport exit. So
this is
I know
from where to where? This is from Landon's? Sorry,
No,
not
no,
Landon's. Sorry.
she-
Gannon's
no, right. Well,
house?
this is from the airport because
Oh, from
she
the
had
airport.
already-
Gotcha.
This is before she picks up. Let me see.
Al.
No, she went to the airport. Nope, she went to the airport with him in the car. Left the car at the airport for 12 hours with his body in the car. I talked to an agent. I will say this part. Remember the guy who interviewed her in South Carolina for like 3 hours, and we called him Men in Black?
Mm-hmm.
He was so patient with her,
Mhm.
and we all said he deserved a raise.
Mm-hmm.
He and I talked,
Uh-oh.
and I asked.
Are you
and I
sure?
asked him-
Are you sure you want to say this?
Yeah, he's no longer with the agency.
Oh, but he wasn't in this trial though, was he? Or
He was the witness, but
Right.
there's nothing. It was after, and okay, I won't say anything.
okay, I'm just saying. I don't know if you want.
Yeah, they're not going to call any witnesses back. But all I'm saying is I asked if there could have been a decomp smell from being at the airport for 12 hours that day.
Mm.
And he said no because of the temperature in Colorado.
And that's a really good thing. That's what a lot of people were wondering about that. The decomp
Right.
and like how.
And I wrote only answer if you're allowed.
Okay.
So, yes. So basically she had him in that basement, and in Colorado in the basements, it's very cold. It's very cold in the summers. So she opened that window saying, she killed him in the afternoon. She said there was a fire, so she had to open the windows because of the smell. That was to create a cooling condition in that basement to freeze him in that storage room.
Right.
And then she took him up the next morning, put him in her car, drove him to the airport where he stayed for 12 hours, and then
Wow.
he would have stayed frozen in the car during the day. I apologize for speaking of the poor baby like this. Then she went back to get him. I have the times written down, and drove him from the airport out here. Okay, and the airport is like only an exit or two away from this exit. So she went and got her Tiguan again, or Tiguan, whatever it is, again, and brought him out here, and he stayed out here for 3 days before she picked him up in the Altima and brought him to the U-Haul. So he was frozen. I mean, just so people understand, it's below zero sometimes out here. So this is going, all right, so let's start.
Okay.
This is just going down the lonely 2-lane road.
And I wanted to know
Lake.
too if you can hear audio. So look, let me know right now when I play. You hear that?
There's no audio for me.
Audio.
Turn left on.
Well, for me.
I know.
Because I didn't want to have echo.
No, but you should be able to hear it though still.
Okay, it won't echo.
It could be on my end. No. But
okay.
I mean, but you don't have to turn on your mic. You should just be able to hear my audio playing on StreamYard.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
See if it's playing.
Bruce Mountain Road.
Can you hear it?
I muted everything. Give me a second.
Let me ask you, the StreamYard, where are you
Yes.
playing it at? On your phone or the computer?
On the computer, and I'm talking to you on a VoIP line.
So the computer, the volume is up?
Yep. Now I can hear it.
Oh, you can hear it?
Yes.
Good. Okay, I want you to be here with us too to experience it all. All right.
So here you'll see some snow still on the side of the road. This is last weekend. But during the winter, this is just a sheet of white. I wouldn't even probably drive this road.
So this would have been, completely probably covered.
Completely covered, icy. They're not going to clear these roads in the winter. This is not the S-curve. I'm just kind of pulling over to let people pass me by. Oh, no, that car turned left. Sorry. Keep going. Sorry. But you can see how empty and open. How did a woman who's not from here know where she was going? Now, Palmer Lake is out there. I don't know if this woman thought she was going to put him in the lake, and that's a joke because that's frozen solid. So maybe she was headed out there because of that.
You know what? I didn't realize until, I don't know if this was a thing. Maybe you can tell me, Amy. The prosecution, I think on the rebuttal, starting to get my energy now. He had said that she had, disposed of Gannon at this bridge, like with the hopes of like he's gonna go out into
Florida.
Right. From Florida into like I forgot what body of water. That's why she was mentioning Mexico. That's why she was mentioning Mexico or something like that, or something.
Yeah, you live over there. Oh, you're on the east coast of Florida.
I'm on the East Coast. That's the West Coast. Yeah.
New Orleans is Gulf Coast, So yeah, that would have floated out to the Gulf Coast, but it didn't. She was hoping it wouldn't be found. A hurricane would come in and take it out.
You know what really kind of annoyed me? It's just the whole thing too, where even with this Dorothy Lewis, how just like playing dumb. You can't be that dumb. But the whole thing of like Letecia calling out of work, and that it's so bizarre that she made up. I mean, her stepfather is her father or her stepfather. Her stepfather. Her stepfather is dead. But I've heard of people doing that. It's not like, oh my God, wow, this is something I've never heard of before. You must be insane.
That's a lie.
People do it. I think it's shitty, but I've heard of people like, oh, my grandmother passed away.
Yeah.
For this supposed educated expert, whatever the fuck you want to call it, to be like, I don't know, it's bizarre. It's the mental illness. It's like, come on.
Yes. I was in the back of the room. I was like, no, it's just a lie. It's simple. It's a lie.
And then the defense tried to do the same thing.
It's a lie. It's just a lie.
I've always wondered, like, those experts, right? The paid experts. And like, people sometimes criticize, they're supposed to make money. Like, that's their job. Like, of course they're going to get paid. But those experts, when they're hired by like a defense or whatever, or prosecution or whatever, do you think like there's some sort of bias? Kind of like, I don't know, this is a person that's hiring me, paying me. And like, I mean, what would be the point if I go against?
Their license is on the line, and this lady's at the end of her career, so she doesn't care. and she's not licensed in Colorado, so what does she care? And also, I believe what happens is the report is available to both sides, regardless of how it turns out. So yes, there's ethics involved.
You remember, did you watch the Alex Murdaugh trial?
Yeah.
What, the 3-foot man? Remember that? The whole the 3-foot people or whatever? That's so funny.
The guy who threw the phone on
Oh
you know,
my
10
gosh.
times in
That
his
was so.
office.
I meant to clip
And
that. I
they
never
asked
clipped it.
him,
Yeah.
They asked him what was his statistical formulation, and he was like, I don't know. I threw it somebody. It was like, dude,
All
you
this
don't even
guy
know
did.
the baseline.
An expert. He threw a cell phone in his office. That was it. He's like, great. This is the conclusion that I've
You
come
don't
to.
even know the formula for calculating a proper statistical sample. Yeah, that was crazy.
All right, I'm gonna play this. Thank you for doing this for us too. This video.
Sure. So sorry, you might get dizzy a little.
That's all right.
And I
You're
pull
good.
over every now and then to let cars go by. Okay. Oh.
So, and why do you pull over to let cars go by? Is that like just?
In Colorado, you kind of do it on a 2-lane road.
Oh.
You know, because there's a lot of people who like to just sightsee.
Oh, and they're not paying
And so
attention.
It's a courtesy thing.
Oh, it's
yeah,
because they're
it's a
sightseeing.
courtesy thing.
Oh, I was thinking they're not paying attention. They're gonna run right into you, but it's like a courtesy thing because they're sightseeing.
No. Yeah, like if they're just trying to get home and you're sightseeing,
Yeah.
it's throughout the mountains. You do it. You just pull over and let people go by.
Oh, okay.
All right. So now we're going to turn left on a road and then right on a road. And that
What kind of
road
car are you
is gonna
driving? Is it 4-wheel drive? That's a 4-wheel drive?
telling you.
Okay.
No,
but
no, it's not. Well, no.
No, okay.
So now we're taking a right onto South
That's true that
Perry
you,
Road.
you don't say because people come looking for you. Sorry, turning right
Now
where?
you're trying to get me in trouble. South Perry Road.
South Perry Road.
So this road, you go straight, and then we're going to do an S curve. So we're going to go left, not right here. You're going to see me pull over again and let somebody go by. A bunch of motorbikes, I think, go by. And you see the green sign up front?
Yes.
We're going to be entering Douglas County. Okay? So we're in El Paso County where everything's being tried. She crossed that county line. Yeah, see the motorcycle gangs? And it was really cool 'cause the motorcycles were leading, well, they're not gangs, they're groups. They were leading me. Yeah, they were leading, they're fine. So it says Douglas County right there.
They were leading you? Oh, okay. Kind
Yeah.
of cleared the road, I guess.
Okay, that's not the S yet. So we're going to turn, there's going to be a left, then there's going to be a right, and right after the right, his memorial is on the left.
Ah.
Okay, this isn't it. Again, I'm pulling over because there's someone riding my... Nope. Okay, never mind. That's not the S. Yet. But she's riding out here all by herself with Gannon. Okay, I'm going to pull over again for a second.
Road trip.
Yep, road trip for everybody.
And you guys can hear Amy, right? Go ahead and talk, Amy.
Hello?
Yeah, they can hear you. I don't know. So Amy's not in the video. Amy's actually live with us. She's watching the video with us, but she actually recorded this video driving out there. Some people are confused.
And
They think I'm just talking to myself or some shit. Or like talking to.
No, I took this video last Sunday and I didn't speak because I didn't know what Mel wanted to do with it. Like if he wanted to add his own voiceover on it or whatever. And I didn't want to have music for copyright purposes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And you can hear the road noise so that you can think about, I was also thinking about Gannon as I was riding out there.
And
So
the
this
S?
is the left part of the curve.
Okay.
And-
This is where Letecia
okay.
would have taken.
Yes. Now you see, pause.
So there's two sides. You could go to the left. You could go to the right.
Okay, that's the left part of the S, and that sign just said you're going to have the right side, so that's an S curve.
Let's see.
Okay.
Take it back to see it.
Yep.
Then you go further back, or is that it?
That's it. That's the left, That's the bottom of the S.
Oh.
And then when you're going to take the top of this S, as soon as you turn that corner, you're going to see the camera shake because his memorial's right there and it's showing up. And it's going to be on the left side of the street right after this corner. Right there, stop. Okay, do you see the furthest yellow? Oh, which should I look at? StreamYards or?
Definitely just watch StreamYard because YouTube's going to be a delay.
Okay, so on StreamYards, the furthest yellow sign pointing to the right, okay, come back one post. Nope, too far. Too far. Right there. That's his memorial. And it's blue. And I was a little disappointed that it wasn't more decorated. I was a little sad. And then it blurs, and then
there it is. Okay.
And then it comes into focus, and then I stop and I get out and I take still pictures. But this is probably the best shot for you to see. Now,
You sent me the still pictures, right?
Right. And you could turn left right there, and there's like a turn in to go into the property. So I sent you a picture. I don't know if you can find it. If you can, I'll send it to you again. But the turn in right there, if you stop, do you see sort of that green thing on the left? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you can kind of turn in there. A car fits in there. And I think she threw the board over the barbed wire fence. And I think she put the suitcase and his body just alongside the road, that side road, so she could come back and get it later. But she couldn't get the board again because she had thrown it over the barbed wire fence. And you can't get over that fence. It's a really nice fence.
So this is like this image you sent to me. This is the map, right?
That's what we just took.
And so this is like from the airport area, right?
That's I-25. That's
I-25.
Interstate 25. It runs north and south.
And that's what I was. And this is with a particle board. Oh, with a board.
Yep.
I guess
the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, particle board, and also where they believe she put him in the suitcase for a few days.
Oh, really?
And then she went, and then she went back to get him 3 days later with a rented car that they had put a tracking device on, and that she stayed there for a while, and that's how they knew to go look in the area, because it was like, well, that's unusual. Why is she out there? And they went out there, and that's when they were like, we're going to do a search, and then they called off the search when the policeman found the board with the blood on it. They didn't want people out there. And then
and there's a property there too, right? CC was asking this.
Is off to the left. I sent you that picture too, like okay, so it would be behind the car is where the really rich like a gated community is. So if you go back to, I think I sent you that picture. Let me
Yeah, I was looking for it.
It's the last picture in that short video I sent you.
Short video.
Earlier.
Okay.
With all the photos, the very last picture.
Oh, okay. Oh, let me just, this whole.
So that's the whole S curve going out to, that's everything from the interstate to the.
So the other one, let's see. That's what you said. Oh, that's not it.
No, the other one. The one before this. The one before that.
No, it's not this one? Oh.
Nope. It's the one I sent you this morning about headed to Colorado Springs, and it was this one. Go to the very last picture in this.
Oh, these are the still images too of what you just showed.
Right. These are right. So keep going a little bit more. Okay, so that's still looking, as though I'm going, stop. Okay, so that was coming, if you were going to leave and go back the way we came, off to the right, you see that? That's gated for a very rich community.
Oh.
And that's the property that I wonder that she was trying to associate with the man named Edgar, not the other one.
Eduardo, or whatever.
Not him. A man named Edgar that apparently went to Rhode Island. So that's why I'm like, she's either been out there or she had to, because this is beyond Palmer Lake. If she was just going to Palmer Lake, she would have stopped 5 minutes back. She knew this was out there.
Right. And somebody was asking, let me see here real quick.
Do I know the timeline of the injuries? I just saw a super chat.
Oh.
So what happened was the night before, on January 26th, is when the supposed fire happened in the basement. It is believed she drugged him with hydro whatever, Al's meds for his wisdom teeth or whatever. And so he was loopy getting in the car on January 27th, and there's neighbor video of him getting into the truck with her on January 27th and running errands with her. They come home on January 27th about 2 o'clock, I think. I don't have my timeline in front of me, but it was before school was out. It was about 2 o'clock, and there we go. And something happened, shortly after 2 p.m. So don't know if they went into the house, and I'm kind of putting her story in that Gannon grabbed a kitchen knife. That's one of her stories, and that the Russian Maria said she took the knife from him, and the stab wounds started first because he had defensive wounds, and then she hit him on the head, and then she shot him. And somehow they ended up in the bedroom. So if it started in the kitchen, which I don't believe, because I don't think there was that much blood from the kitchen going down to the basement where his bedroom was. A lot of blood was in the bedroom. So I don't know if he took a knife down to have an apple, who knows, and he's in his bedroom and she comes down there and starts stuff with him. And everything happened in the bedroom.
Richard was asking you too about as far as this area that you were, the S-curve thing. Asking me if she can share, if she can now share the info on why she picked this specific area. She mentioned it in a prior stream.
Me? No, I think that was crime. That was Crime Curious, I think. I think Crime Curious was talking about Edgar, and that's not his real name, and that was Crime Curious. That was Jennifer.
I have it open. I'll keep an eye. If you see anything else, then.
Yeah. I don't know why she picked the area. Like I said, oh, he's talking to somebody else. Never mind.
No, sorry. Yeah, Dig's calling me because she said that the web thing came on. Everybody was talking about it on Twitter, but I have it running in the background with the audio on, so I haven't.
Let me check Zach's page. Court will be giving it. That was an hour ago. Zach DuPont hasn't said anything.
No, and I'm watching the Twitter page too. Let me check because I know Law and Crime, they have a feed of just let me see, maybe something did come. Maybe it was an accident. Law and Crime. Take a look. Oh, I think something did come on. I'll show you guys. I don't know why it came on like that. It was like a brief. I have the audio playing in the back, but I'm not really watching. So check this out.
The judge said the other day that it resets itself every now and then, and when it does, that's when they cut the video so that you can't see the jury.
Yeah, I guess that's all it was. It just cut on.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from Zach or.
Yeah, no, it was just a thing because I pulled up Law and Crime and rewinded back a little bit. It came on and it turned off. But that was it.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Diggs. Anyway.
Okay. I know we're just killing time. Are there any other? Let me see if there's. I'm all over like you now. I'm like, let me go to Discord and see if I have any other questions.
I thought I was trying to see if Nancy Grace did a thing on this, but I didn't see anything. It's pretty off the wall.
No, they're so into the Vallow case.
They are, yeah.
It's so wild that both of these cases took so long, and they sort of happened at the same time because Vallow was arrested in January 2020. And I think, wait, don't let everybody crucify me.
That's wrong.
That's wrong.
Get her.
I'm pretty sure she was, I don't know. I think she was arrested in 2020. But because of COVID and all the delays, and Vallow went away to the mental institute for a while, you know, and for both cases to happen at the same time was really wild. Okay, somebody called Helava Live, said, Amy, did you hear the good doctor's appeals comment? I did. That was shocking. Did you hear that, Mel?
No, what?
She was testifying, and she said, I wrote that on my notes, they were asking her about the EEG and the MRI, and she said, well, it doesn't matter. It's going to come up on appeals anyway. In her testimony.
Ooh, no, I didn't hear that.
And immediately the prosecution jumped and said, Your Honor, I object. And the Honor was like, stop, everybody stop. He was like, ignore what she said. It's like having your granny up there or something. Like, don't say that. You know? It's like, yeah, she was saying they were planning for an appeal.
Ooh, I am not surprised, I guess, but.
Yeah, during her testimony.
Oh, I must have. Maybe that's when I got up or something.
Yeah. How many bailiffs were in court today? Okay, there's only one bailiff, and only one clerk of court. There are many police officers, either dressed in uniform or not. And a lot of people were asking why she wasn't acting out. I tell you what, if you go in there, I don't care how crazy you are. The guy who did the shooting in Colorado Springs of the Planned Parenthood, he's really insane. Like, he doesn't know where he is or what's going on. He can't even go to court because he's not competent to work in a courtroom. He would do that. He'd be like, I don't know. You have half a lick of sanity and you see all the armed people in there within feet of you.
Right.
You're not going to mess around because this judge does not care. He has said, shoot if you have to.
Oh, this is really nice. Check this out. Somebody tagged me on this. Journey of an Aesthetic podcast. Check this out.
Wait, have to find you.
Timer in the way, but.
Aww.
Gannon is buried in Charleston. Is it Charleston or Charleston? South Carolina.
Charleston.
South Carolina. He was born where he was born / lived with his family in Loris, South Carolina. When he was returned to South Carolina, community of Loris had a motorcycle memorial, planted a garden, and had a vigil / memorial until he arrived.
Oh, that's how I felt with the motorcycle. That's how I felt with the motorcycle people. I felt like they were bringing me out there, and then when I left, they were leaving. There was another group going the other way, and I was like, don't think weird of me, but I believe if you pay attention, there are things. And I was just like, yeah, they might go out there and check on him. This group might go to check on his spot.
Wow, there's a lot of support all over.
There's a lot of support.
Mm-hmm.
People don't play with people messing with kids, you know?
Yeah.
Aw, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I still haven't heard. You see, I'd like something like that out at his spot here in Colorado. And when I saw how vacant it was, I was like, okay, that's my next project. Is to see who owns the land, if we're allowed to do something out there. Can we put a bench out there for him?
Right.
Something, because I don't know if it's private property or not, or if they'll allow. But that's my next project, is to get a little something out there for him.
Right. That would be nice.
Bad.
Yeah, I'm at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice. I was thinking about the weather, but you can still set stuff up out there.
Well, yeah, you can. Rocks are good. Rocks are everywhere here, and a little bench, or even a tree, even an aspen or something. Plant it for him out there, but I'd have to find out whose property it is. What they have out there is yeah, you have to think, can it survive a blizzard? So,
You know that video, that candle video, 'cause I remember when I first heard it, and then now, they brought it up again during the closing statements, arguments. I just thought it was so disgusting, the manipulation,
her.
making him feel guilty, and not like pressure, or like he shouldn't have to think or worry about now we got to sell the furniture.
Child.
Yeah, that's really disgusting. Like, you got to be a wretched fucking person to do something like that.
Yes.
I mean, I was
That's child abuse. That's child abuse. And she had the nerve to put it out there thinking, look, I'm a good mom. No, you're a wretched mother and you don't know it.
Right. Yeah.
So let's see if there's any other, I was going to say, okay, this was another thing. I'm seeing a lot of people are saying it was a HIPAA violation to have the attorney and Dr. Lewis's son in the room with Letecia when they were doing the evaluation.
I heard, but I don't know. I really don't know.
Now,
Maybe
you may know this from being in medical. I think if Letecia gives permission,
that's what I was thinking.
they're
If she
allowed
gave
to
permission,
be in there.
Yeah, maybe
they're allowed to be in there. The thing that disturbed me the most was Letecia doing the final breaths of Gannon, and you cannot hear it on the internet. I went to the exact time. Mo tried to clean it up. You cannot hear, which is a very fortunate thing for everyone.
Right.
But I know the time mark and everything, and listened. And I tell you, if you've heard someone die, she was making those noises, and that's when she was rushing Letecia, saying, I stabbed him, and she showed the stabbing motions, and she made the noises he made, like taking his last breath, and it was just horrible. So that was pretty bad. And then the second worst thing was the stupid doctor was doing the stabbing motion over and over on the stand. And I wanted the judge to make her stop.
Oh, she was. Oh, the doc. Oh, jeez.
Yes. She just like, some people just do this. And she just kept doing stabbing. And she said it could have been a seizure. I was like, what is wrong with you?
Mark and Matt had a super chat. Sorry if this is a dumb question. The Nintendo Switch that was never found. Was it never found?
It was found.
It was. Wasn't it in this with him?
No, it wasn't with him.
No?
It was, from what I've read, I do not know firsthand, from what I've read, it was found somewhere in the house.
Okay. Then they said the item the item they believe caused blunt force trauma. I think they'd have evidence to be able to tell if that's what it was.
I think it was, they never could determine what it was. They didn't know if it was the gun or the board. Now, the board is particle board. I don't think particle board's hard enough to crush a skull. But somebody out there who knows more than me, please comment.
So, okay, so
I think it could have been the gun.
The gun. We're up to almost 2 hours now. So we're about to pass the 2 hour mark. I was thinking 2 hours to be back.
I thought they would have been back by now too.
Have you ever done jury duty?
Have I?
Yeah.
I have gotten to the point where, a few cases I've gotten removed because as soon as I get up in the block, they say they know my career and they go, get out. Other cases are like, no, I know your career and I want you here. And then we go through it and then they settle.
Oh, really? So you never sat for a case, really, like a full...
I didn't get to go in the room and deliberate, so I've gotten that close.
Okay.
I get very close, and I have really good or bad luck of being called. I don't mind it. It's like, hey, you need somebody, call me. I don't mind doing it.
A couple of things. So Dick said that the Switch supposedly was found under the entertainment center, that Al found it. And then also Letecia claimed, she said as Maria, she beat him up with the board.
Yes, Maria. Yeah, Maria the Russian. So that's all I was going to go through real quick that I wrote the notes. This shouldn't take too long if y'all bear with me. We're going to go back to Wednesday and I'll try to tell you what I wrote word for word. of the, because you guys did not have sound of the interview.
Yeah.
Okay. So it starts, and
You have notes?
it is, yes, I took notes. Okay. So they start the video. It's November 16th in the morning, and it's Letecia. Letecia is present. She says, I don't remember anything. And then she said everything runs together.
This is with Dorothy Lewis, right?
Yes, this is Dorothy Lewis, Letecia, one of her attorneys, and the son running the camera. Okay. All right. So they're at the jailhouse, and this is Dr. Lewis trying to determine if she has DID. Letecia says, I took care of everything. I helped everybody. And then she says, I was trying to get Gannon safely back to his mother. That's what she said. All right. So then I start, okay, Pete. Oh, the defense attorney says, no, prosecutor says, is it unusual that an 11-year-old boy, so this is in real life in the courtroom, is it unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his real mom? Doctor, I found it utterly confusing as to who wanted to be with who. Letecia kept changing the story. Prosecutor, do you think it was a stressor for Letecia to hear the 11-year-old say he wanted to be with his mother? Dorothy did not give a straight answer. I couldn't even write it. Prosecutor, Letecia's searching before the murder about leaving. Thinks it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened why do you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened while you're sitting in front of her? You asked leading questions. You're putting that into her mind. That's what the prosecutor said to the doctor. The doctor said, Letecia already knew what happened. I wasn't introducing a new idea. Okay, then they took a lunch break.
But I thought she said she don't know what happened.
Yeah, right. It's like, what hour is it? Okay. So they take a lunch break. Prosecutor comes in and says, hey, Judge, we're about to show Letecia give a confession in Latin. She's going to write a confession in Latin. And apparently, I've been told that paperwork has been lost by everybody. So when I go to ask the doctor, I don't want her pulling out a sheet of paper saying, oh, I found the confession.
Right.
And surprise him, right? So they voir dired her, and the judge said, ma'am, do you have this paperwork? And she said, no, I don't. He said, okay, that's good. Bring the jury in. Bring her in. They start the video again. This time, it immediately starts with Maria with the Russian accent, and her hair is up in a beehive like Marge from The Simpsons. You know, she wore it one day in the court.
Yes.
All right. Yes. So it's Maria the Russian.
Oh yeah. No. I was getting to so people could see the hair you're putting up. I put it up on the screen too. I mean how she put up her hair in that interview.
It was It was right after the lunch break. Beyond that.
Oh, it's past.
So that's when she's still Letecia.
Okay. She put her hair up.
So it's right after lunch. It was right there. There's that hairdo. So that's Maria the Russian, the protector, with her accent. And she says, I always make sure Letecia and her family are safe. I'm not going to pretend to do a Russian accent. But she said, it is my job to do things for people and protect them. She was very angry and very loud. And then her transition, there she's writing the Latin confession, the confession in Latin, that she killed him. But it's not Latin. I call it pig Latin, And
I want to hear to what point she started with that. So she didn't actually talk in Spanish? She just has some sort of Spanish accent?
No. Very, very beginning, before this, before lunch, is when she said she's Letecia, and she said, do you speak Spanish? And that's when she said, Bendejo. She's like, Bendejo James, and that's her Spanish.
Wow.
Like, that's not
Oh yeah, you
Spanish.
did tell me that. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So then they come back. So we've had Letecia. Then they come back with Maria the Russian. This is Maria the Russian right here. I protect Letecia and her family. She was very short, and she's having her write out the confession. And then she transitions during this video to Taylor, who's a teenager. And how she does it is just so original. She puts her hands on her face. You'll see her put her hands on her face and like start to turn her head. And then she takes her hands down and she's like, hi. And she starts talking like a teenager.
Oh wait, hold on. Is it right here? Let's listen to this.
Right here.
I know we can't
So
hear
right
shit.
here. She is Maria the Russian right here. She's being the tough woman and writing the confession in Latin. And the doctor asks
I try to like be the mediator or try to
and
be
then she starts to
calm.
read it and she goes,
Can
this
you hear it,
isn't
Emmy?
Latin.
Can you
I
hear
can
it?
hear you.
Can you hear the
Can-
video?
Oh, let me put it on.
I was just trying to get that part where she says hi. I don't know if it was.
There are people.
Let's see if you
Maybe I passed it already.
can hear it. Let me look.
Good. You gotta.
Where's StreamYards?
Was it after she started writing or before she started writing?
Before.
Before
She
she.
was saying before. So,
It's like I came back from a break or something.
oh.
Line initials there. And who said that? She said that she didn't know who you were. Who said? Okay.
So she's trying to read this Latin.
Taylor, I will write out. You did not read it.
Oh, this is Taylor.
That's
So
Taylor.
when she converts to Taylor,
Mhm.
oh, I can hear myself. She's going to start to splay her fingers. Do you remember the Murdoch case where the young guy that, got shot, the son? And he'd get really drunk and his hands would get splayed. His fingers would.
Paul.
She does that in this when
Well,
she's
didn't
Taylor.
he? Well, he had like some. He does something
He
with
had
his
a
hands.
neurological, yeah. Well, in the Murdoch case, the son,
Yeah.
his hands would splay because he had very high blood pressure
Oh,
and
yes.
an alcohol problem, and that's a sign of a severe alcoholic. When they start to splay their hands like that, it becomes neurological damage. And so, when she's doing Taylor, you'll watch her splay her fingers out and like rub across the table. And she starts to talk like she's 17 or 18. And look, she starts writing with her right hand
She
now.
switched it up. Yeah.
So she says, I'm Taylor. And the doctor says, well, hi, Taylor. Do you know what we were talking about? And she says, no. She says, well, I was talking to Maria, your protector. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about my grandpa. It's really a shame that you can't see.
See what?
That everyone can't see these videos and hear the audio.
I know. I hope they
clearly.
release it. I really hope at the end of the trial that we get all these stuff released. Kitty, thank you for the memberships. 5 memberships. Amazing. Yeah, I hope at the end that they release this stuff so we can see it in its entirety and actually hear the audio.
Yeah. So when she turns to Taylor, so now I have the Taylor conversation. She like gets quiet and the doctor waits and she comes to, and the doctor says, do you know what just happened? And Letecia says, you were asking me about my grandpa. And the doctor says, you were telling me about protecting. And Letecia says, oh, I'm sorry. And she talks really silly. And the doctor says, who is your protector? And Letecia says, my protector is Maria. And the doctor says, what happens to you when Maria is here? Where do you go? Where's your special place? And Letecia says, drinking wine on the beach. And the doctor says, well, can you go drink wine on the beach and so I can talk to Maria again? And that's when the prosecutor stops it and says, is this the magic you were talking about?
Ooh.
He She's so snarky.
That magic thing was hilarious. Yeah, when he called it out.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check this out real quick.
So-
Check this out real quick
Go ahead.
on
Go
Twitter.
ahead.
Somebody sent this. Remember how Letecia Stauch had a pen and she was taking notes? Watch what her attorney does with them. See, I haven't seen this.
Okay.
Good stuff. Will.
This was yesterday. This looks like yesterday.
I don't know. What was he doing? Cleaning or something?
Yeah, I can tell who was there.
What did he do?
What did he do? I don't see what he's doing. I see him tearing up paper.
He puts paper down, takes the yellow paper up, rips it up. Oh, that's the notes she was taking? I guess maybe he ripped up her notes?
I
Oh,
have no idea.
a lover's quarrel. What's going on here?
Or maybe no evidence to be found or used. No idea.
Will's upset. Oh, they must have had an argument or some shit.
They must have had a little quarrel there. I don't see anything with the pens. If I were them, I would have taken the pens away. And then, let's see.
Letecia Cook. She's practicing her signature Letecia Cook.
Like you're in junior high.
All right.
Okay, so this is where it got nasty. So I'm trying to hurry up because I don't want you to lose viewers.
You're good.
Okay.
You're good.
So the doctor says at the Bellevue Hospital in New York, that's how they learn to get the alternatives, the alts to come out. They no longer use hypnosis. They tell the current alt to go to their special place to allow the other alt to show up. So Maria came out and the prosecutor says, well, Maria just came out at the start of the video. What happened before? And doctor went in circles and didn't answer. And then the prosecutor said, you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name. What happened to that piece of paper? Now remember, that's the piece of paper that was lost, that she testified in front of the judge before the jury was there and said that piece of paper was lost, right?
Yeah.
He starts to ask the question, and the doctor starts reading from notes, and the prosecutor goes, what are you reading from? That's what we just went through with the... And, I mean, it burst, and judge like, jury leave. He made the jury leave.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to arrest her right there. Like, you know, like, wait a minute, woman. We just had a session and said, do you have any papers? And you said no. He starts questioning you, and you're like, oh, I have a piece of paper. And so he tells the jury to leave. And then there's this big break, and the attorneys grab all the notes that were in the doctor's possession. So it's right here where she's going through this, and he says, that's the note that, well, they're still playing the video. It happens after this.
Take a little break.
Okay, back it up, and this is where he starts yelling at, he goes, jury leave, and then he starts admonishing the doctor.
Is the guy in the yellow shirt. That is who the attorney gave her phone to this morning. Okay. I see y'all. Leave it to the chat. Okay, so the yellow shirt's gone this afternoon.
Maybe this is during the break.
With the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play, and then I'll have some questions when the video comes.
Okay. And how much longer is the video?
It's about an hour and 11 minutes.
It could be after this. It's after lunch.
So it's not this part here with the video. It's after. This is 7 hours in. This is after lunch. Or you want me to look for where the judge reprimanded them?
It's right after lunch.
I don't. Was it actually this day? Oh, maybe it was. This is how the day's gonna end? Oh, the audio. That's the audio already stopped working.
Out of the blue, and
that thing where her was like, I thought it was earlier in the day. No, where he reprimanded.
No. It's after.
It was after lunch.
He asked her a few questions.
Okay, let's do right here then. Right here.
Confirm that
Okay,
Were
they're
lost.
right here, they're voir direing her to make
kid
sure
was-
she doesn't have any papers.
But she doesn't have any evidence, right? And then
She
after,
doesn't have any notes in her on
Okay.
her. This is before the jury comes in.
all right,
This is when she swears to the judge. She doesn't have anything that she hasn't given to the prosecution, and she won't surprise them. And
All
then
right.
she does, like, in 15 minutes.
all right.
But I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I, like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Tellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute.
No, trust it.
So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it. Absolutely. And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So,
Sounds good.
Okay.
I hope I understand why I brought it
Teabag
up.
with the update.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know
Hello,
Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think
Judge
we're just.
asked her, do you have it?
Huh? What'd you say?
The judge brings in the doctor without the jury.
Right.
And asks her, do you have any papers?
Okay.
Waiting on her, and once.
That's what we can skip the word.
Yep.
Is that, that's what we're doing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And we were thinking, Mr.
You can keep going forward because it takes them a while to get her in the courtroom.
To double check, you obtained from the defendant.
So wait till he just
Well,
skip
I
to
want
where she goes
to.
back.
It was
Talking
created.
to the doctor right there.
Yeah, as far as
There's
she knows.
also some documents that she, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30
Okay.
and end it at
Did I go too far?
Yeah, but that's okay.
1:02.
Okay, here we go. So this is the judge talking to the doctor.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Okay.
There's a part.
And then, he-
Let me see. There's a part where
Now
she,
instead of talking.
and then a few minutes later, she brings out papers.
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typically real or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, well-distinct.
Well, she said she's the protector, and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
Well, she said.
can I finish my question, please? And then she says, well, yeah, Maria's my protector.
Yeah.
And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said, right?
Right, yeah,
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
right.
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time. Okay.
Well,
Kind of detective.
I'm not sure what the point is.
is that?
But go ahead.
Okay.
The point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic.
That shit was funny to me too when she's talking about he's not dealing with logic.
Does-
But I guess she's trying to say that it's more beyond logic or something. I don't know.
It's not. It's
Well,
totally
he's
different.
saying that each persona should stay consistent, and she said no,
Right.
they're fluid. They
Oh,
can
that's
go
what
all
she's
over
saying.
the place.
Okay.
Yeah, there are no rules.
Okay.
Not a consistent person who remembers remember, is it one of you would always be a certain way?
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? Yes. So far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words. Advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should have.
Is that logical?
Logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
They're as logical as
So
dreams.
you handed her
It's logical. What did they?
As dreams.
piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
Not that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Oh, wait a minute here. You just told the court that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just.
There's probably, this is probably it.
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please.
Mystic.
Guys from the jury, please.
You were in trouble, woman.
¿Qué pasó ahí? Somebody tell me. I don't get it. So he was trying to call out because this Russian accent thing, which I didn't even hear it. Listen.
I heard
Oh,
a
he was
little
trying
bit
to say
of it.
that.
I guess because I heard more of it later, I could hear a little bit of it.
A little bit?
You know.
But it's just like
little bit. Very. It gets thicker later, but it's just like a kid who watches a movie and tries to imitate Russian.
So I do have the feed up, guys. So don't worry, it's running in the background, and I'm also monitoring the Colorado court's Twitter. Diggs is also. They're gonna give us a 30 minutes heads up. So when they do come up with a verdict, it's not gonna be like, oh my god, we gotta run. We're gonna have a 30 minutes on top of that, and we may actually even have more. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe
I think it's going to be an hour because they have kids.
Because they have kids, so it could even be longer. So, yeah. But so for this timer here, it's just how long we've been waiting. So we're at the 2-hour mark, which a little surprised. I figured. The thing I was thinking is because they didn't really eat all day, so I'm like they're probably gonna eat. I remember when I was doing jury duty and then talk. I remember when I was doing jury duty. We had kind of joked around about like, shit, we should make this go on longer. We just get free food. We're just chilling. But nobody really wants to be there like that all day long. You know, I think we did.
Well,
it took 2 days.
Talk because they've been there for a month together.
Mm-hmm.
So they may just want to talk to each other and not be embarrassed.
Right.
I think some people don't want to come out too soon and look like they didn't take it seriously.
That too. Yeah.
So they may have made their decision and they're like, hey, how are your kids? And how many kids do you have? And then come out, you know?
Right,
so before 5 o'clock.
Right.
Okay. All right. So they grab all the, so there's a break.
Right. He's going to go off, right? The
jury
judge?
Out. I'm sorry?
Is he going to go off still on Dorothy?
Yes. Well, he doesn't go off so much on Dorothy. What he does is, okay, he'll sit down and he'll say, these are the rules in Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
You know the rules. Yeah. And attorneys, y'all need to take all the papers from her. And then he said, okay, we're going to take a short break. During that break, the clerk came in the back. You guys didn't see this. He came in the back and started yelling at everybody. The clerk is a little hothead. I mean, it's like he's a movie character that I cannot put my finger on. But he's kind of funny because you can't take him serious. I don't know. You kind of don't take him seriously, but he gets really, really mad.
Wow.
And he came in the back and he was yelling at everybody. And there was one person who was in the press who was not sitting in the press box, and he yelled at her. And she's like, I'm not moving. I'm in the press and I have my computer on. And he goes, you need to be in the press box. And she says, why? I have a press. And he said, I want to see your press pass. And she showed him. And he said, I want you up here. You either come up here or you leave or I take your computer. Because we only want to be able to say the people in these 2 rows should have their computer and their phone on. because the bailiff kept going to her and saying, you need to turn your computer off. And she's like, I'm with the press. So it's really confusing for the bailiff to figure out who's press and who's not if the press isn't sitting in the press area. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So he's like, I've had enough of this and blah, blah, blah. So then when they come back from the break, the judge admonishes the gallery about, remember why you're here. I've had enough with the phones. And then he turns and he says, get additional security in here.
Oh.
And that's when more policemen show up. So if you want to fast forward to that part.
Okay.
So you fast forward to, you're going to see they're going to go on break.
Okay, so that's where they go on break.
Oh, maybe you went
Before break or after?
right after break, or right there where they're all standing. Right.
This would be
Nope,
before.
that's too far. Keep going.
Go back.
And we will see you back at 3.
This is
To
when
start
he
on
says-
time.
Let's see what he's saying here.
And don't
Is this
discuss the
when he
case.
tells the jury, look at Letecia, that was a screen grab. Okay, after this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among
Okay, why are
yourselves.
they
Don't discuss
standing?
the
Are
case
they
with
leaving
anyone
or
else. Do
coming?
not do your own independent research about any
Going
aspect.
on break. Bad, man. That's the problem, man. I just was on. It's just like barely able to make shit out.
Court.
Let me see. I think we saw it. This is when they come back.
Okay. Your Honor, the parties have talked about maybe going a little bit later today, if we think he'll get done.
Oh, this
with me.
is when he decides
Oh, we're gonna run late.
go all the way to 5:30.
Oh yeah.
So they can close it. Okay. But you didn't hear him do the admonishment.
No.
Okay.
That's all right. You can skip past it.
Okay. And then the audio comes back. It's Taylor again. All right. About the 748 mark for you. She's going to talk about, this is going to be Russian Maria.
Okay.
Talking about Gannon having the kitchen knife.
Okay.
See if you can hear it.
You talked to that in the same family. I don't know. Do you know? Was it bad?
They weren't necessarily looking for that, as I didn't know that he had cuts
coming in.
on him. He was on a month and a half.
And they noticed when we would, with that whole thing, blood on the.
Yeah.
So at 7:48, she talks about the knife. 7:49, she talks about getting Lena to help her save Gannon.
There's a few other guys that it was Gannon. And she was screaming, screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, we'll figure it out. It's not real. This thing really happened. If we just clean it all up, this thing really happened. She just fix it, make everything back pretty the way it was. Nothing was real.
Yeah.
And she said, we have to go to the hospital. We have to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she was trying to get
Okay, so you're at 7:49. So she's like, we taken her to the hospital, whatever. Okay. If you go to 7:50 point, start at 07.
750
That is,
also?
this is when she's going to start to say the deep breaths that Gannon was taking and the gaspy breaths. And she does it 2 times at 7:50:08 and at 7:50 at 10. And then if you look in the gallery, you'll see ruckus because that's when Landon's running out of the room.
Okay. By the way, guys, I just put a poll in the chat. How long total for the verdict? I put 2 hours and 30 minutes, 3 hours, which has 46%, the highest, 4 hours, and then more. So I don't know today too if they're gonna push past 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 their time. Maybe it depends how close they are.
I don't think so.
Hopefully, we'll see. Hopefully they figure it out soon.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be shocked if they go past 3 hours. I'm gonna be like, wow. I was already surprised with 2, but if they go past 3, oh, that's gonna be like, what?
Yeah. And we're almost done. So anybody who's bored, we're almost done.
I'm about to pass out.
Okay, you see her doing that?
Mm-hmm.
You guys can't hear it. It was horrible in the courtroom. It was raspy, you know, like that. So she does it twice, and then you're going to watch a lady stand up. That's the victim advocate. And they're escorting, Landon's going out the right side of the room. A bunch of other people. Because she broke. Because that's the truth. She's talking about stabbing him and what the sounds were.
Oh.
So, and then one other question. This is the last note I have.
Mm-hmm.
The doctor asked Russian Maria, "Would you protect Letecia from Harley?"
Oh.
Good question.
Wow.
And it took Letecia a little while to think about it.
Mm.
And like basically, would you kill Harley to protect you?
Right. Wow. We couldn't hear that.
And she stalled, and then she said, "Yes, I would protect Letecia from Harley."
Wow.
So that was it. So I don't know if anybody has any questions. I can go or whatever, but that's everything that I have. And oh, wait, I got some more. Let's see. One more? No, it's just thank yous. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank y'all. I'm sure everybody's getting tired and wants to take a break and
I'm about
done
to
with me.
pass out too.
No, you need to get up and do jumping jacks, do some Dance Revolution. We like hearing you dance and sing. So.
All right. Well, Amy, thank you so much for helping me kill time. About 2 hours worth, I guess. Appreciate that. Yeah, big help.
Yeah.
Very informative in the videos.
Yeah, fill you in a little bit because that was very frustrating when I watched last night. I was like, good Lord, you guys didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
That was terrible. So, well, let's just hope it comes back soon and the verdict is what we want. So thank you for covering the trial.
Thanks. Of course, Amy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll be back in the chat soon.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I'm shit. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. Cinco de Mayo. I had all this stuff that I was supposed to do tomorrow, and I don't know how I'm gonna do it now. I think after the stream, I'm just gonna like rest or something. That's the plan, but I don't know if that's actually gonna happen. Let me get the super chats, and then I don't know. We'll figure out what we're gonna do, and see too if we get to the 2 hours and 30-minute marker. I'm hoping maybe something will come up. Maybe that's hopeful thinking. 10 minutes from now. But yeah, the whole thing of them having to eat because they didn't eat all day. I mean, yeah, I'd give that an hour extra maybe. Where do they leave off at? Okay. I think I got that. Citrus Wimmy, Marigold, Liz G, thank you for the memberships. Lori Kent, I got this already. Thank you so much for that. Got those super chats. Got those ready. Got all those ready. Okay. Catherine Willie, thank you for the super chat. I don't know if I got these. Yeah. Unless she was Maria through the whole trial, she's guilty because she would have cried when Letecia had heard what Maria had done to Gannon. Yep. That's true. That is true. No, nothing from her. April B12, thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you, Mel, for everything. This is my first trial with you. It won't be my last. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you drop us before 7 p.m., I'll be pissed. Oh, come on, man. I could go lay down. I could leave the stream running. Gentry Jade, thank you for the super chat. Says, Mel, do you have a texting you could notify people who sign up to? I've thought about doing that. I've looked into the texting stuff because for a way to communicate with people, but those services charge and they're like ridiculously priced. I wasn't sure if it made sense to do that. They charge you a certain amount per text, and it's like I had thought about that. I was actually thinking of making a mailing list. There's this guy that was telling me it's a good idea for business to have like a mail list. That's one thing I was thinking about. Don't want to miss the verdict. That would be dope too. Yeah, for things like that, like a special thing like this, you know, just to be able to notify people. Jennifer Cochran Fent, thank you for the super chat. Is this a death penalty? Is the death penalty an option? Nope. Tracy 3, thank you for the 13-month membership. Felt that needed seen. Too much focus on Letecia. Yeah, that was earlier. Cicely NY, thank you for the membership. Lily Rose, thank you for the super chat. Mel, get some energy snacks. At this point, I'm just crashing. Gentry, let me put up the screen in the background. Gentry Jade, thank you for the super chat. I read a body almost doubles in weight when frozen. So if it was frozen, wouldn't that make it more difficult to lift? True. Sherry McGovern, I wonder if any of the jurors asking great questions were cut. That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah. Rhonda White, thank you for the membership. Pam, thanks for the super chat. I've really been enjoying Amy. Thank you. I know she says she won't take money, but maybe she'll take a margarita for Cinco de Mayo. Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Mel. Yeah, Amy is amazing. She's been really super sweet. I'm dying. Leslie Pete, thank you for the super chat. So she stabbed. Okay, we kind of covered this. So she stabbed him in his room, and he was able to walk to the car. Did she shoot and crack his skull in the woods? He bled so much. How could he walk? Do you know the timeline of the injury? Thank you, Amy. So Amy got that already. Thank you, Amy. Sipsy Stillwater, thanks for the super chat. Barking Mad. We got that already. Jennifer Fox, thanks for the super chat. Was there any witness that heard the gunshot? Not that I know of, that I've heard of. Jennifer Fox was medicated during court. Not that I know of either. They haven't said. Kelly Van Gilder. Letecia got cooked for sure. Yes. Bobby Swain, thank you for becoming a member. Crime Solver, thanks for the super chat. Maybe they're completing questionnaires in Latin, so Teach understands. Legendary Major Mary likes turtles. Thank you for the super chat. I forgot the jury was having lunch. Maybe 3 to 4 hours verdict. Okay, Mike dropping mom. I like that name. Daisy's Forever. Thank you for the membership. Sipsy Stillwater. If you drop us before 7 p.m. Eastern, I'll be pissed. The verdict watches, like for trials in the future, if I think it's going to take a really long time, I'll probably get off and come back when it's up. How nice would it be if we had a chase, right? That'd be perfect. Oh. Let's see. Jennifer Bryant, first trial with you. Oh, cool. Thank you. And appreciate the awesome coverage, Justice for Gannon. Thank you. So with the votes, we got 1,800 votes. It's coming up close to the time. 18% say 2 hours and 30 minutes. 45% say 3 hours, and 26% say 4 hours, and 11% say more. Let me check the Twitter page. Twitter. I'm Will. I give up. I give up. Blowing up. I will. Nothing from the page. I will. Wait, what's this? I'm well. I'm the A-star member of the team. I am well. I'm here. I don't have a choice, but I'm here. Fence already. She's over here ducking off in the corner. Can't even see her. They're behind this monitor or whatever.
Good afternoon, members of the jury. I talked to some of you during jury selection over the last couple of weeks. To some of you, I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Will Cook.
Thank you, Ma. The general says 3 hours plus. Who's the general? And 3 hours plus is like the safest thing ever. We're already at 2.5 hours, so 3 hours plus could be fucking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16. It's like 2 minutes away. Or 2.5, I mean 30 minutes away. Can't think.
I, along with Mr. Cellini, represent Letecia Stauch. Now, this is a very tough case. We looked at the jury questionnaires, prosecution. There was a lot of strong feelings.
CC, thank you. I feel so rough right now. I don't feel like I'm looking good right now, but thank you. I started out great, but now I'm deteriorating.
Questionnaires. Have you formed an opinion about Ms. Stauch? Got a lot of she's guilty. Got a few she's evil. People forming opinions about this case before they ever hear one shred of evidence.
Nothing's changed.
As a defense attorney in this case is very worrisome. When people have come in and they have preconceived notions of what's going on.
Take another shot. I might pass out. I kind of want to, but I might pass. I definitely will make it.
Question on the paperwork that
you know what? I feel revitalized now after the shot. Wow. Bursting with energy. I think I should go rest.
you got about insanity. What do you think about insanity? Is it valid?
Or maybe she's looking at the old me on the other side. Yeah, I'm planning on covering Koberger.
Something that's legitimate. A lot of people said sanity is just a way to get out of taking responsibility. It's an excuse.
It is with Tisha.
It doesn't exist. It's fake. Got a lot of that. So I, as the defense attorney, have two big problems in the case. I represent Ms. Stauch,
That is a problem.
who, according to a lot of jury questionnaires, is evil and guilty.
Oh, so they got all that shit in the questionnaires. Okay, cool. Gangsta.
And us raising insanity is a bunch of BS. A lot to deal with. Been looking at this case for going on 3 years now. All the photos, I've seen all the reports Mr. Tellini has, and it's a lot. What you saw on the board this afternoon, that's the PG stuff, the rated G information, photos you're going to see. For a general audience, go forward in this case, you're going to see the autopsy photos. You're going to see the photos of when Gannon was brought out of the suitcase. And they're horrible. Horrible.
Are they going to be sequestered? I don't think so.
It was awful.
I don't think if they're not sequestered throughout, I don't know. I don't think they will be.
Awful thing that was done to Gannon. And I see Mr. Allen get up here and he's emotional, almost into tears talking about it. And I get it. I get it. What happened to that little 11-year-old boy is beyond description. The facts of this case, awful. You know, it's so bad. This is a lost cause.
Where you going? This is part of the act, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, that would have been some crazy shit though. If he was like for real done and like just walked out of the shit, and never came back. Could they hold him in contempt?
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't quit. I can't leave this courtroom.
This is old footage.
Got to do my job in this case. Mr. Taliti does. I can't just, after that opening statement, all the information that I've seen, the photos, the smiling picture of Gannon, hearing about him being shot, stabbed multiple times, hundreds of witnesses, and 800 pieces of evidence that are going to come in. I can't check out.
How's it? Well, Will Cook. I'm surprised it's gotten this long. If it goes past 3 hours, I'll be shocked, man. I'm Will Cook. I'm here. I don't know, maybe I should take a little break. I can leave the stream running. I'm Will. I'm here. Yeah, I think I should take a little break. Nane King, when will they shut the jury down if they don't reach a verdict tonight? So, I mean, it goes until 7 p.m. Eastern is what we've been doing daily, which is 5 p.m. their time. I don't know if they'd hold them over or not. I think it depends. I think if they're close to a verdict, maybe they keep it a little bit extra just to be done with it, so we can say what's what today, at least. But if they're not close, I don't know. I'm honestly surprised. I shouldn't take this long. The only thing I could think is the eating, but there's no way that there's. I don't know. I hope not. There's somebody in there like, no, I believe Dorothy, and I have a cousin that has did, and this is discrimination, and no, I'm not gonna take it. No. Be one problem person in there. Question: do we get a heads up at the 30-minute notice mark? Not really. I mean, I'll come back. I have people watching. Somebody was telling me if I could scream on here when they have a. They said it will stay until 7 p.m. if a verdict can be reached at that time. So that's okay. Yeah, they're gonna put Murdoch to shame. This shit is kind of open and shut. They're deliberating over this shit. I don't know. Something about that Dorothy Lewis. She's convincing. I mean, these people were annihilated. It's not even. Oh, Dick says their time, so they're willing to go to 7 p.m. their time. Damn, 7, 8, 9 p.m. tonight. Sure, I'm gonna go to sleep. Go take a shower. They could go up to 9. Apparently, they're saying 9 Eastern. Yeah, Murdoch was 3 hours. Yo, if they passed the Murdoch shit and the Murdoch thing, bruh. Crime Solver, Will to Tisha, I can't quit you. Wendy Johnson, thank you for the membership. Christy Cohn says, thank you, Mel, for everything you do. Thank you for the 4-month membership. Appreciate it. You're amazing. Oh, you said you're amazing. Gypsy, thanks for the super chat. They're going through the weekend. Lots of instructions. Shit. You think so? They're going to go through the weekend, Gypsy? Oh, man. We're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it. Should put a video to watch. I don't even know what I could put to watch, honestly. It's gonna be long enough. It's not gonna be copyright. We're not gonna take it. Yeah, this shit could be hours, bro. It's better to take at least a break now. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I can't even really think right now. Verdict watch. Elaine Bennis.
Up on misconduct.
Oh, this is Alejandro video. That shit was funny. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I can't. Won't be able to function. I can't play Crazy Not Insane on here on YouTube. They'll copyright. They'll take the whole stream down. They shut this whole thing down. Damn, you guys saying the weekend? Jacqueline says, I think the weekend too. Sanity is a hard thing to deter for a lot of people. How? What's the confusion with this shit? People don't understand this stuff. I guess because of everything, the time that we're in. I guess this Gen Zs and shit, or whatever they are. I don't understand. What is there to like think about that deeply? Say 4 hours. But all it takes is one person to like fight back and like, no, I refuse. No. And start pulling out the DSM-5. You should end the stream and stay it over so you don't get all lost. I could, I don't know. I'm going to leave the timer on. I'm going to leave the timer on and go away. Step away. If it passes 3 hours, I'm going to be like, wow. I really am. I'm going to have to leave my ringer on. I'm over here like sweating too. Oh, Karen, thank you for the super chat. Karen, thank you so much, Mel, for your coverage of this case. You had the best views of the courtroom. You make it enjoyable. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Yeah, I'm going to take a little break. I might even take a nap. I don't know. You should look into the case, California Mansion Mystery, Rebecca Zau. I haven't heard of that yet. Diggs. Twitter thinks it will be 4:20 Mountain Time. 4:20, so 5:20, 6:20. Wow, what's with the 20? Oh, you're joking there. It took me a second. Yeah, you know I'm being slow as fuck right now. Where'd you get the 20 from, bro? How? How do they know? All right, I'll be back. I love you guys. Oh, I might be in a deep sleep. I will scream though, and honestly, the thing is in the background, so there's no way like somehow like I would miss it. It's gonna be here playing, so we'll know. Yeah, fuck that. You guys just leave your volume on, and if they start, I'll scream. listen, something's just not right. You know, she's guilty. No! No, I refuse! No! My choice matters too. No. She has the idea. I believe the doctor. I believe Dorothy. I stand with Dorothy. I stand with Dorothy. I stand with Dorothy! No, I refuse! I'm not, no! Letecia's innocent, no! She has a mental disorder. We want to go home. Now! Maybe she's innocent. Yo, so oh my god. I'm trying to like chill right now. Let me just chill for a second because I'm like dealing with some other shit that's really pissing me off. Personal shit, but I'm not gonna okay, so apparently the WebEx shit ended abruptly, right? Diggs called me and they're saying like no verdict. Let me just take a second to like I don't want to like place my fucking rage on this shit, even though I think this is fucking ridiculous. Let me see the court of courts. They haven't even posted. I just don't understand like with the lack of communication. So they shut off the WebEx and they don't post anything to Twitter. And people are just being told no verdict. I'm not, I don't know. I'm not sure what those conversations are with this Letecia Stauch person, like this trial, fucking child rapist, child murderer. I'm not sure like what it takes 4 hours to figure this shit out for a fucking child rapist, admitted child rapist and murderer. Like I'm not sure how that takes 4 fucking hours because these people want to talk about, oh well, mental health and it's convoluted, and it's confusing and blah 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 and but I'm not going to judge all those people there because like I said when I was doing jury duty, all it takes is one person to just, you know, I was joking around earlier when I was screaming. I literally I have an ex that admitted to me that she would literally go against what I say just to go against what I say. Even if she's wrong, she's literally going against what I say just to fuck with me. And so there could be that one person. I feel like that's what happens now in society too. These people want to feel like, oh, I'm special, so I need to identify some bullshit. And so this one person, maybe this one person, a juror that needs to feel different and special, and they feel more or whatever because they're disagreeing or whatever, putting up a fight. Or they could be, I don't know. They could be like, fuck it, we're just going to extend this. I'm shocked. I'm seriously shocked that we had a lot less information with Alex Murdaugh, right? Murdaugh. We had less confirmative information with Alex Murdaugh. And these people here, they're like, we're not, like, yo, these motherfuckers walked in with the opening statements and you're like, we're not denying she killed and murdered this child. These people literally looked at the autopsy photos, the fucking, the stabbings, the shots, whatever the fuck, blunt force trauma, and you're still here deliberating? Andrea says long crime reports that jury's going home and we'll start again Monday. Bro. Again, I don't want to judge all these people because all it takes is one person, but I'm kind of fucking taken back. This is not no Alex Murdaugh shit where shit's questionable. This is like fucking like direct as fuck and you guys can't figure this shit out. Direct as fuck. We're going to need to think about this. You know what? And maybe at the end of the day, Dorothy Lewis wins. That cockamamie fucking nut job with her son running a show. I'm not sure why people text me a bunch of random fucking stories when I'm covering a story. Like, oh, my thing's popping up live. I'm tripping. I need to chill out. I need to chill out because like this other shit that's like really aggravated me. But we should have faith in the judicial system, right? And in common sense. I had a friend that called me the other day, a good friend of mine, and she was like, yeah, you know, like this shit she's doing, Letecia, it doesn't make sense, but like a normal person wouldn't do that. Something's got to be mentally wrong with this chick. Maybe there is some mental fucking whatever, but this chick knew what the fuck she was doing. Pre-planned, post-planned, current planned, like lied to everybody. And you mean to tell me this bitch that's been deceiving people for fucking years is still deceiving the jury? The defense made no fucking effort. These people didn't even fucking try. I could have made a better effort. The defense didn't even try, and you guys are stumbled over this. I gotta get off. I should get off this shit. I need to get off. I need to get off this fucking thing. This is a mystery for you motherfuckers? I don't know. Maybe this is the woke jury and shit. I mean, I don't know if Colorado's woke and stuff. Maybe they're woke. I don't know. Wow. I would be embarrassed, but at the same time, like I said, it could be one person, so we shouldn't like judge them as an entirety. Because when I was doing that murder trial, well, it was like a murder manslaughter trial. I was actually on the shit. There was one woman that was like just being defiant for no fucking reason. Some people just are defiant just to be defiant. Just to feel fucking different, just because they have nothing else in their life. Like, it reminds me of, like, I know this is a crazy jump or analogy, but it reminds me when, like, I used to work at, like, CVS, and you had these people that would come in there, miserable fucks, right? Like, whether it's like, oh, this was supposed to be 5 cents cheaper, and they want to argue, and they want to call the manager. 5 cents, bitch? There's people that just want to make a fuss to make a fuss. So I don't know. And then I'm thinking like what do the parents feel? What do the parents feel with this bullshit? Like, right? Imagine your fucking kid got murdered, allegedly raped, all this kind of shit, and it takes these motherfuckers more time than some circumstantial fucking case, Alex Murdaugh. They can't figure this shit out. Imagine that. Your child's fucking murdered, found later on, all this shit. This bitch is a lying motherfucker, and these guys can't figure it out? Really? It's a mystery? Okay. I don't know. I might be tripping. The guy said you can take 2 weeks. I didn't think these motherfuckers are literally took that literally. I was like, all right, he's being nice. I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to take this till Monday then. I guess we'll have to take it to Monday. And maybe it's not that crazy, right? Like in this day and age, they're like doing like all this stuff in school with kids. What is it like? What grade are they teaching kids sex and stuff? They're doing all kinds of shit to kids these days and doing all like, maybe it's not that crazy. I don't know. I'm reaching and going crazy with it, but I'm shocked. These people took longer than the Murdaugh trial to come to a conviction. Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. Amazing. So, all right, we'll drag the parents back into another day of court on Monday for you guys to make a decision. We'll take the parents and like the step parents and the extended family Yeah, let's take him a whole nother day. Yeah, fuck it. Why not, right? Fuck it. This is one of those cases that was like, wow, I'm not sure which way I'm swinging, right? Part of this case, it was like, maybe it's not that interesting because it's like open and shut. Well, apparently some people it's not open and shut. They're wondering and whatever about this shit. Amazing. Okay. I'm being told to end it, so let me cut it off. I'm ranting. All right, I love you guys. Oh, this chick's calling now. Love you guys. Have a good night. Take care. Peace. Bye. Bye. The verdict clock. I'm gonna leave the verdict clock running all weekend. Fuck it. All weekend long because these motherfuckers didn't decide. We're not stopping the verdict clock. That shit's running till Monday. When we come back Monday, that shit's gonna be there, okay? That verdict clock is not